On a Wednesday, good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. You got Flar on the update. You got a Pistons win last night.
Yes. It's a Pistons a victory Wednesday.
Sure.
Why not? They got the Wizards again tomorrow night, so hey, take the day off. Victory Wednesday. And it was fun.
I've noticed something.
What's that?
You know how we have like lake effect? Like snow and stuff, right?
Yes, it happens in Michigan, yes.
Yeah. There's also the Lang effect. TJ Lang.
Oh.
He tweeted something last night, and I think some of you can relate to this. I think at some point we all have noticed this. He says, Pistons are pulling me back into watching hoops. I love the way they play, old school mentality. They get under their opponent's skin. So good to see some toughness coming back. The Lang effect.
Yeah.
He's not a hoops guy.
No, he's not a hoops guy. He's more of a hockey guy, obviously football guy.
Yeah.
Simple-minded individual because he's a guard, and it's somewhat easy to please.
Hey, better late than never, TJ.
Right. So I don't know that necessarily last night against the Wizards was a gritty, tough win. The Wizards blow, and they're going to play again Thursday night.
The Wizards wanted to make it a gritty game, throwing elbows around.
They're gonna fight in air quotes all the way to the end. But yeah, it was just another nice win, and they'll get that opportunity again against the Wizards in a back-to-back, which is weird in the NBA that they do this. I know they've been doing it the last couple of years, but the big one, TJ, tune in Saturday night, OKC. There's some build-up leading into Saturday night. Can they do what they did against Boston? But I don't know that the Pistons are drawing me into watching basketball. We're obviously going to be watching more basketball because we have conference tournaments this week in college basketball. We have March Madness. Selection Sunday is Sunday. We've got the tournament starting next week. Like there are certain things on the calendar that you're just, as a sports fan, pre-programmed to be excited about and watch. But the NBA, the Pistons, TJ's right, the Pistons aren't your typical NBA team. They're not playing in typical NBA fashion. They are fun to watch. They are exciting. And some of it is, it's been so long. It has been so long since the Pistons have been interesting, and now they are. But it's their style of play. They're young. They're aggressive. They're exciting. They're fun to watch. And even the quote-unquote old guys, Uncle T, he goes for 12 last night. Now that he's back from whatever situation he was dealing with, he brings a bit of energy. And the guy who I think should be the sixth man of the year, Malik Beasley, call it silly, call it whatever you want. But the shimmy that he has, there's always something that he does after a big play. And you could tell that they're having fun playing basketball. And as a fan, that's what you want to see.
Beasley hit a shot at the end of the third quarter. It was basically his time expired.
Right.
And he does a little shimmy, and they were in control the entire way. I mean, the Pistons were up 20 points in that second half in complete control of the game. They defend, they run. Asar Thompson makes 2 or 3 plays every single game that you go, wow.
Yeah.
That there's more here with him. Cade, of course, has made his case to be a star and maybe even a superstar now. And guys are filling in alongside him. Like the roles are defined on this team. Beasley knows I'm the knockdown shooter. Hardaway Jr. and Tobias Harris know they're the calming veteran presence on this team. Everybody knows their role on this team, and that starts from coaching staff, setting the tone, and Bickerstaff has a case for Coach of the Year. He won't win it, but he has a case for Coach of the Year.
A case. He should be Coach of the Year. And I just, from where the Pistons were last year. Now, I know we've talked about the additions that have been added to this roster and how it has unlocked Cade Cunningham. Some of it's just his development and his growth. A lot of it is the offense. But it's the belief. It's the day-to-day operation that is the head coach that has gotten this team from a 14-win team to a 37-29, sitting in the 6th spot, actually tied 0.002 percentage points away from being a 3-way tie for fourth place.
They're effectively tied for fourth place.
Right. They play 2 more games. Then who is it in front of them? Then Indiana Pacers, and as well as the Bucks.
Yeah.
All right. So, without doing anything, they could be in fourth place in a matter of days. Because I'm not going to sit there and say the game on Thursday night against Washington is a gimme. Should be, but
they'll be double-digit favorites.
Yes, and they should win.
And they should win.
All right, so they get to 38. What happens with Milwaukee? What happens with Indiana? This is the pleasure that we have now of watching the Pistons. Is they will be a playoff team. They will be in a postseason, and they're playing a fun brand of basketball. If you haven't tuned in, or if you've been waiting, don't wait anymore. It's fun to watch the Pistons right now.
Even if the league is not appealing, the Pistons are. Mm-hmm. We continue to say this is a team that you can be proud of. This is a team that plays the way this city wants basketball played. Tenacious on defense. Since January 1st, they're the best defense in the NBA. They run, they rebound, and they win. I think that's the biggest thing. They've been so bad for so long. They win games. You mentioned, they're a playoff team, and we can't see a world where they fall out of it. I mean, they've got a huge cushion right now. There's 16 games to go. John, I think it's more likely they'd get to 50 wins than it is they'd fall out of the playoffs. Like, the answer is somewhere in the middle. They'll probably end up winning high 40s. And where that gets them, I mean, we can explore that. There's some fun storylines as the season starts to really to ramp up here. I mean, in previous years, this is kind of a wind down, lottery luck, what's going to happen with the ping pong balls. And now 6:35, we'll get into it a little more, the idea of how this shapes and who you want to play, and could you even get home court for an NBA playoff series. All of it's on the table because of the way they play.
Because of the way they play and the expectations going into the season. We thought it might be a bit of a stretch if they went from 14 wins last year to 28. Mm-hmm. If they could just double their win total, they more than likely will triple their win total from last year. And that's why I think going from a franchise historic awful season to then tripling or bettering that record in terms of wins, JB should definitely be coach of the year.
Now it's got me wondering, and the time to do it is not live on the air, but we should try to research what is the largest season turnaround in NBA history, because I would think tripling your win total has to put you in potentially that category.
Yeah,
we can look into it. We got time to research it. They got time to achieve it. 248-539-9797. Couple ticket texts to kick off the show here. This one says the moment of the season may have been when Malik Beasley made the case to stay before the deadline. Would you agree with that as being kind of an underrated moment for this team?
Oh, Malik, not trading him away, not selling him?
But him vocalizing it even before the deadline. I mean, clearly you want him to tell Trajan Langdon privately, but to publicly say, this is where I want to be, I don't want to be traded, I think that's huge for the culture, clearly the on-court. Underrated. It had nothing to do with a shot he made in a game, but a signal that things had changed.
Yeah, guys actually wanted to be here?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that it definitely was a signal. And to have a guy go public with, this is where I want to be.
Ticket Texter says, Pistons are easily the most exciting team to watch in the league. What's not to love about this group? Texter says, I put them down for 35-plus wins before the season. 30% profit token. I'm mad I didn't do more.
We have the turnaround answer.
Oh, we do?
All right, so these will all have something in common, by the way.
Okay.
The Sporting News put together the greatest one-season turnarounds in NBA history.
Okay.
2008 Celtics, 42 wins. They acquired KG and Ray Allen.
Oh, they improved by 42 wins.
Correct.
Wow. Yeah.
98 Spurs, 36 wins.
That would have been Duncan.
Won the lottery, got Tim Duncan. 1990 San Antonio Spurs, 35 wins.
Is that David Robinson?
Got David Robinson after his naval career. Phoenix Suns, 2005, 33 wins.
They had Nash?
Steve Nash.
Yeah.
They added Steve Nash. 1980 Boston Celtics, 32 wins. Added Larry Bird.
Yeah.
We did not add Larry Bird, Steve Nash, Kevin Garnett, or Tim Duncan to the Pistons.
It's a great point.
Yes. And again, that's why I think
Oh, that's a great
JB
stat.
should be coach of the year because they didn't add that individual.
The alternative is Cade Cunningham, is Tim Duncan, Larry Bird. I love that scenario too. That's also pretty great.
I agree. Are we going to look back on this and have that conversation where we're talking about, the 2008 Celtics and we're talking about the 90 Celtics or whoever it is, and we're talking about adding all of these Hall of Famers.
MVPs in a lot of cases, right? Larry's got an MVP. Duncan's got MVPs. Yeah. Steve Nash has got MVPs.
Yeah. In 5 years, we're going, remember that 2024-25 season and Cade Cunningham and him becoming not just a star, a superstar.
I like this. Scenario 1 is we have the greatest coach in the league. Scenario 2 is we have a future multi-MVP
Hall of Famer. Yeah, which we're not giving him.
No, I know.
Whatever they wear at the NBA Hall of Fame. Is it it's not a yellow jacket. Do they get jackets in the NBA? No, I don't know.
248-539-9797. We've unlocked some fun Piston conversations. 6:35, we'll get to it.
Get the gold shorts.
Gold shorts. End of the hour, we have a life question. And it comes from, of all places, reality TV. Bear with us. It's a life question I think we can all relate to. Coming up next, the Lions did sign a defensive lineman. We'll tell you about him next, 97.1.
This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. So listen up. One of the best parts about the tournament, whether it's conference tournament or NCAA tournament, is when you have an underdog that takes down a powerhouse. Right now, those upsets can be even better because if your underdog bet wins, you're going to land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride the long shot, scrappy team, whatever it is, however you identify those. It's the ones that just simply refuse to lose at this time of the year. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there is no better time. The app is easy to use. And when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. Right now, you can make anything happen just like those underdog teams in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least 100 plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as now a Trouble Profit Boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It was incredible. One-hand alley-oop, dunks, Pistons running and gunning and beating the Wizards handily last night. Before we get to the Lions signing a defensive lineman, we got a phone call on the Pistons to hit up to start the segment here. Larry in Kalamazoo, good morning.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, so I had a thought, and I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on it. The Lions, when they got good, it was a huge story among fans and Lions fans. Whereas the Pistons being good, and the Red Wings when they had their run, and the Tigers when they had their run, it wasn't nearly as much of a buzz. And I think, for me personally, it's because the Lions games are all aired on local channels, whereas the Tigers, the Red Wings, the Pistons, you have to pay for an additional Bally Sports subscription. And I really think that's where those leagues are losing to the NFL, because there's no reason that a fan's local teams should require an extra subscription to watch them. What are your guys' thoughts?
I agree with you. I think it is a limiting factor. It does make it much more of a regional sport because unless you're watching the game of the night, there's one on ESPN or whatever, NBA
TNT.
TV or TNT, whatever it is, you're not going to be watching much of the NBA, let alone your own local team.
Larry, I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, look, $20 is $20, and it's.
Well, but it's not. Sometimes it's not the $20. It's just the process, the hoop to jump through.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people that just don't want to jump through the hoop.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. It's the $20, which look, I'm not gonna tell you how to spend your money. If it's too much. But on top of it, then you throw in the hoop that you have to jump through and click out of one app and go into the other app. I have it. It's part of what we do. I don't have the basic cable, so for me, you have the option to use direct through the FanDuel Sports Network or Amazon Prime now.
Yes.
And it's the same price either way. You're not getting a win. It's why Heather had in her news earlier this week that the Tigers are giving you 10 games on local TV Fox 2. The Red Wings are going to have 4 more games locally on Fox 2. And people are going, that's such a big win because it's not a hoop you got to jump through and because it is free.
Well, okay, so it is a big win. I get that. And it's 10 games for the Tigers.
It starts with 10.
Okay, it starts with 10. And we hope that it goes to 162, right?
Yeah.
That's ideal. Yeah. The problem is, of 162,
it's only 10.
It's only 10, and then you're left with, are you going to check the listings every day and find out, is this one I can watch?
Right. Which requires you to be dialed in, and if you're that dialed in, you probably are
already
someone who
have
would just pay the $20 and watch every night. It's a fair point. All right, John, what do you know about Roy Lopez? All my friends
not a ton.
know the low ride.
What do you know about Roy Lopez?
He played for Arizona. He's a big defensive lineman, can stop the run a little bit.
Okay.
Should I be, is there anything more that people need to know about him? It's a 1-year, $4 million depth signing by the Lions on the defensive line.
Done.
All right. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Yes, I was surprised, Greg, on that one.
All right there. So you guys, let's see. Tammy Peterson, we talked about her yesterday. She's was the CEO, the owner of that Oxford Center. Well, she was charged along with the center's safety director and the director of operations with second-degree murder. Another employee was also charged with involuntary manslaughter and one count of intentionally placing false information on a medical record. During the arraignment, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel said that the Oxford Center in Troy operated the hyperbaric chamber in defiance of international safety standards in accordance with whatever would provide them the most income or profit. We knew that these charges were coming, but now here they are. It kind of talked about some other things. We also learned that during this arraignment, it was revealed that this hyperbaric chamber that the boy was in when it exploded had a life cycle indicator that appeared to have been dialed back. Basically had been tampered with, showing a number that was lower than what was reported back in 2022. So they're saying the center and specific individuals who were charged are accused of tampering with these numbers. Another one, they say, conducted his own experiments on the unit, whatever that means.
I don't like hearing that.
Not at all. And a lot of them, their attorneys spoke up that they were surprised by these charges because these are big charges, carry a lot of time behind bars. So I'm sure they will be fighting. The owner was given a $2 million bond. The others, $250,000. And the one that was charged with involuntary manslaughter, a $100,000 bond. This is interesting as well. That Pontiac woman who just abandoned her children for years is facing more charges. Kelly Bryant is now charged with 3 counts of welfare fraud on top of the 3 counts of first-degree child abuse that she was already facing. Okay, so listen to what's going on. So Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald announced the charges on Tuesday, alleging that Bryant pocketed more than $29,000 in government aid that was meant to help these kids. And it occurred during a 3-year span when those kids were living alone in squalor. That money should have been going to them, and instead they were getting 1 meal a week, if that, to survive off of on their own. So she's facing more charges. She faces up to life in prison. The welfare fraud is not that much, but with the other charges, she's still currently in jail. $50,000 bond she's facing. Billy Joel has postponed his upcoming Ford Field show with Stevie Nicks due to this unspecified medical condition and recovery from a recent surgery. So he was set to play on March 29th. Now he will perform in November 15th. Of course, existing tickets will be honored for the new date. Detroit is just one of 8 cities affected by this postponement.
Yeah. Well,
hope he's okay.
Yeah, hope he's okay. Hope he's able to recover and actually perform again for those that have bought tickets.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's one of the things he said in his statement was like, my health comes first. And it does. Sure, everyone's health should come first. So hopefully he does recover. All lanes of southbound I-75 at M15 in Oakland County were closed due to a deadly crash on Tuesday. This is right near my house.
Yeah.
I didn't obviously see the crash. It happened earlier in the day, but I saw it, the aftermath, on my way to pick Emily up from school. Everything was
back up.
Oh my gosh. Now, technically, I don't have to go that way, but I go north on 75, so I saw all of it.
Yeah.
But then getting home, all the roads were closed, and it was chaotic. It took what should have been for me maybe 12 minutes to get home. It took about 45 minutes.
Wow.
And I knew something was bad. We kept seeing helicopters over our house. So I knew it was bad, but it was really bad. Police say that the driver of a charter bus in the right lane was unable to stop, crashed into a red Chevy Silverado that was driven by a 67-year-old man from Goodrich. That led to a chain reaction crash, pushing the Silverado into a Mercedes, which then pushed the Mercedes into another vehicle, obviously, so on and so on. The driver of that red Chevy died at the scene.
Oh, no.
Yeah, very, very, very sad. But it was still closed. We were out and about and ran into some people, and it was, I think it opened at 6:30. Like, it was closed all day.
Oh,
I think it was closed for quite a long time. This is some good news. Wendy's is making Girl Scout cookie season a little sweeter with a special freebie you can go and get. So they're giving away small Thin Mint Frosties to customers who make a purchase on their app today, which is National Girl Scout Day.
Oh, I wonder if Wendy was a Girl Scout.
I don't know if Wendy was, but she could have been. But I know Wendy's is like a licensed partner with the Girl Scouts.
Oh, okay.
So that's probably why they're doing this. Now, if you don't go today and get the free one, the Frosty, the Thin Mint Frosty will still be available for a limited time while supplies last.
Yeah.
Really
get your
good.
toothpaste.
Oh, you've had it?
Oh, I drove out of the way to go get one the other day.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, last week. Oh, I love Thin Mints and Frosties and the combo. It was just, I was the target audience. I drove out of the way to get this.
I do like Thin Mints. I like them frozen. Like, I'll keep the sleeve in the freezer. It's good. But I typically stay away from minty flavored things.
Yeah.
Like ice cream and Frosties. But I do think it would be great. It should come with a Thin Mint.
Oh, that would be nice. Like
a
little
dipper?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that'd be good.
Heather with the news. John wants no part of this.
No. I like my toothpaste on a brush.
Coming up next, the Pistons conversations we get to have. Who do you want? Home court, preferential matchup. And before the hour ends, a life question inspired by reality TV. Yeah, all right. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're at that time of the year where one day it's a furnace, one day it's the AC, and you're never really sure which to put on. Maybe it's just open a window. But if your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with the 5-year warranty. So now through April 15th, you can buy a new furnace or AC and get half off of the installation. They also have generators in stock ready to install. Call to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can check them out online at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Near triple-double for Cade. Pistons beat the Wizards last night. Mark Champion on the call there. And, John, we were looking at the standings, and they're effectively the 4th seed right now.
Yes, they are. They're tied, in essence, with Milwaukee, the Indiana Pacers, and then there's the Detroit Pistons. Now, they are technically in the 6th spot because they've played 2 more games than both Milwaukee and Indiana. So the win percentage
is just a tick lower.
Right, 0.002%.
But in terms of games back, wins and losses, you know, you're sitting in that tight little pod with Milwaukee and Indiana. 4 seed would be home court. 4 seed would mean games 1 and 2 are at Little Caesars Arena. Right. Game 5, if necessary. Game 7, if necessary, would be in our backyard. and there's 16 games to go, and the Pistons have a real shot for home court. Now, it would mean facing likely Milwaukee, who has really given Detroit fits, and it'd be a bunch of games against Milwaukee in a row because they end the regular season with some games against them. Or the Pacers, who won 3 of 4 and have given Detroit problems. John, maybe too early to ask, whatever. Would you want the 4 seed with home court if it meant a tougher matchup, or would you rather stay in the 6 seed and face a Knicks team who they've already beaten twice this season, knowing, hey, at least you got a better matchup?
So there's a struggle for me. And do I want an easier path? Do I want to take the easy road and say, well, yeah, okay, you match up better with the Knicks. You've had some wins against the Knicks, but it's on the road. Or do I want to just say, screw it. I'll take the tough matchup because that's what you're supposed to do. You want the best team, because if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. I want home games. I want as many home games as possible. So give me games at the LCA. I don't care if it's Milwaukee. I don't care if it's Indiana. Given the choice of a home game versus one of those teams, hosting a series, home court advantage, I'll take the Indiana Pacers. Simply because I think it would be the most entertaining, the most fun, the most gratifying to beat the Indiana Pacers because there's this developing rivalry between the two teams.
And I think it'd be the powder keg that really kicks things off.
Yeah.
Okay, this season, the Pistons are 1-5 against the Bucks and Pacers.
Yes.
That's in the regular season. We know the playoffs ramp up. I would rather face the Knicks. Here we go. Jim wants the easy way out. No, I want to win the series, guys. I want to see this team advance in the postseason. They have a better chance 2-1 against the Knicks. The Knicks, to me, are a fraudulent 3 seed. They have a losing record against teams with winning records.
Okay, so
I would rather be the 6th seed and face the Knicks than be the 4th seed and host either the Pacers or the Bucks.
Would we also agree that this is a much different Pistons teams? And let's just use, I don't want to go back as far as the calendar turnover, right? The new year. Let's go back to January. That's the last time.
Well, that is the calendar turnover, right? January?
I'm talking January 29.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the end of January.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll be more specific for you, which I should be. The end of January, which is when they last played one of those two teams, unless I'm missing something. But they played at Indiana January 29. Obviously lost that one. It was the third of a 3-game losing streak. It was following a game against Cleveland. Mm-hmm. And the last time that they played Milwaukee...
You got to go back to...
Yeah, you got to go back to December, the beginning of December, which they lost. And it was, again, a 3-game losing streak. That was the middle of the 3-game losing streak. But this is a much different team now than it was then. And it's also a team that we have seen beat Boston, and we talked about how well they played in that matchup. So, yes, I know the history of this year says they're 1-5 against those teams. I also think this is a much different Pistons team playing with different confidence. So if you're telling me I get a chance to play at home the first 2 games of that series against either Milwaukee or Indiana, now I guess maybe I'm taking the easy way because I think Milwaukee of the 3 is the toughest matchup. Mm-hmm. I want Indiana just because I want the drama. I want the fight in that game. Not that I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of fights in the game, although basketball fights are really lame.
So you know what?
A few elbows flying, it'd be all right.
The schedule quirk they have at the end of the year, They can actually manipulate this if they want. They close with the Knicks at home, the Bucks at home, and at the Bucks. Last 3 games. They can totally...
If they're within a game or two of different scenarios, they could...
So what I don't want to see is, and I'm glad you pointed that out, 2 games against the Bucks to end the season. I don't want that to roll into a series against the Bucks.
Where you'd play them potentially 9 straight times.
Yeah.
Well, look, there could be something advantageous about the race still being very tight, and then the Bucks kind of being like, uh-oh, we got to do real good to play at home in the playoffs, and they succeed in doing that, and then the Pistons turn around and go on the road against the team that just beat them and might be overconfident. Like, I actually find appeal in the Pistons starting on the road. I think
stealing one and splitting and then coming home.
Yes, I think for a young team that has very little experience, that's just might be a better route. Now you get later in the series, you're going to
want game 5
7
at home or game 7
if you take it there, But
I really want home. That's my wish list.
We have one text that Tom has run in. You want to read that for people?
I like how you don't get accused of this. It's him.
Here comes the cost to curse. Talking playoffs only to have the team go in the tank and miss the playoffs. Okay, so we knew pre-show that this was going to be something that somebody from Westland was going to text in. Now,
Jamar?
Yeah. You didn't sign your text. We appreciate it if you would sign your text. But they would have to, in essence, absolutely fall apart to not make the playoffs, not make the postseason. So just to slip from the 6th seed into the playoff spot, the play-in tournament, you in essence right now you have a 5.5 game lead over the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, 6 in the win column. Yeah,
right. You have taken care of a couple of times, and so I think I'm comfortable in saying they're going to be in one of 3 spots: the 4, the 5, or the 6.
Yeah.
I don't think they're dropping down to the 7. Now, sure, yes, the world could fall apart, and Cade Cunningham, Malik Beasley,
knock on wood,
everybody else could just hey, miss the bus on the way to the game and not play. That is something that is always a possibility. However, I think this is a team that is playing with as much confidence that we've seen a Detroit Pistons team play with. They have, at some point, you have to rely on the results.
Yeah, look, a 6-game cushion in the win column with only 16 games to go.
They're not the Wings in March.
No, and the Wizards are the next game, so I know you can't guarantee anything in pro sports, but they're as bad a team as I've seen in the league this year. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think they're falling down to 7, 8. I'm not even going to entertain 9 or 10 and out missing even the play. And this team should likely be, like you said, 4, 5, or 6, which begs the question with 16 to go, how do you jockey for position and what do you want as a fan? Do you want that home court, which is in play, right? I mean, They win tonight, or tomorrow, they win their next game. If Milwaukee and Indiana lose their next game, the Pistons are the 4 seed. They would get home court, but you'd have to play those teams that they've struggled with this year. I would just sit in the 6th spot, ready to play spoiler, steal one in the Garden, and then now you got home court coming back for game 3 in a better matchup.
Yeah. I mean, there's just some games. I'm not going to go through the whole schedule game. We didn't do this with the Wings, but when you look at the Wings schedule, it's tough, right? It's a lot of playoff teams. When you look at the Pistons schedule, you're looking to go, okay, Washington, they just beat them by 20. I think they'll beat them again. Oklahoma City. Tough matchup.
They'll lose that one.
Okay, measuring stick, though. And they play Cleveland at home at the end of March. Another measuring stick. 2 of the best teams. So I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, okay, they win out. That's ridiculous. But they play at Miami. Miami's lost 4 in a row. Who knows what they're doing by that because it's 4 games down the road. Yeah. But they don't have Jimmy Butler. They are not the same team as they were before the trade deadline. Dallas. They're on the road at Dallas. Do they still have Luka? Do they have Kyrie?
No.
Do they even have Anthony Davis?
No, and they're going to play the Pelicans, San Antonio without Wembanyama. They're going to play Toronto. They're going to play Sacramento. Like there's games in here that they're going to take care of.
Yeah. And so I'm confident in my belief. I don't believe in the jinx anyway. So I think they're going to be in one of 3 spots, 4, 5, or 6. And I want them to be in a position to host, to have home court advantage going into the postseason. Just think about what we're talking about. This is a 14-win team a year ago, and they could actually have home court advantage in the first round of the NBA playoffs against Milwaukee or Indiana.
Love it.
Give it to me.
Love it. Coming up next, inspired by a reality TV show, a real question. What are you willing to compromise? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me, ask you a bunch of questions, and then they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. Then they're going to stay on top of it because life happens and those financial plans need to be modified. They will do that as well. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs. It's where they live and work, because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
right, this conversation is inspired by a viral video. Could you be with someone who doesn't share the same values? Politics, sticky situation, religion, morals. Love is Blind is the TV show where this clip is from, and it's gone viral. Now, I have not watched this season. Heather, you have.
Oh, yes.
So you can help fill in all the blanks.
Okay.
But the two people involved in this are Sarah and Ben.
Yes.
They meet in pods.
Yes.
So, first of all, give me the premise of the show again, because it's not one that I watch.
Love is blind. Is love blind? So they date people without actually seeing them.
They just have conversations behind a wall?
Yes. And then if they think the relationship is progressing far enough, they actually, the man actually proposes. And that's when they first then see each other for the first time. And then the experiment continues on where they then live together. They're placed in like an apartment complex together. And then they decide at the altar on their wedding day if they're going to get married or not.
I do or don't.
Yes.
Okay. So do they have, without being, this is a superficial show, so let's be superficial. Do they have plants where there are like legitimately ugly people?
No, everyone on the show, you
it's a legitimate
you might
question.
not be attracted to them, but I don't. No, everyone is attractive on the show.
Okay.
We need a control group, is what you're saying,
Yes,
John.
yes.
I mean, no, I think yes, there's people on there that I wouldn't be attracted to, but they're not
ugly people.
unattractive people.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So you end up meeting, you head towards the wedding, you get to the altar, she says no.
No.
Then she explained why. So they had some clear differences.
They had a lot of differences, and they knew about the differences, I think, in the pods, but they had a lot of things that they connected on as well.
Okay.
But clearly,
this was still
too many differences for her to move forward. Now, he was pretty, I didn't like them in general. Like
either of them.
Well, he never had good responses. Like, she did ask him. At first, I liked her because I was like, okay, great. Ask him some questions that you want to know his opinions about.
And he was kind of like,
I don't know. And the whole show is kind of like, I'll support you. I'm good with it, but he never had like deep convictions towards anything. And I think that was his downfall. Like, find something you believe in
and stick to it.
And he just was kind of like, oh, sure, I like, yeah.
So maybe that was more of the issue. Not that his opinion was different. It's just that he didn't have an opinion.
Or he was playing dumb and he had a different opinion but didn't want to.
Everything.
Yeah.
Not even on the social issues that she was concerned about. She'd ask him about an ex-girlfriend because it popped up on TikTok, and he was like, I don't remember. That was his excuse for a lot of things. I don't remember.
So he's kind of an empty head of a person.
What do you mean you don't remember?
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on. But anyway, it really came down to her for these social issues they didn't connect on.
It sparked this debate on social media and online about, and I know specifically we're in a more politically charged time than ever before. Like, is this a good reason? I think there are some people who are married right now to someone who has a different political opinion than them, but I think that's less and less common today than it was 20 and 30 years ago.
I don't necessarily know that that's true. I think we get jaded in what we see from news media on both sides. From social media, we see the extremes and we see the reaction to the extremes. And we're kind of programmed to have a visceral reaction, whether it's politics, religion, sexual identity. I think all of those things, like, there is a programming that we have gone through. I also think that you got to give people more credit, because I think there's more people. I think Doug has used this analogy, and I use this analogy with Doug because we've talked about it before in Crosstalk. We are opposites, and we're still really good friends.
Yeah.
So I think the same can translate to a relationship that is a marriage or a significant other, where you may be on different sides of the aisle. Maybe you have different views of religion, but you can respect what your partner, their views, and they can respect yours. They can be different, and you could still have a relationship. But it comes down to how much you're willing to talk, how much you're willing to accept the differences of somebody else that you deeply care for.
So, like, I have friends who don't vote the same way I do or have the same religious beliefs that I do, and I don't think anything of it. Family, the same thing. We all don't think the same. I think that's normal and healthy, and you should have people in your circle that think differently than you. I wouldn't cast someone out of a friend group for that reason, or ostracize family for that reason. But I think when it comes to a life partner, I do want to be on the same page with some of those core fundamental issues. I get why she did it. Whether you vote the same way as she does or the opposite, I get why that's a sticking point for her.
Oh, sure. If that's something that you deem as important, as you have to be able to, you have to agree with me, then, I mean, yeah, if you want to marry somebody that's just yes, 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 then sure.
I totally agree. I think that it would be important for me. Colin and I have a lot of things that we don't agree on. But the core values are typically the same. And I think that would be important for me in a relationship as well. But I do think two people that have different beliefs can be together. Mm-hmm. Relationships are about compromise, right? Like there's a lot that can be different. But ultimately, I think nowadays, that's something people are talking about.
Oh, I think it comes up on early dates.
Dating apps.
Oh, yeah.
If this is how you voted, I don't even want to go on a date with you. People are putting that out there right away. Like, they're not even going on a date with somebody based on that.
What's the saying? Like, the things you don't bring up on like mixed company are like religion and
politics and religion.
Yes.
And now I feel like on dating apps and screening processes in the first date, second date is ironing that stuff out. Who'd you vote for? Are we politically aligned? You have extreme, sides of this, and if you are on the opposite, I could see someone saying, I don't want to see if this progresses any further. Where are you at, though? And by the way, we were having this conversation off air yesterday, and Evan Jenkins, he goes, I'll put it a lighter note. He's a Spartan. He goes, I wouldn't marry a Wolverine. He goes, I just couldn't imagine seeing all their stuff, and because that,
the great divide, right? There are a lot of split households in that aspect. I don't have as much as disdain that I have for Buckeyes. I don't have that's not going to be a poop or get off the pot issue.
I think that let's say his wife, because he is happily married, right? If he met her and she was a Michigan fan,
he'd overlook it.
Yes, there are things I think you're willing to compromise on or overlook because you love that person.
Sometimes that does become a matter of hotness.
Okay, fine.
As you so often remind us.
How hot is she?
248-539-9797.
How good is she?
All right, John. The conversation.
You're willing to put up with more.
The conversation was inspired by a trash reality TV show, Love is Blind, but it was a deeper, more meaningful conversation about, would you marry someone who votes the opposite way that you do in 2025? Would you be with someone whose church believed very different things than what you personally believe? And on a lighter note, from a fan standpoint, like, what is the deal breaker from the standpoint of someone who doesn't share the same values with you? 248-539-9797. We do have Tiger baseball to talk about in the 7 o'clock hour. 3 Tigers on their last chance. Who do you believe in most? And some lessons the Lions can learn looking around the NFL. It's 97.1. We'll get some phone calls in the mix. This topic is inspired, admittedly, from trash reality TV.
Which you've never seen.
I know of Love is Blind.
Yeah.
It's not one that Kelsey watches, so I don't even get dragged into much of it. But I know the concept. They meet in the pods.
Yep.
Then they meet in real life. It's a very fast track to the altar. And at the altar, Sarah, the woman in the clip we played, said, I just wasn't compatible with him on Black Lives Matter and our religious beliefs, and his church was more traditional. And Heather, my understanding is her sister is gay.
Yes.
So there were some clear compatibility issues, and I just wondered, because it was a big conversation on social media, is that a sticking point?
But she chose to get engaged to him, and that was all a conversation she had in the pods with him.
Yeah.
They were well aware of each other's differences.
Sure.
But also, he just, throughout the show, never really showed an interest in any of these social issues. He always said, like, sure, I support you. Like, I'm cool with all of this, but he never had, like, opinions on anything. And she started to get a little over the top because that's all she talked about.
Sure,
were
which
these
becomes
social issues. And it's like, okay, girl, okay.
We get it.
Okay, I get it.
And do something about it then. And she did. And people, I've saw people saying, conservatives saying, bullet dodged for this guy. I've seen liberals saying, good for her for sticking to her guns.
Yeah.
We want to open the conversation up to you guys, because many of you are married to someone who votes differently than you or has a different religious background than you do. But I think more and more, maybe it's to the detriment of society. You could make that case if you'd like. But I think more and more people are saying, no, I want someone compatible with me on the basic level of, hey, I can't be with someone who voted for him or her or that or this when it comes to their life partner. I'm more understanding of, hey, friends are different. But for my life partner, Kelsey and I are on the same page with religion and politics. And I think that's healthier for our relationship.
And I think it makes it easier.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. But I also think there are some things just out of respect for somebody that you love. Mm-hmm. Now the question is, if they have these different opinions, can you love somebody like that? And I think the answer is yes, but how willing are you to work with that individual through these difficult things? And if they are going into it thinking, or you are, I can change this person.
Oh, no, don't do that.
That's where you get into a major issue.
Well, and that may have been some of the conflict with Ben was his name, and Sarah is that, well, he was kind of an empty vessel. She's like, oh, I can shape him, and then realized, oh, no, we are just not going to be compatible.
And she wasn't the only one on the show that ultimately said they weren't going to get married. There was another woman, wasn't the whole issue, but politics really played into her decision as well. So she wasn't the only one on the show that said no.
Oh, I think this is an absolute trend. I mean, dating apps have you list your choice if you want to, your religious and voting preferences. And you can pre-screen before you even sit down at a date.
Sure.
So I think one X factor, you said something, Jim, that just things can change too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, just because you and Kelsey have the same religious views right now doesn't mean that's going to be the same.
Yeah. Or political views. I mean, there's room to disagree.
Political views have changed over 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the vitriol and hatred and the people get so wrapped into it and consumed. To me, that's a red flag.
It can become people's entire personality. Yes.
And as far as the sports thing goes, like I couldn't be with a Wolverine fan that if there was a woman version of Rieger and it was a Wolverine fan, I couldn't tolerate that.
Well, hold on, that might be because it's a woman version of Rieger.
I'm just saying if there was
a voice issue,
hardcore Michigan fan that said the stuff that Rieger said, I couldn't live with that. I'd be beside you're living in, whatever.
Tell us what you really think of Jeff Rieger. Let's get to the phones. 248.
I know. I just couldn't marry.
Just don't want to marry him.
Woman version.
Same.
Exactly.
I think we're all on the same page. We wouldn't marry Jeff Rieger.
No.
Would you marry Jeff Rieger? 248. No, we got a bunch of calls on this, and we'll try to have a thoughtful conversation. Craig, you're up first. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
So my cousin, his in-laws are actually divorcing because of political views and of the last election. They have been bickering, apparently from what I've heard, a couple years now, and they've been married 35, 40 years. And just due to the last election, it was kind of, one is 100% supporting this person. The other one was the other way. They just, headbutted every day, and they just finally said, you know what, let's just go our separate ways.
Wow.
After 35 or 40 years?
Wow.
Yeah, so, I don't want to name the person, but...
No. We don't need to do that.
No, well, just the president that's been running for a while, the one person been voting for him for a while, and every time it was the other person was the exact opposite. Why
Right.
would you pick this person?
How
why,
could you?
Why? And
Whatever.
it just-
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
It drove a wedge.
Okay. Yep.
Huh. That's a long time.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. I think. Yeah. But we've heard stories, right? You've seen people
Sure.
ostracize family over it, right?
Oh,
yeah. It's ended friendships.
Friendships.
And that's where I also think, what is different now than when they got married? They probably had different political views at that time, maybe not as polarizing as it is now.
Well, and is it more in your face now with social media?
That's
too?
what I'm. I think that's the big difference. Is it's much more in your face. And again, I don't care if it's one side or the other, but the news has driven this wedge as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'll give you an example. When I was younger, I remember asking my dad after an election, "Who'd you vote for?" And he said, "You don't ask people."
Yes.
He was very private
Right.
with what he did. Now I feel like everybody kind of sizes up their friends or family and
Yeah.
makes
It's so crazy. I grew up in a household just like you. I'd go with my parents to vote, but it wasn't never like you don't talk about it. You go and you vote. I remember one time years ago, I was working at an auto show and a random person came up to me, shook my hand, and asked me who I voted for. And I was just like taken aback because I'm like, this is what we're doing now? And now, of course, everyone is very vocal, but I grew up, it was just not something that was so talked about.
Texter says Sage Steele and her ex-husband got a divorce because of the 2016 election. So we've seen high-profile situations like this. Ticket Texter says, my wife and I have been happily married for 25 years. We've canceled each other out in every single election except the last one, Jody and Romeo. So some people make it work. Let's get to Evan in Plymouth. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just wanted to know if John goes on date one with his now wife, and she said, you know what I really hate? I hate tailgating, I hate hunting, and I hate sports. I will not be around for those activities. I will not make snacks for those activities, and we will fight about it every time. What happens next?
So it's interesting. It's not going to be a deal breaker for me because my wife has never been around hunters. She's never been around anybody that's owned a gun. She has never been a fisherman, and she doesn't want to see me fillet fish. She doesn't want to see me gut a deer. She doesn't want to even eat venison. And we are able to make it work. She accepts that about me, and I accept that about her.
That's awesome. I do think that, love is not enough for a long-term marriage. You got to have that as a baseline. But if you can't have serious conversations about how you deal with your in-laws and how you deal with money and finances and kids and raising them, you can't have those deeper conversations beyond, hey, I like you and I care about you. It's going to be tough to make it last. And when you get stuff in politics today, I wouldn't break up with somebody because they had a different view on tax code nature or the logistical administration of healthcare. But I think there's pretty clear kind of statistical evidence that the police have negative interactions with marginalized people pretty consistently, and that's either accidental or on purpose. And either way, do you want the military branch, the civilian military branch of the government, to not have consistently at least neutral interactions with demographic groups? It gets a little more tight when we're talking about blood on the floor.
With social issues, you're saying, Evan. And I would tell you, for him to have no
I'm
opinion.
not talking about social issues. I'm talking about cash and
Well, no, I think
lives.
Yeah, no, but I think these are social
issues.
I mean, I'm not fighting with you, Evan.
Obviously, you're not getting married.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, maybe it's just my gut reaction. I don't mean to put stuff on you, but when I hear people say social issues, it feels.
I don't say that to minimize it, Evan. No, I don't say that to minimize it at all. And what I would say is the show took place in Minneapolis, where George Floyd was killed. So that's kind of what she was a little more irked about, the woman in the show, is how do you have no opinion? We may disagree. Right. It's a nuanced issue. You may be in favor of police reform, but to have no opinion and be kind of an empty head, or worse, to have a controversial opinion
and not voice it.
She's like, I can't be married to that person.
So I get that. If you're just an individual that just can't form an opinion, you're just not a very interesting person to begin with.
Not at all.
Yeah.
But I do think it becomes more complicated when you have, whether it's religion or politics, different views from your spouse, your significant other, when it comes to raising kids.
Oh, that's another huge one. Do you want kids? How many? How do you want to raise them? Are you raising them Catholic? Are you raising them Jewish? Are you raising them atheist? How are you going to raise your family?
I think that is, I mean, yes.
Schooling,
I think
private school,
that
public
might be
school.
the one thing that might actually end something quicker than anything else. Do you want kids? Yes. Oh, I never wanted kids.
Bye.
I think that one is a very tough one.
But even Heather and Colin changed on that. Like, I
Yes.
think that the
Yes.
factor of change in this, I brought it up once, I'll say it again. You just don't know.
And
you know, it's like we evolve as.
I agree.
Yes. And in the beginning, Colin, I think, always wanted kids, and I always said no. And it was, okay, there's a lot of other things about you and our relationship that I love, and I'm willing to do that. And then guess what? Down the road, he said, I don't want kids either. And then down the road, we both were like, yeah, you know what? We do want kids. So you do evolve and you change, and your opinions change.
I know a lot of people who left the Catholic Church for other churches. It's like, you don't think that's going to happen until you do it, right?
Well, and I know
mean, those are humongous decisions.
and even on the political vein, this state, Michigan, is kind of a purple state, right? It's voted red, it's voted blue, it's voted red, it's voted blue. That happens with people who vote red one time and blue one time. I mean, people's political opinions may have changed from 76 to 96 to 2016 to 2026. So, but it does create the situation where if you've been with them and you've seen that evolve, and are you growing apart or are you growing together? And we've seen it where both take place.
Well, that's the thing, is that they can diverge also away from one another.
Yeah.
If you're talking about, oh, well, I was married to this person, now he became engrossed in conspiracy theories, and this is causing a strain and a difficulty in our marriage.
We got phone calls, we got ticket texts, we got Heather's news, and yes, we have a lot of sports on the docket today. Bear with us. 7:35, John has teed up 3 Tigers. Last chance for these Tigers. Who do you believe in most? And a Lions conversation at 7:50. Lessons learned. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you want to get a great workout, Planet Fitness is a place to do it. And it's even better right now because for $1 down, if you join, you can get your first month free of their premium membership. That is the Black Card. What it gives you access to is the Black Card Spa, where you have hydro massage, tanning. You get all of the different things that you can utilize to recover from a workout, to prepare for a workout. You also have unlimited guest privileges, and you can go to any location. You're not locked into the one that's closest to home. Maybe you want to go to the one that's closest to work, or if you're traveling, you can go to any different location. And here's the thing. No matter when you walk in, they're welcoming at the front desk. It's a clean environment, and it's where you can work on your fitness. You can accomplish all your fitness goals. I've told you my goals before. My easy goal right now is not to get ready for the NFL anymore. It is to simply be able to play with my kids. And everyone's goal is going to be a little bit different. Find out what your motivation is. Find your nearest Planet Fitness and make it happen. You can do that, as I try and figure it out where it is, at your nearest club. You can join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
If you've been injured in an accident, you know what that means. Stress, pain, confusion. I don't want you getting the runaround. You deserve someone who actually cares about you, and it matters in this stuff. It's KG Law. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check them out, 877-KGCares.com. Lawrence KG is a Detroiter, and he built his business with a loyal team that fights for you, and they're not cutting corners. They'll check in with you. They'll make sure you know what's going on in your process so you're not in the dark for months or even years. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. Visit KGCares.com. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Ticket Texter says, I'll sign this one for you guys. My wife and I are political opposites. We've agreed that we just don't discuss politics. There's some issues, even though that we do find middle ground on. Mark in Fenton. Why are we talking about this today? It's a viral clip from Love is Blind where Sarah walks away from Ben at the altar because of differences on church, traditional versus, LGBTQ issues. Black Lives Matter, they were in Minneapolis. He had no opinion. She found that to be odd that he wouldn't have an opinion, whether she agreed with him or not, and she decided to walk away at the altar. And I think this is a trend more now, younger people, where they'll screen someone out right away. We've seen marriages in the last 5-10 years fizzle out because of some pretty core fundamental issues that maybe people just kind of accepted previously. And we've asked you guys to weigh in on it. We have a ton of sports to talk about. Tigers at 7:35, Lions before the hours end. Let's get to Kent in Ohio. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, first of all, I'm actually tripping that this is a topic for the show. Only because, like, my wife and I, I'm Southern Baptist. She's Catholic. We've been together for 37 years. We've made it work. It's been challenging. We got 6 kids together, all 6 between me and her. And we raised them all Catholic because I can deal with something like that. But the same token, when we get home, I would teach them some things that I think are flawed with what the priest was saying. And it worked. And as my kids have gotten older, I mean, my last child is a senior in high school. They're basically all grown. 3 of them are no longer Catholic. They become Southern Baptist. Not because I pushed them that way.
They made their choice.
Because that's just, how they're like. Because I don't believe in pushing my kids anyway. It's their life.
Yeah.
Do what you do. You are responsible for your life. I am up until 18, but now you are. My thing is, you know what's funny? You know what me and my wife argue about the most? Is reality stinking TV.
Yes.
That's funny.
I don't understand it. I think that is one of the biggest problems with our society today is reality TV.
It's
really
mindless. Kent, I hear you.
Well, and Ken,
I wish it would go away, but people like it.
And I applaud you for empowering your kids to be able to make their own decision. I think that as a parent, that is something that I think we all strive to. Is, hey, we're going to give you the information. We're going to tell you what we believe in, but ultimately, when you're an adult, you're going to have to make your own decision. You're going to be living your own life. You know where we stand individually and together. Now it is up to you to take that information, do with it what you want, and make your own decisions.
Not got a couple quick phone calls. We do have Mean Dean in Milford hanging on.
Oh, boy.
I'll make him wait just a little longer. Matt, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Good.
Good. So I'm 22. I'm probably the younger people that call on this show. I listen to you guys every morning. I actually finished the show yesterday and saw the clip and everything like that. I definitely feel like the biggest problem, with my generation, is that a lot of us, we do look at that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a lot of friends that swing right. I don't really have a lot of friends that swing left. You know what I'm saying? So it's more so on the factor that, politics does impact the average every single day person. And I think the biggest thing with my generation is that, people want to only date people who are, this type of way, like Catholic, Republican. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, it takes a really big toll, on my generation when it does come to that. I'd say regardless with the show, I don't regardless of what Ben's political views or like religious views where, he did love the girl at the end of the day for who she was, regardless of, like where she stood. And I feel like that like is a sign of love, because I feel like, you could be any switch type of way and like you could still love that person for who they are. I just feel like, she was a little too like combative with like her stance on everything, and how he was just kind of like being a good listener.
Well, not having all of the context.
You didn't watch the whole season?
I
know the answer.
I had to ask you what the total premise of the show was. I, too, am not a huge fan of reality TV. Sports is reality TV. That's the only reality TV I really watch.
Well, is it really reality? I mean, the show is edited.
Oh,
right?
yes.
And they're prompted to say...
Oh, I thought you were asking if sports is...
No,
yes.
I meant reality TV. Like,
I thought Heather was going to tell us all pro sports are scripted. I was going, oh, boy,
not
here we go.
No.
Heather Park, the NFL is rigged.
No, I meant not sports.
Yeah.
But it's edited to make so-and-so look a certain way. They're prompting
Sure.
you to say certain things. I don't know if they feed you lines. I'm not saying that, but it's not really reality. It's not reality at all. Dating in pods?
No, none of that. None of that's real, to your point.
Yeah, but if you're... I mean, I guess the whole thing is, how much are you willing to accept of differences? And if you're not willing to accept the differences of anyone else, that's why our country has become so much more polarized. We're not willing to... You can't just buy into one side and say, I believe everything. No matter what they do, what they say, I'm going to believe in this. There are things that you can compromise on. It's an unbelievable concept, I know.
But you're right. It's poison is what it is.
Yeah.
Because you adopt some ideologies, you shouldn't accept all that a party or a candidate or a person subscribes to. We shouldn't put people and lump them into monoliths like, everybody thinks the same. I get what you're saying. It can be very poisonous. Dean.
Let's do it.
Dean in Milford. Dean, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I'm not sure if my political affiliation is up there in any way, but I'm assuming by the moniker I've been given that it may lean a certain way that you all may think. But if any individual is incapable of continuing a relationship with you in any way, whether you guys were married for 30 years, friends for 40 years, whatever it may be, if they're unable to continue a relationship of any kind with you, it's because they're mentally immature. They're they're completely irrational when it comes to their emotions, and you should be happy that they're choosing not to be in your life. I've never understood, like, people didn't start hating people until the day that you vote. Like, I don't understand how a check on a piece of paper dictates whether or not you like someone, because that doesn't say exactly who they are as a person. In America, we're given two choices. Yeah, you can talk about the Green Party, blah, blah, blah. But you have two choices. You have to pick. So I'm automatically going to hate you for the 5 minutes it took you to put a check in a box, because of that, it makes no sense. I was going to keep all that to myself.
I hope you put more than five. Well, Dean, I would hope you put more than 5 minutes of thought into who you vote for.
I'm talking about the act.
Oh, okay.
The actual act itself is less than 5 minutes, depending on how long your line is. That's why I'm saying it needs to be like relationships need to be based on who you are as a person, not the 5 minute box checking that you take. And the reality of it is that people are getting so mad at each other because reality TV sucks. It's the dumbest thing in the world. I only know anything about the show that you're talking about because of my fiance. And from that season with this lady, only one couple actually stayed together. All the rest of them ended up splitting up simply because of this political crap.
I don't want to bury the lead here. You found someone who'll marry you? Congratulations.
The most shocking thing in the world. I'll tell you right now, she's the most amazing in the world because she unapologetically allows me to be me. We've been kicked off of planes. We've been a whole bunch of different things, and she just goes along with it because I am who I am, and it's not just a radio thing for me.
Dean, what did you do to get kicked off a plane?
That's great follow-up.
I mean, do you want me to keep doing this, or do you want to sidetrack to getting kicked off the plane?
I want to go sidetrack to getting kicked off the plane. I want to know what it took.
So basically what it was is for the job that I have, at the time that this happened, I was traveling literally 2 or 3 times a month. So I know my luggage size. I know the airline. Well, when I was getting on, they're like, hey, we overbooked. You're going to have to check your bag. I was like, hey, your inability to actually put a flight together and put people on it isn't my problem. So I'm going to go ahead and take my checked bag. And they're like, oh, it won't fit. I went, guarantee it's going to fit because I know, I've been traveling with you guys for over 2 years, 2 to 3 times a month. I know that, no, sir. I was like, listen, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my seat, and if my bag doesn't fit, then I'll check my bag. If it does fit, you leave me alone, and we all know that I'm right. Well, the people outside agreed with that, but we were a little loud with each other in the little walkway to the plane. And so 5 minutes later, I'm already checking my bag. Wild thing, above my seat, there was an open spot for my bag, so shocking how that worked.
You were right,
Well,
Dean.
we're getting ready to push off the gate, and one of the stewardess come up to me, and she's like, "Excuse me, sir, are we going to have a problem?" I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I've been sitting here, and I haven't said a word to anyone." She's like, "I saw your little fiasco." And I'm like, "Oh, that's adorable. So you thought it was a good idea to come to the guy that had an issue with a bunch of idiots before he got on the plane, and you chose to be the idiot on the plane to come and try to piss the dude off before you take off." She's like, "Excuse me?" I was like, "Tell me how it makes sense that you want to come and annoy me when the entire problem's been solved."
Dean.
And she just looked at me. Yes.
This is incredible. We are running out of time. Thank
I
you
can
for...
make it real quick as to why I got kicked off.
Yeah.
Oh,
that wasn't
it. And she's like, hold on, though. For Delta Airlines, they call their security redcoats. And she's like, "Do I have to go get the redcoats?"
The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming.
If the redcoats are coming, is it 1776?
Paul Revere on this plane. Oh, my God. Dean.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being you and the character you are. And I think the lesson in all of this is if that man can
redcoats are coming.
John, if that man can find love, everybody can.
Oh, my goodness. That's amazing.
It's 97.1.
Hey, this week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament, whether it's a conference tournament or the NCAA tournament, is when underdog takes down the big dog. And right now, those upsets can be even better because if your underdog bet wins, you're going to land even more with Profit Boost. This is your chance to ride, whether it's a long shot, a scrappy team, the underdog that just refuses to go away. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. This is the perfect time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you're going to get paid instantly. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, as we know, anything, and that means anything and everything, can happen in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least a plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The audience loves them some Dean.
Oh, who doesn't?
They want a weekly segment.
Mean Dean.
Texter wanted to know if he was going to break out into a Hamilton song about the Redcoats. We were
Yeah, well, that's where I lost it, obviously, when the Redcoats were coming. Because I could see it when he talked about the attendance and they call them the Redcoats. I knew exactly where this was going. The Redcoats are coming.
So our version of Paul Revere, if you missed it, Odyssey Rewind, you won't want to miss it. I went away from the world of sports, but let's get back to it, John. The Tigers. The countdown is on, a little more than 2 weeks away, and there are 3 Tigers that you and I think many fans are circling, wondering this is it for them, their last chance. Who are they?
Well, 2 of them because of their draft status and the expectations when they came to Detroit. Obviously, it's Casey Mize and Spencer Torkelson. And then there's a third that we have been talking about since he arrived in Detroit as a high-priced signing. That's Javi Baez. The surgery happened at the end of last year, and we've heard he's working his way back. We're hoping this helps him loosen up his hips. Defensively and offensively, I'm not sure how it's attached to his eyes in regards to the decisions of which pitches he swings at or not. And AJ Hinch has talked about, he's working on plate discipline. Okay, who's not?
Right.
So the question is, I think we all believe that Javi Baez will be on the opening day roster, like it or not. The bigger question is Casey Mize and Spencer Torkelson. Casey Mize has looked good on the mound, and this is now 2 years removed from Tommy John surgery. Is he a part of the starting rotation? How much hope, dream, whatever it is that you want to say, do you have for Casey Mize? Same thing with Spencer Torkelson. How much belief do you have that he can be a part of this, a contributing part of this roster, and is he on it for opening day? And I think most people, as fans, would sit there and say, yes, we want the best. Mm-hmm. We want the best version of Casey Mize. We want the best version of Javi Baez, Spencer Torkelson. I was listening to Andy Dirks yesterday talk about Spencer Torkelson and how he has no idea if he's going to end up on the opening day roster or if he's going to start in AAA. But he did say this is a make it or break it season for Spencer Torkelson. When you get an opportunity, and I think he's right, he will have an opportunity at some point to be on the big league roster because injuries happen. Rosters, you got to bring guys up just simply to have bats. When he gets his opportunity, he has to come through. So far in spring, I think he's batting just above 300. I think he's had about 23 at-bats, I don't think he batted yesterday. So there's about 23 at-bats. He's got 3 home runs. He's batting 304. It's a very small sample size, and it's against spring training pitching.
It's always tough, like how big a deal to make of spring training. You prefer the guys hitting as opposed to not. You know what I mean? Like Jace Young has not had a great spring, and no one's burying him, but at the same time, you'd much rather be seeing the ball, hitting the ball, and for Torque, his OPS over 900 in the spring. Mize, to me, is the one that stands out the most. 8 innings.
Yep.
He's given up less than a base runner an inning. He's got 10 strikeouts, and beyond just the numbers, because the numbers can, you can tell a story that way. What's more important is the velo's up, and the big thing with Mize is whether he can get swing and miss with the splitter. It's got downward action. He's able to throw it the same plane as the fastball, so hitters don't see it. It drops out. That's his out pitch. It's how he gets out of jams. It's how he gets strikeouts. It's what's unlocking him to being a bona fide starter, not a 1 or a 2. I think that's probably not going to be the case with him. But could he be the number 4 on this team? Yeah, I'm kind of pumped to see what Casey Mize does. Torque, I've got some questions.
Sure.
Baez, I think we all have our concerns. Those 2, ironically, though, are more important because they're right-handed bats.
Right. And I think it really comes down to, for Mize and for Torkelson, is there still a measure of hope? Because a lot of people, and rightfully so, most people, I have as well, nobody wants to see Javi Baez.
So have you written off all 3?
No.
One of the 3, none of them.
I've written off Javi Baez, even though he's the most likely of these 3. He's going to be on the roster.
I've written off 2 of the 3. I don't think Torque's going to make it either. I hope I'm wrong about all 3.
I honestly, I don't think he will. I still have hope that he does.
Okay.
Casey Mize is probably the one where you look at and you go, that's, of the 3, he's the most trustable.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know if that's, what does trustable mean?
Is trustable a word?
Trustable? Yeah.
Trustworthy?
Trustworthy? Maybe it's trustworthy. He's the most trustworthy. It could be.
We're going to be mixing in more baseball between now and opening day. AJ Hinch on the show tomorrow. It's right around the corner. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, 4 Warren police officers are on leave after shooting and killing a man armed with an ice pick. So the shooting happened Monday night following a domestic disturbance at a home near 11 Mile Road and Van Dyke Avenue. A female called 911, reported that her boyfriend, this 41-year-old Warren man, was inside her house, possibly hiding under a bed, was threatening not only her, but also making threats to harm officers with a knife. He did flee on foot, but officers found him, caught up with him, ordered him to drop his weapon several times. He refused. Police did deploy a taser, which was ineffective. And when the man still refused to drop his weapon, he was shot by officers. The 4 officers involved in the shooting have been placed on administrative leave. That is policy. The incident remains under investigation. Now, the girlfriend who called 911 has spoken out, and she does think that her boyfriend would have gone after police if they hadn't have shot him, that he was that dangerous.
Yeah.
And officers say that he had several police contacts for domestic violence incidents, disorderly conduct, assaults on police officers, and had active warrants for his arrest at the time of his shooting.
Heather, this
Yes.
story makes a lot more sense now that you're describing it. You put it in your prep. 4 Warren police officers on leave after killing man with ice pick, which I thought was the officers killed the man via an ice pick.
Really poor
Headline writing.
Yeah, really poor headline writing. But I was typing quick, just it doesn't make it sound like they killed. It's not a funny
not
matter.
funny, but
that headline
This
that
makes
I wrote
more sense.
Yes, it makes a lot more sense. Maintenance work on the Zilwaukee Bridge is about to begin, and that of course means closures and detours will also be on their way. So the southbound lanes of the bridge are closing in April. That's for stage 1 of maintenance, and that will of course disrupt traffic until November.
Oh, no. Going north and south in
Yes.
the summer? How dare they?
Then, once the southbound lane work is complete in June, work on the northbound will then begin. So there's going to be detours, of course. They say the entire $2.9 million project is expected to be completed in November of 2025. So they're doing it. It needs to get done. It needs to be maintained.
Everywhere
it
we
needs to stay
go.
safe. So everywhere you go, it's orange barrel season. You're everywhere. Everywhere. The Pontiac woman accused of abandoning her children and forcing them to live alone for years is now facing 3 counts of welfare fraud, 1 for each child. So Oakland County prosecutor Karen McDonald announced the charges on Tuesday, alleging that this woman, Kelly Bryant, pocketed more than $29,000 in government aid that was meant to go towards the kids to help her raise these children. According to McDonald, there was an overpayment of $29,397 over a 3-year span. And that's a 3-year span. Those children were living in filth, in their own feces, sleeping on pizza boxes, receiving a meal a week.
Yeah, I saw one of the photos. I mean, it's just...
It's awful. She is currently still in jail on a $50,000 bond. She faces up to life in prison for all of the charges she is facing. One more. Billy Joel postponing his big Ford Field show with Stevie Nicks. So if you had tickets, you're going to have to hold on to them until November. He was supposed to perform on March 29th, but due to some unspecified medical conditions, some surgeries, he's putting his health first, and he will now perform on November 15th. Detroit is one of 8 cities impacted by this postponement.
Heather with the news. Still to come on the show. Shaq dogging the Pistons. We have some audio. We'll get to construction wake-ups. How early are they working on this damn highway? And coming up next, the Lions, a lesson to be learned. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you don't like being in pictures, trust me, I get it. If you always find yourself maneuvering into the back of it or just saying, you know what, I prefer you don't take my picture, you need to get in touch with Ideal You. Happened to me. Daughter sent me a picture. I didn't even recognize who it was. And then when I found out it was myself, I'm like, I got to do something. I called Ideal You, and I've been working with them for about 3 years now. If you want to find yourself up to 40 pounds lighter in the next 40 days, Ideal You works, and it works fast. You got to give yourself a chance. I lost actually 50 pounds in those 40 days. And if you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. And when I got mine, I looked at it, and it told me how much fat mass, muscle mass, bone mass, water weight, all of the different things that are in your body. It tells you exactly what you have, and you can set your goals. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. IdealU is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days, and be happy taking those pictures again, especially as we approach the summer season. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis absolutely free. That's $150 value. That's idealu.us.
John, we focus on our Lions and what's going to happen this week with free agency.
Yeah.
But we also keep an eye on the rest of the NFL, and the Niners in particular have drawn some attention.
They certainly have, and it's interesting because we kind of go through this every year. Last year was Buffalo, right? They had to let a whole bunch of individuals go because of salary cap considerations. And right now, I'm just going to give you a list of individuals that are no longer going to be playing for the San Francisco 49ers. Some of them names you'll know, some of them you won't. Deebo Samuel, traded. Kyle Juszczyk, released. Dre Greenlaw, Shavarius Ward. We're talking about very impactful players. Backup quarterback Josh Dobbs, Elijah Mitchell. There's a safety that they released. Leonard Floyd, Javon Hargrave, Aaron Banks, Jalen Moore, Malik Collins. And I don't think the list is done growing. They have only added one player in free agency. So now they're tasked with, how do we fit everybody under the salary cap? How do we go about creating a team that can still be competitive? And I think when we talk about windows opening and closing, for now their window is closed. They have a quarterback in Brock Purdy who's in the last year of his contract. They have to make a decision. Do we pay him as a starting quarterback who's, taken us to all sorts of heights, hasn't been able to finish anything, but he's taken them there. And the 2025 cap space that they've been able to create in releasing and trading is $32 million.
Barely enough to fill out the roster.
Dead cap hit this year. They have the highest dead cap hit as it stands right now at $68 million. So the lesson is...
Yeah, tell us. What is the lesson?
You do have a certain window. And they're a team that has tried to shift in that window, add, subtract. The big addition that they've been able to add is Christian McCaffrey. They still have him. Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, but they've talked about possibly trading him as well. And obviously they still have Bosa.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to be competitive this year?
No, look, they weren't last year. I don't think they're going to be this year. And then it's Trent
last
Williams.
year with these guys on the roster, but they were.
My point is, it's going the wrong way, and
Right.
Trent Williams is likely gone sooner rather than later here. It's going south, and this is how it's supposed to go. You can't stay on top forever. The sport's designed to tear you down. Players get older. They get beat up. They get injured. Contracts get bigger. They get bloated. You can't keep them all. You don't pick in the top 5. You pick at the end of the round. Like, it's designed to weigh you down, and they've done a really good job propping it up. They went to 4 NFC championship games in a 5-year span, 2 of which they played in a Super Bowl. They nailed... whether you think Brock Purdy's great or not, that 7th round pick, that's the ultimate win, is getting a quarterback that can play at least at that level out of the 7th. They did so many things well. They had all pros at all the critical positions, running the ball and defense and this scheme from Shanahan, and they won 0 Super Bowls. The lesson is success is fleeting in the NFL. The lesson is you can think you're going to drag this out for 8-10 years. You're not. You're not. I know Brad Holmes is the greatest drafter since time started ticking. This is the reality check, right? That the Lions have a window here, and it may be a couple years longer because of Brad, but there is an end date to it.
Right, and so we have been discussing Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, like the all-in move. And when you look at what Philly did with the all-in move last year, it was Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
You look at the all-in move that San Francisco made during this run, it was Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And so while there is that all-in move, you're talking about a running back position that, and I don't know the exact details of McCaffrey's contract, but right around $20 million.
It's not a $40 million edge.
Right. and it's Saquon Barkley. While very impactful and historic season for Saquon Barkley, it was a $20 million investment. Not even that last year.
Not even on a per season basis. Yeah.
Right. And so you look at the way Brad has drafted and you listen to what he talks about. And when you hear Aiden Hutchins say, yeah, probably not, when it was in regards to Myles Garrett, you ask Brad Holmes at the Combine about adding another impactful edge. And, can you add a Max or a Myles or a Trey? And he says, probably not. This is why. Now, can you have an all-in move? What is that all-in move for the Detroit Lions?
Well,
and some of it has been just simply signing their own guys. And I don't want to go down the road of, well, it's just draft, develop, re-sign. but he has done a tremendous job at that. And we went through the list yesterday of all the top 5, top 10 guys at their position. There's 11 of them.
So
half the starting roster.
Yeah, it's a lot of really good football players. The Lions rosters, 1, 2, or 3 for the upcoming season. I understand that. How you interpret San Francisco, I think, is fascinating because we were huddled up pre-show, and I said, I look at it as strike while the iron's hot. But I bet you there are some in the Lions fan base look at that and say they got too big too fast. It's okay for Brad to kind of take his time strategically, draft and develop. And I don't know people who say they want to avoid the dramatic drop-off that San Francisco's had, and Detroit may try to be, quote, more responsible to extend their window. I bet you there are Lions fans that look at it that way.
Okay, so yes, that they want to be responsible to extend their window. Mm-hmm. More bites at the apple.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know that they'll look at it and go, they got too big too fast. That's the only part I disagree with you, because I'm
phrase
more
it differently.
on
My point is they popped and then they came down hard, and I think for the Lions fans out there, they want this to drag on.
Right, they want more bites at the apple, and it's kind of where I'm at. I'm not saying I don't want an impactful move, but I also think that if you're able to extend that window, because winning a championship, you're going to need a little bit of measure of luck. You can't just have the most talented roster in the NFL. Last year, the Lions had, arguably a top 3 roster. I'm sure it's arguable. I think they had a top 3 roster. Yeah. This year going into it, even if they, it's a 1-for-1 swap, if that's how you're going to, the Reed for Davis swap, if that's how you're taking that one, and I'm not just saying by health that they will be a Super Bowl contender, but they will be one of the top 3 rosters again. Now, there's other things that play into it. You got a new coordinator on both sides of the ball. You're going to have some different aspects of it, but I do think that they are measured in how they're adding guys to this team. Brad Holmes has drafted tremendous. They've been able to develop players, and that's also going to change. You're going to have a whole lot of new position coaches. So if they can continue to draft, develop, and they're still going to have to pick and choose who they want to keep and who they let go, because you can't continue to pay all these top 5, top 10 at their position as such.
We've given you what we are taking away from San Francisco, but open lines. Mm-hmm. What's the lesson you're taking away from San Francisco's decline here? The shutting of their window, the reset and the reboot that needs to take place in the Bay Area. They were the kings of the NFC. They were one of the best rosters in football for a 5-year span, and they went to NFC championship games in 4 of those 5 years. As it starts to come crumbling down, what lesson do you learn as a Lions fan so you avoid that, or you make the most of it? It's 97-1. Ticket text phone calls, the lesson that you're taking away from San Francisco, the dismantling of that once dominant roster. John, you chronicled all the big names. Last year we saw the drop-off in the win-loss record, and the window's shut. They could reboot it down the line a couple years from now, but they're not among the contenders anymore. The Lions are. What lesson do you take away? Trying to win more while you're on top, or some Lions fans may say, draft, develop, stretch this out, more bites at the apple. Don't let it collapse as quickly as it did in San Francisco. We want to know how you interpret it. 248-539-9797.
I think there's also when the Lions made it to the NFC Championship game against San Francisco 2 years ago, no one saw that coming. Like they thought that, make the playoffs, maybe win a playoff game, but it was going to be a slow build, and they made it to the NFC Championship game. There was some luck involved. They were as healthy as they had been all year at the end of the year when they needed it most. They had guys come in like Owosika for Jonah Jackson at the time that played at a very high level in the NFC Championship game. And ultimately, it was the players that didn't get it done on the field. It was a dropped pass. It was a fumble. And so, you're going to have to seize the moment, but you can extend that moment by being somewhat responsible, but there also has to be this is going to get us over the top.
I do wonder sometimes. I have this viewpoint. We don't blame the athletes enough when they're put in the moment. You blew 2 fourth-quarter leads in the Super Bowl. I know you were playing against the next GOAT.
You're talking San Francisco here.
Yes,
yeah.
But that's my lesson learned from this. It's on the players. They didn't finish. Kyle Shanahan didn't have his best moments.
I was going to say,
at least in one of those
don't
games.
let him off the hook.
You gave up a 3rd and 15 to Tyreek Hill that flipped the first time you blew the lead.
And the second one was in overtime.
You turned it over.
Yeah.
The players got to get it done. I looked at the Lions' loss last year against the Commanders. If the offense would have got it done, I think they outscore them. They win that game. Then they lose to Philly. Mm-hmm. Okay? They were too beat up to take on the true big dogs in the league.
And if the players execute in the NFC title game against San Francisco, meaning you don't fumble, you don't drop the ball. Yeah.
I always took this away from the Tigers when Dombrowski was a GM and they failed. He got them there. It's their job to finish. I blame John Lynch little other than probably the Trey Lance move probably cost them. I think, at the time they had the 12th pick. You know who was selected 12th in that draft? There was a lot of maneuvering.
Who was it?
Micah Parsons. There was a lot of maneuvering. People. Philadelphia ended up moving back up to 10. They took Devontae Smith. Well, the Eagles, the great Howie Roseman, moved up to take Devontae Smith and pass on Micah Parsons. So, but think about if they would have added Parsons and just stayed put and everything else went the same.
But think about the conversations
Mother Lord.
that they were having in San Francisco, that they were having as an organization, and compare that to the ones that we've had here. Jimmy G was their quarterback.
Yeah.
Did they believe that Jimmy G could ultimately get them over the hump, or was he a bridge? So they decided that he is a bridge, and we want to take a shot at somebody in the draft. So they trade up. They take Trey Lance. They absolutely miss.
They bombed. It's one of the worst picks ever in the draft in my mind. He can't even be a backup in this league.
My point is, I think there are Lions fans who will look at that and say, don't be bold this offseason. Keep the roster as is and keep chipping away at this. So our run isn't only 4 or 5 years; it could be 6 or 7. Whatever that.
Look, you can be.
But I'm not in that camp, and that's okay. There's room for discussion here. My thought is, inevitably, it's going to come crashing down. You may as well load up and give yourself the best chance to finish one of the chances that they will have this upcoming season and the year after.
The 49ers' mistake was they tried to force a QB, and coming off COVID when the guy didn't play, what were you thinking? You don't want the Lions to do something like that. I think you can force a move at other positions because there's more likely the guy's going to pan out. The volatility at QB is very dangerous to make a move like that for. They got lucky that they got Purdy. I mean, come on, It
kind of balanced out in that way.
They still haven't paid him, by the way.
No.
I would say this, the Falcons made a bold move back in the day and ended up getting to a Super Bowl because they traded up to get Julio Jones. People were critical. They went from 27 to 6th and gave up a ton of capital to go do it. But receiver was more of a guarantee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Make the move that's a guarantee. That's why it's Hendrickson.
Well, we've discussed him. We do want to see something at the edge spot. Let's get to Rich in Detroit. Rich, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's
Good
up?
morning.
Not much, man. I just wanted to say that I think Brad Holmes is like the perfect project manager. Like, he knows how to keep his job by not going out and making a big splashes and taking a risk on ownership's money, but at the same time drafting and getting players to keep butts in the seat, to keep people happy, to win games, but to keep his job at the same time. And I don't think anybody, as much as everybody criticizes him, nobody has a valid point to get him out of here. And that will be the goal for me, to keep my job.
Well, I
don't think it's just, okay, yeah, he wants to keep his job.
But I think he also wants to win a Super Bowl. I'm not naive enough to think he's just trying to coast by.
Yeah, well, let's just be good enough so that we win and I keep my job. No, I think,
Rich, I think you mean this as a compliment, right?
I do. I do think that, I think it's a smart idea. I think it's good. I don't think that he doesn't want to win or not care about winning a Super Bowl, but he's not going to go out and do the big splashes and stuff like that everybody is wanting him to do.
But I also think we've seen a shift this year. So, I know it's a 1-for-1 swap. Carlton Davis gone, but DJ Reed.
I don't think we've seen a shift yet. I'm not ruling it out. But
when was the last time Brad Holmes went out and signed a free agent and gave somebody the money that he gave DJ Reed?
Off the top of my head, I don't know if there is one, but
that's the definition of a shift.
But it is it's a 1-for-1 swap,
right? You lose one, but he went out and actually said, "We're going to pay a free agent a lot of money and bring him in here." That to me is a shift.
Who is the biggest free agent they've added prior to this offseason? Greg, is there a name we're just missing?
Reader? That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be on this tier. So yeah, this is the biggest move he's made.
Right. And so it's okay, there's different ways you add to the roster. Okay, without just completely, patronizing everyone.
Yeah.
It's the draft, it's trades, it's free agency. All right. So he traded for Carlton Davis. Gave up some draft capital. He's traded on draft day. He's drafted. He's done everything but go out and pay a guy in free agency. Never really thought that he would do that.
And I don't think he wanted to. I just think he found a situation where Carlton Davis was going to leave and he had to do his best. And he did a great job replacing him.
Right. But he did go out and pay a free agent. Now the question is that going to be the only free agent base? Because you still have to be able to field the rest of the roster, and you've got to address the offensive line.
Yes.
I mean, what are they going to do with Kevin Zeitler?
I hope he's back.
I hope he is as well.
He's probably a second or third wave of free agency guy. Yeah.
Is there other guys in the second or third wave of free agency, whether it's offensive line, defensive line, secondary, maybe a third receiver?
You're right. There's a lot of moving pieces here. Ticket Texture points out, what big splash is there even to make at this point? Holmes tried his best to get Miles out of Cleveland, Max out of Vegas. Free agency and trades aren't claw machines, cookies. What's the move that you or the contract that you would want to give out? I think Khalil Mack was the obvious one. He didn't hit true free agency, so I guess we can give Brad a bit of a pass there, but you could back channel it and go, we're willing to pay more for a 1-year deal. It doesn't compromise any of the long-term extensions. It gets them a durable, productive, veteran chase a title piece, and he was available on a 1-year deal.
He was available to the Chargers on a 1-year deal. To leave Chargers, he might have needed a 2 or a 3, or it might have been more money. Like, you get to a certain point in your career, and I don't know his family situation, I don't know his living situation, or anything, of the auxiliary data.
I'll give you another one then.
But he may have just simply wanted to stay in L.A.
One of his teammates, not as durable, but has shown flashes, Joey Bosa, did leave L.A. for a 1-year deal. He signed in Buffalo, a team that came into Detroit and kicked our ass, and they had a pass rusher. Can we question that? And
the replacement for Von Miller.
Yeah.
Who's
our replacement for Zadarius Smith? And I know it can't be Marcus Davenport.
No, I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, so
Bosa could be Zadarius Smith.
Oh, okay, I'd be okay with.
So you're saying it's okay to let it play out? Is that what I heard you just say?
Tried to catch myself.
I'm okay with that.
It kind of feels like the bare minimum to retain Zadarius. That would just be keeping what they did last year, right? I'd be okay with that. I want more.
Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
If the Lions traded for Trey Hendrickson today and re-signed him to a 2 to 3 year extension, $60 to $90 million.
Okay.
Are they a Super Bowl favorite?
Yes.
If they don't, are they the Super Bowl favorite?
The favorite? No. I think they're in a tier of teams that can win it.
Now is the time.
Okay, but you're also you have to take into account. Okay, You're throwing out numbers. What do those numbers mean? 2 years, $60 million. You think he's only going to make $30 million a year?
Okay, maybe it's a little bit more. Let's not get in the weeds on that. He's going to make 50?
No, but I think if there's a big difference between 30 and 38.
Can you afford it?
I don't know that they necessarily can.
Because you got to have these other guys on your team? Like, I just don't get why you don't go for it. Like, and then you retool on the fly. If it doesn't work, figure that out later. You can't create a guarantee here. I agree with you on that.
Right, yeah. There's no guarantee. Even if you do it, there's no guarantee you win a Super Bowl.
A very straight-up question. Are they the favorite if they make the trade? I got yeses. I got no's if they don't.
Not the favorite, but they could still win it.
Because my belief is if they did that they would be the favorite, and as long as you didn't get ravaged like last year, that ultimately this would come down to the players deciding if they win the Super Bowl. Brad Holmes' job is to put them in the best position without recklessly jeopardizing their future.
And I think that there are some who would say Hendrickson is reckless. There's the debate.
That's crazy.
I know, Tom, I know. The couple ticket texts on opposite sides, and this just continues to push the conversation. One texter says they won 15 games with half our players on IR. We'll be fine without any of this stuff. And the other one says the lesson to be learned from the Niners is the window is short. If there's a move that you can make to go over the top, do it, because that window will close before you realize it. That's from Christopher in Fenton. It's 97-1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's call it what it is. I know some of you loathe going to the dentist. What if I have a cavity? That was me. I just went and got a cavity filled at Brightside Dental, and it doesn't have to be painful. It doesn't have to be stressful. At Brightside Dental, I went to the Southfield office. Dr. Adam made it easy. Slight little pinch while they numb you, and then you're cruising. They communicate every step of the way. And if you don't have perfect teeth, I don't, they're not going to judge you. Ask about them. They got $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations. There's one near you. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Mark Champion on the call. Pistons with another win. That's what you do. You play a bad team and you pummel them.
Yes. It's what you're supposed to do. It's what they should do again on Thursday night, leading into the big matchup Saturday.
OKC in town.
I can't wait to watch that game.
Yeah. Good measuring stick.
Mm-hmm.
They got them twice before the season's over. Jalen Duren and Cade Cunningham have this connection going right now with these alley-oops, and there's almost like a little fun Showtime, Lob City, whatever you want to say, element to the Pistons. But it's not like they're all flash. Like, it starts, they're able to run. It starts because these guys are playing defense. And Jalen Duren, I think that's the big thing from about turn of the year, early January to now, he's really blossomed. We talk about Beasley. We talk about Thompson. Of course, we've talked about Cade. We talk about a team that's doing all the right things right now.
They're playing with energy, which is something that they have to do. Mm-hmm. If they don't play with energy and they don't use their youth to their advantage, they're not in a lot of these games, or at least they don't win a lot of these games. They're using their strong suit, and that is to be the ability to go out, harass other teams, and play at an energy that Boston didn't play with when they came to Detroit.
Correct. Oh, they were ambushed by the Pistons that night. And that was a big aha moment for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. People are starting to pay attention, including our own TJ Lang. Do you see what he sent out last night?
Yeah.
TJ's not a basketball guy.
Nope.
He's a football guy. We know he likes the Red Wings. You'll see him at games or tweeting about the hockey team. TJ last night sends out this. The Pistons are pulling me back into watching hoops. I love the way they play, old school mentality. They get under their opponent's skin. It's so good to see toughness coming back.
Yeah, and then they're able to capitalize offensively with guys like Beasley, Cunningham. We've even seen Thompson get in the action, Tobias Harris. But it is really about the energy, the defense that they're playing with, setting up themselves on the offensive end.
And then it bleeds over. Then you get to have fun. Like Beasley hits the three at the end of the third, and he hits it with the shimmy, and just a good time.
And they're finally playing. I think part of it is not just they're playing the style that Detroit fans like to watch, but they're also playing modern-day basketball.
Yeah, there's spacing. There's still it's not like they ignore the three-point shot.
Shooting. They shot 42%, 16 of 38 last night. Like, you go back to the Troy Weaver days, and they weren't playing modern-day basketball because they didn't have the roster set up. Cade couldn't get his shot. You didn't have a Beasley.
You know, Jalen Duren, too, is becoming the type of big you want in this league right now. Like, I think they found their guy that, okay, fill out the rest of the team. He's a starter for sure going forward. We're going to keep him and re-sign him. I have zero problem with extending him. Do you?
No, I think it's going to be telling to see him in a playoff series when bigs who can't shoot tend to get picked on. And I want to see how he handles defending 5 outs and flying around. And because he had some issues with that early in the season. I'm hoping that he's put that behind him and he actually has a hell of a playoff series.
But the way
to where he gives no doubt in that you want to extend him.
The way he's growing, though, I would expect that eventually.
Yes.
And it might not happen in this playoff series. Okay, when they get in, you got to get there, and you got to. He's still very, very young player. What's he, 21?
Yeah, sounds right. Sure.
I mean,
it's unbelievable.
It's just, and Beasley's like the perfect sixth man. Like if people aren't watching this team, you're missing like true growth.
So you've got TJ Lang, who is now watching. You got one big guy who clearly isn't watching, Shaq. We've got some audio to play at 9:02. It's clear, Shaq, the big platform, TNT. he's not paying attention. We'll get to the disrespect. We'll get to it at 9:02. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a man went from winning big at the Motor City Casino to being robbed in a matter of seconds. On Sunday night, the casino started out well. The trip to the casino was going really good for this victim. He's not sharing his name. And he decided to quit while he was up, and he went to go watch the Pistons. He said that even though it was kind of late, there was still plenty of people at the casino, and he started talking with this random guy, and they both got up and started to walk off. And that's when he saw a car pull up. Another guy got out and began walking up to them. That's when he says he was ambushed and jumped by a total of 4 guys, including the guy he had struck up a conversation with. The victim says that security was right there, but security did nothing. The guy says he lost roughly $2,000 in cash, his car keys, and credit cards, and he was injured. He was taken to the hospital eventually when police arrived with injuries to his head, neck, and back. 4 people have been arrested. 2 weapons were recovered as well. Now, the victim says he wants to speak out, let people know this is what happened to me. He says he's also filed a complaint with the casino, and so far there's no word on whether they have recovered his stolen money or not.
Don't talk Pistons with strangers.
Listen to this. West Virginia coach Rich Rodriguez wants his players to show up on time, to work really hard, play their best, and he's also banning his players from dancing on TikTok. He says, I'm not banning the app. TikTok is fine, but just no dancing. He did go on to say later in life, basically said if 20 years from now, if you want to, I think he said, be in your parents' basement in your pajamas, dancing on TikTok, good for you.
Can you dance to Josh Groban?
You raise
We need the tape.
Yes. Funny that he would try to set the toughness standard at West Virginia.
Former Georgia football legend and ex-ESPN analyst David Pollack revealed that his wife, Lindsay, is battling brain cancer. He got on social media and shared the personal news with everyone and revealed that his wife is undergoing surgery at Duke today. Of course, following the news, a number of his friends, his colleagues, offered their thoughts and prayers to his wife, Lindsay, and hopefully
it's such a sad story.
Positive outcome.
Yeah, thoughts and prayers to him, to his wife, obviously, their family, their support group. He is such a good dude. And I mean, whether or not you liked listening to him on College Game Day, he's a great dude. They're a great family, and I just wish all the best for him and his wife.
Yeah, thinking about them because that takes a toll, and he needs support. So I hope that he gets that.
Without a doubt. You guys have probably now heard about that University of Pittsburgh student who mysteriously vanished while she was on spring break in the Dominican Republic. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it and what's kind of unfolding. So this 20-year-old was first reported missing last Thursday in Punta Cana. She was last seen around 4:50 a.m. on the beach at a really nice resort, the Rio Republica Resort, but she hasn't been heard from since. She was there with a group of girlfriends. They went to, the beach around 4 a.m. They'd been out at a nightclub earlier in the evening. I guess this was the morning, but the night before. There was a huge, power outage at this hotel as well. So there's a lot going on, and a lot of people kind of congregated outside at this beach. The other girls decided to go back to their room, and they were spotted on security footage going back to their rooms. The missing girl stayed behind with a man at the beach, and this man, this 24-year-old from Iowa, is now called a person of interest. He is being interviewed by police. I read one article where his story of the night had changed about 3 times. Nothing crazy changes, but definitely one story was that they were by the water, had went swimming. He came back out. He puked and then passed out on a chair. The other one was that he made sure she was okay. she said she was fine. The other one was she was walking on the beach. So all of them left her in different spots, whether she was still swimming, she was in knee-deep water, or she was up on the beach. So it's definitely changed. So far, the Dominican Republic police say they're forming a new high-level commission to oversee the case. Her parents have already flown down to the Dominican Republic, and they want things investigated further. They say if she drowned, 4 days or more have went by, a body should have been recovered. You need to start looking at other things. Maybe it wasn't a drowning. Maybe it was a kidnapping. Maybe it was something more nefarious. So they're really pushing for a bigger investigation.
As they should.
I hope they get it.
It's so scary.
It's, what's crazy is that, you start relating it to yourself. Like I went on spring breaks in college, and thank God nothing ever happened to me because I did some stupid things. Like walking by myself on a beach back to my hotel because I stayed at a different hotel than my friends. I've also been to Punta Cana. I've been there, so I know this resort. So you start thinking about that as well, and
it's not no victim blaming, but it's just a lesson like travel in numbers. There's strength in numbers.
Never leave a friend behind.
Yeah. Yes.
Never leave a friend behind. Not that it's girl. It's
not
her friend's fault.
But if you take anything from it, I mean, it's strength in numbers. Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, my war with the construction part 2. It's not just impacting me. My wife is complaining about it now too. Woke up at 6 a.m. yesterday, banging on the construction. We'll get to it next. It's 97.1.
We all know the grass is going to start greening up. We've had wonderful weather the last 3 or 4 days, and it's going to continue to be that way the rest of the week. Your grass is going to start getting green. Everything is going to get growing. It's not just the grass. It's also the weeds. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is the company you need to call at 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or you can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. They're the company that's going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to assign your house, your lawn, its own specialist who's going to custom tailor a solution specifically for you and your home. Locally owned company for over 35 years. And they're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Despite the fact that we know snow and cold is probably coming back, you need to take care of it. I mentioned the weeds, crabgrass, something none of us want. Can't get rid of it once you see it. You've got to have that first application. It is the most important for crabgrass control. Do it now. Get green, stay green. Save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. You can purchase a full lawn program, get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
All right, we've complained about some of the construction projects happening all across Metro Detroit, and by we, I mean mostly me.
The one that affects you the most.
Yeah, the 696 stuff impacts me. Then you throw the mile roads on top of it. I know I'm not the only one, and I know that's not the only construction, right?
Yeah.
Heather, you had more in your news today.
14 and 96 out of the Zilwaukee Bridge.
Zilwaukee Bridge.
Well, so yesterday during the show, I got a text from Kelsey, and she's never up as early as this text. This is like 6:45 in the morning. I'm like, what is she texting? Everything all right? She said that she was woke up by the 696 construction. She checked her Ring app, and a bunch of people in the area, too, all had the same reaction. What's going on at 6:45 in the morning?
Oh, with the Ring app, did she see people walking out of their house in their pajamas going, what is that?
Looking around
Yeah.
confused.
So people like write comments like, what was that? Someone described it as a marching band. Like just loud noises before 7 a.m. And I know we have ordinances. You can't go mow your lawn that early, right? So why are we starting construction before 7 a.m.? And you know what? The other thing that gets me, John, now I really start get going on this. They weren't doing any of it during broad daylight. No issues banging away on the concrete at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 2, 4, 6.
Well, there's a lot more noise. It gets drowned out around noon, 2 o'clock. So I want to ask this question along with it. We'll get to the construction in a minute. You said you can't mow your lawn at
You shouldn't.
6 in the morning.
I don't think, is there an actual ordinance or it's just common
Courtesy?
decency? Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I asked you guys about shoveling my driveway before I left, and you said, oh, yeah, go ahead, shovel it all you want. It's not a quiet thing. I'll
It's
be
quieter
scraping
than
the pavement.
a lawnmower, though.
Not the
Well, not your
not the,
electric mower.
electric mower that I have, yeah. The battery-powered.
Corded.
Yes.
But there is
no, it's not
comment.
corded.
Oh, God.
No. There's only one of us that would use any type of lawn maintenance that would have a cord on it.
Have not done it. So a question would be like the neighborhood ethics here, like common decency. Like there's a certain time you shouldn't be out making a ruckus, right?
Yes.
What time is that?
In a neighborhood.
In a
I
neighborhood.
mean,
What time is it?
a road commission, I think, is a little different.
Sure, because
They've gotta get it done at some-
They can do whatever they want.
Well, you got to get it done at some point. Just do it. Get it
Right.
done. Let's go.
Yeah. Any chance if they can if they can work 24 hours a day and trim that 2 years down to 18 months, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm
Exactly.
willing to-
That's
yeah.
what you didn't think out here.
Yeah.
You want it to last 3 years?
I thought it was 2 working during normal business hours.
9 to 5. Like
Yes.
this has been
and
this
taking
went on
winters
out
off.
here. Remember, like when they did 696 by us out to 275.
Yeah.
They started. I would see them at 4:45. Right,
Oh,
John?
yeah. They
Driving
were
in.
working 24 hours a day. There were different shifts. They would come in.
They did it on 275. And the big one, where this got a lot of complaints about 10 years ago, roughly, 96 did their reconstruction in the Livonia area.
Yeah.
And this was a big deal in the news that people were complaining about the banging. Well, you decided.
It depends how loud the banging is.
You decided to live there. Like
this is one of those deals, right?
Guess what,
when
Jim?
we bought the house, we knew.
I live near some train tracks, and the trains get loud at times.
Yeah.
I chose to live there. Why don't they go 9 to 5?
I would challenge you that a train going by is the same as the sound of the heavy drilling in concrete.
This
repeatedly.
affects you. That's why you're mad.
Right,
It
yeah.
doesn't even affect me. I'm out of the house before
The
they're
train
doing
going
this.
by, again, it's all a matter of location. The train going by could be much more disruptive than, breaking up concrete.
Just answer the question, fair or foul, that we're out here doing this at 6 in the morning.
I think it's fair.
You think it's fair?
Yeah.
I
get
think
it
it's
done.
fair, too.
Get it in. Get it done.
I think it's fair.
I'm alone on this. Greg, you think it's fair?
Well, you're not alone. Your wife is with you.
I think where Greg's going.
Greg?
Do you guys know the Hargrave rule? I've said this previous times. I don't know if Jim's aware of this. John, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Daylight is the cutoff.
Sure.
Daylight.
Okay.
Daylight's burning. Do your work. And I think this is definitely more of a like mow your lawn, take care of your house kind of thing. Like
So
yeah,
sunset
it's
is
daylight.
7:30 right now is sunset. So not
Right.
6:30 or 6:45. Common decency for people getting up.
Sunrise?
Yeah,
You said
You said
sunset.
Oh, sorry.
sunset.
Maybe I should Google the right thing next time. Sunset is at 7:30. Sunrise is
About 7.
7:50.
7:50.
And
All
that's
right.
just because of the time change recently.
right,
It had
yeah.
it was light, starting to get light at 6:45 last week. And it will again.
Yeah.
Yes, it will. Yes, and shooting hours are a little bit before that twilight, so you could start a half hour before actual sunrise.
And by doing this, they could get it done even earlier than they're telling you.
But it's not going to get done any earlier.
No, they like 275. I know got done earlier than they anticipated.
Boom.
Look, I know I'm not the sympathetic figure. What about cat? What about
Mic drop?
Just walk away. I'm not a sympathetic figure. End of show. See you guys later. What about pets and children? Can I sympathize with you on pets and children who are going to get woke up because of this? We're going to be going crazy because of this. And this is not during a normal time. This is before the sun's up.
Maybe you need a noise machine.
Yeah, do you sleep with one?
I have. Yeah, I don't.
You
Well, you should get Kelsey one.
Do you?
Not actively, no.
I do.
Okay. I hate any noise.
Yes.
And I can sleep through just about anything. Lisa likes to have a fan going. In Teddy's room, you mentioned the kids. We do have a sound machine in there so that if there's a truck going by, if construction were to start on somebody's house before he wakes up, hopefully it drowns it out a little bit so that he's not woken up by it. I think maybe you should try something like that so that you don't slow things down for the rest of us.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. If it was happening to me and I was repeatedly woken up at 6 o'clock and I didn't have to wake up till 9, I'd be frustrated by it, but I think it's okay. If I had an infant that was still not sleeping and being woken up, it would frustrate me, but I think it's okay for them to be doing it.
So most people will work like a 9 to 5 or you got kids, so you're probably getting up in the 7 a.m. hour, right, to get started. Most people, I would think. That's right around when the sun's coming up. That's right around when construction could logically begin. For them to be jumping the gun feels foul.
I think it's only you.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We can move on. We got Shaq at 902. Alone on my island.
So no work on weekends either is what you're saying. Because you don't want it to disrupt the cost of lifestyle. I mean, if you take a nap in the middle of the afternoon, are they supposed to stop as well?
No,
Would you just please let the state know when you're going to be awake?
No, don't
so
do
that
this.
Can,
don't do this and make it out
You're doing
like,
it to yourself.
I'm saying I'm trying to appeal to everybody who's got to get up, and that's early for most people. Most people are not awake. I'm actually not affected at all by it, but most people are asleep at 6 a.m. and 6:30 and 6:45 and before 7 a.m., yet they're out there.
Was she grumpy when you got home?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. 248-5. This is how it affects
where it goes,
me.
Yep.
Let's get to Brian in Ann Arbor. Brian Farrafall, you got thoughts here on 97.1.
Look, it's fair. So I'm going to break this into two categories. People that are working like construction-type jobs, stuff like that, they're doing that as their profession. That's during the weekday. When I was in college, I worked on a carpentry crew, and like our workday started at 6 a.m. By 6:30, saws and nail guns were going. Granted, this is summer and it gets hot, but like you got work that you got to get done. Those are people doing their profession. They're fixing stuff. They're building stuff. Their workday is going. That's just how it is and how it always will be. As far as like doing stuff around your house, mowing your lawn. Like I think Saturdays, stuff like that, like between 7:30 and 8, I think is okay.
Okay.
My thing is this, I live in a little bit of a congested city. If ambient sounds and stuff like that are a huge problem for people, there's places you can live where there's not going to be people around you. You know what I mean? You can move to a more rural area.
Tom's standing up over
some
here.
of your population areas.
This is why we're in Tecumseh, Jim. See, I can do what I want. I can have fences.
You can't have it both ways. You can't live in a neighborhood around people and shopping
and complain
centers
about
and
it. I know.
Close drives to grocery stores and then complain about life noise, basically.
No, I know how I'm being painted right now. I know how this sounds right now.
Well, you're accurate. I mean, at least you can hear yourself.
But I think most people acknowledge they don't want their neighbor doing construction next door.
Right.
They don't want someone mowing the lawn before the sun's up. So all I'm doing is saying, shouldn't the same courtesy be applied in this case?
So it's a little bit different, I think, when you're talking about road construction versus home construction versus mowing the lawn. The company that built our house, Builder Joe, just text me. All communities have ordinances about when you can start construction. And I do think that in a community, if it's home repair or if it's a new roof, it's a deck, it's building a home, I think there are certainly going to be, working hours, and they'll probably vary by community. This is one where
they don't have to ask permission, right?
Oh, I don't think they have to ask permission, but I also think that in the interest of the public of getting it done as quickly as possible. We've all seen some of these construction projects that will happen 24 hours a day. There are also construction projects where they will shut down a highway at night, make it 1 lane instead of 3, do that construction, and then by the time rush hour starts, they remove the barrels and open up all 3 lanes.
So, Jim, like if you moved into a new neighborhood and there's still houses being constructed, but yours was done, you're still living there, and you don't have your sod in, you know the look, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And when you expect to start hearing the hammering, the banging, the pounding?
I love Greg's rule, when the sun's up. So, I don't know, 7:30, 8 o'clock. I get
How
it. That's a
about
little early for some, but you understand not everything's going to revolve around you, and you got to make compromises.
Yeah.
But to me, before 7 a.m. feels like foul.
But 5:30 and beyond, you could start actually doing some work. 6 o'clock, especially in the summer.
Yeah. So if the sun's up, that's when you're able to, as Tom put it, bang and pound.
And hammer.
So when does it have to end in the evening then?
That's a good question, too. I haven't put that much thought into it. I guess when the sun goes down.
5 o'clock?
Yeah, when the sun goes down. So in the summer, you have longer windows to work.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Cookie's neighborhood, he wants it. When he pulls in the EV.
No, you
Right,
guys
yeah,
have
yeah,
said
yeah,
none of
yeah.
this. I've said none of this.
Whoa, yes. Okay, I know we got to get to a break. We have some callers that we could get to.
All right, it's 97.1.
If you don't like being in pictures right now, and we know that summer is right around the corner, you're going to start wearing white again, bathing suits again, and you want to be able to, you just want to feel better about yourself. You want to be confident when you're taking some of these pictures. You got to get in touch with Ideal. You can do it at idealu.us. Picture yourself down 40 pounds in just 40 days. What would that look like in a picture? Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 50 pounds in 40 days. I'm down 70 pounds from when I started the program. If you book today, Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. Then they're going to show you what it would take and tell you what the program is like so that you can accomplish your goals. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. It's different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. Heck, you might even want to be in the front. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis, a $150 value, absolutely free.
I feel like I got ambushed by the show today. They're like, yeah, put this in the prep. Bring this up. This is a valid concern. Fair or foul? The 696 construction, they're out there pounding and banging. Stop, John. Before 7 a.m. And I got a text from my wife. Stop, John. I know the way your mind works. Yeah. Thank you, Justin. And I was a little caught off guard because I think we all would agree, and so I thought, we all would agree, like, oh, I don't want my neighbor out there working on their lawn or their house before the sun comes up. At a reasonable hour, I understand. We all don't get to sleep in till 9 or 10. But at 6:30, 6:45 in the morning before the sun's out, for there to be effectively a marching band practice going on, loud banging and clanging, I figured, no, most people would be on my side here. No, I'm getting absolutely clowned on by Ticket Text and John and Heather and Tom.
We'll just let them do the rest. Please proceed.
Let the construction go 24/7. They'll finish faster. You put up with it so the construction gets done sooner. That's Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Costa, they arrive early so they can get started as soon as the light allows. Stop your whining. Cookies, you sound like a real Karen. They have a job to do. Stop bitching. Larry in Royal Oak. Ticket Texter says, Jim is definitely being a little bitch. Complains about the roads being fixed. Come on, Jim. So Costa thinks they shouldn't start until 8? That's going to extend the project for an additional year. Doug in Ann Arbor, you're making your own problems, Jim. I work in the industry. The highway is owned by MDOT, not the city or municipality. There is, however, noise ordinances for heavy civilian construction. Oh, and one more. I agree people should not be awake until noon. Signed, Wojo on a cell. Look, we're going to get Pistons talk in the 9 o'clock hour. 9:02, Shaq is throwing shade. He's apparently the only guy who's not paying attention to what's going on with the Pistons.
A lot of people are waking up to the Pistons. This much like your wife woke up to construction. They just need to, maybe the Pistons just need to be a little louder.
A little more banging and pounding.
I mean,
on defense, aggressively, physically,
yes,
the way
the
old school defense was.
Yes.
Back in the day. Anyway.
You're just waking up to what we've all dealt with in some way, especially me and John the last 3 to 4 years in terms of the construction. And now that it's affecting you, it's annoying. You didn't care about us.
We didn't bring this up as a topic, did we?
No.
Oh. No.
Yeah, I mean,
You could have.
No one likes orange barrel season other than those that are working. And I mean, there's probably some aspects of it that they don't like. But it is a necessary evil, and I want it to be done as quickly, as efficiently as possible.
I remember when people started complaining of this, and you're from Livonia, right?
So he says.
So there was nothing...
I've
you weren't in
experienced
college
construction
yet,
before,
or
yes.
you were in sort of like...
What year were you talking about?
We're talking like 12, 13 roughly, maybe.
I would have been in college.
Okay,
yeah.
So you were home some, and this was going on in 96 and in the summer. I remember people complaining about it all the time, and that's why Livonia got the reputation that it got, for don't mess around. And people shut up real quick.
That's what they say.
Mm-hmm. That's what it said. Yeah, it is what they say.
Ominous when he says it like that.
Can't mess around in Royal Oak.
Apparently you can.
Uh-huh. Yeah, what you can. It's just, don't do it around Jim Costa's residence because he'll take it to the airwaves.
I really thought there was going to be like a mixed response. Like, some would agree, some would disagree. It's 95%. Just deal with it.
I think most people will say deal with it or find a way to deal with it. Get yourself a noise machine.
Yeah, that was your best advice. That's when you were actually trying to help.
Now, real quick, what is the best sound on the noise machine? I have a very strong opinion about this.
So
odd that you'd have a strong opinion on this. This will be good.
The ocean.
Oh, see, and good for you. Not my favorite. I like just like the white noise. Like it's kind of like a mixture of like static, a fan.
That's the backup.
I like the white noise. The ocean, I don't know. I don't like it.
So Connor, when he was little and he was that's when we first got a sound machine. He actually called the machine the ocean. Not the sound machine.
So the issue with the ocean is you have the crashing waves. So there's variance in how loud it is and how soft it is because when the wave is dying off, there's a little bit of a period where it's not very loud.
It does.
So for the kids, I hate sound machines. I would prefer not to sleep with them. I can, and because Lisa likes the the fan, which I despise.
We
I
have the
like
fan.
it. Yeah. But when Teddy is in our room and there's a noise machine going on, it's the rain. It's like the rain on a tin roof.
I like a little bit of the rain too. That's
Yeah.
nice.
See, I didn't really care for the rain. It didn't work for me very well.
Yeah.
But how about the ocean coming through the baby monitor? So they're in their room and the sound machine's in there, and then the sound comes through the baby monitor. I found that so relaxing.
I know
really?
exactly what you're talking about because I use my phone as a monitor, and that's kind of now my white noise is her or his sound machine plus like the house white noise coming through my phone.
Yes.
It is good.
Have you tried
It's
orange
good.
noise?
The colored noise, brown noise, orange noise, yellow noise. I don't like it.
Careful with the brown noise.
Yes, I go to sleep with fart noises. That's literally one I could not go to sleep to because I would just be laughing all night long.
So what do you guys have on the catio for the cat?
What do you mean?
For sound, put it to sleep. That's the only way you can relate, right? I'm sorry. It's pile on Jim half hour.
Look, I know what happened when I signed up for the shift here. What I would tell you, though, is you should try orange noise, John. I know you made a face with the colored noise.
I just don't. What is orange noise?
It's just a variation of like the white noise. Green noise is actually pretty good.
Is it Trump shouting?
Like, isn't it all just kind of noise? That's kind of like
How does a noise get a color?
I don't know how, but there are different noises labeled by
different
colors. Yeah, it's got to be.
Does
the
it
you can
vary
hear it.
by
You can hear
app
the color.
or?
What was your question?
The subliminal orange.
What's the difference? Is my question.
Yeah.
I'll take a listen.
Yeah, please
I'll
take
try
a
it
listen.
tonight and let you
okay.
know.
Well, thank you.
The noise.
Yes.
Yeah.
John,
Thank
yes.
you for clarifying.
I'm just so we're all on the same page.
You gotta be careful with you. It's 97.1. Orange noise is noise that doesn't rhyme with anything. Signed Rob on the ticket text. I did play a little bit for
on
you.
Twitch. It says orange noise is the construction.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
the barrels. Yeah, so we've got that. We also want to talk about the.
Oh, is this orange?
This is
It's a
orange
little thundery. I like it.
This is very deep.
This is
Pull during
orange?
the break.
Okay. Well, you did that quick.
Orange. Okay. Now, do you have
Do you have
red,
white
red
noise?
White
Brown noise? Green? Purple?
Not a
Blue.
miracle worker, Heather.
Okay.
Texter says that pink noise is specifically designed for sleep. I don't know if that's true, but that's what the ticket texters are saying.
I just don't understand how they put a color with the noise.
Science, John.
Oh.
I don't know. Does wonderful things.
Oh, so you're asking me to trust the science?
Hey, I thought we already talked politics earlier today. Let's talk Pistons. So they're a great story.
Funded by who?
Who's funding the color noises? We'll get to the bottom of it.
WHO. Move on to sports.
All right, John. We have some Shaq audio. I don't know how you would describe the noises coming from his mouth, but it sounds like disrespect. The Pistons have been a great story. Greg, I'll help you. A couple different clips here. Shaq clearly doesn't watch the Pistons, even by his own admission. They're a great story. They're playing well. Right now, they're making a case for the 4 seed, which would be home court in the NBA playoffs. That'd be awesome. Game 1 and 2, 5 and 7 if necessary. Would be awesome. Shaq doesn't even know who the coach is.
Chauncey?
He just wanted to roll with it, too. Yeah, Chauncey's doing a great job coaching this Pistons team. 04 still on your mind, Shaq? But this isn't the first time that Shaq has shown just willful ignorance to what's going on with our basketball team. This was about a month ago on a podcast where he was dogging the Pistons even then. It's from the big podcast. Shaq gives us no love.
Well, so in his defense, or just in terms of NBA fans around the country, until recently, why would anyone be paying attention to the Detroit Pistons?
Understood.
I do think the win against Boston should have been that wake-up moment. I mentioned I left here and I instantly wanted to go put on some of the sports talking heads because I wanted to see from around the country, were they talking about the Detroit Pistons? And some were, some weren't. And I wanted to know, was it a loss? Was it the reason that they won that game? Was it more Boston lost it or Detroit won it? I think the Pistons are waking people up to what is going on in Detroit. Cade Cunningham is a name that I think a lot of people thought, okay, yeah, well, where did he end up? Detroit. Right now, he is making them recognize his game. Shaq talked about that. He plays at his own pace. Got to respect anybody that can play and score on a regular basis at their own pace. But in terms of the Detroit Pistons, I think people around the country are still waking up to what the Pistons are doing.
The Shaq stuff, I think, probably happens at the national level more than people realize, where they can't watch every game, so they end up kind of talking out of their backside. And Shaq got exposed twice effectively in a month here. It's one thing to say, I'm not watching the Pistons, but to not even be paying attention enough to know who their head coach is. JB Bickerstaff has had one of the great turnarounds in NBA history. They are likely to triple their win total from the year before. You know what I mean? To not even know who the coach is, to say openly, I don't watch this team, to call what they do boring. That's the other thing he said in there. Let's not slip that. Boring? There's nothing boring about the way the Pistons are playing. If you think the NBA product is boring, fine, but it's not happening here in Detroit.
No, but he's also talking in generalities. You listen to him and Charles
Chuck,
and all those guys talk. They are talking about the fact that the NBA is a boring watch. It is much different from when they played the game. I think a lot of people will agree it is a boring watch. The Pistons play a different style right now because it's what it takes for Detroit to win. Now, they may eventually get to the boring rest of the NBA, but they can't win that way right now.
I'm not so sure like Shaq is like that bored with the current NBA more so than he's just lazy and not watching.
Yeah.
Like seriously. And I do think it's hard for these guys to have a pulse on everything. But this is probably one of the top 3 stories in the NBA this season. And I'm not
It's becoming that.
I think it is.
It is now, but it's also now highlighted for us because we're here in Detroit. We've been through the misery for those around and we had this caller earlier talking about, have you not watched the Pistons or are you watching the Pistons? And he mentioned it being on FanDuel Sports. He used Bally's, but it's FanDuel Sports now. In large part because it's all regional networks that cover these teams and these games. I'm not watching what's going on in California, mainly because it's on at 10:30 at night, but the middle of the country. I'm not watching OKC. I'm not watching some of these other teams because they're not available for me to watch.
But they are for Shaq.
But we should know the story because if you were to take 3 storylines in this NBA season, and I think the Pistons you could argue are one. I'm not trying to poo-poo them at all.
Yeah.
But I have the respect and at least knowledge from afar of what OKC is doing this year, and that SGA is the MVP of the league. People want to poo-poo SGA for being boring. Why? Because it's not the typical Lakers, Celtics, 76ers storylines. They don't like to open up to new franchises because the other story of the top 3 is the Cavs. Mm-hmm. Last night, they just finished winning 15 in a row for the second time this year, 2 15-game win streaks. These are positive stories, by the way.
Yeah.
And people don't like positive sometimes.
Well,
but I will say, too, they made a trade for a star.
Yep.
And the dividends are paying off. When you say you're in a league, you can't trade for stars all the time. Or if you do, they're washed up.
Or you think about Cleveland gets lumped in, right? These places people don't want to play. No one wants to play for the Pistons. No one wants to play for Cleveland. They pull off a trade. They're one of the best teams in basketball, maybe the best team in basketball. 15-game win streak.
You know about these things. Can I break down who's the seventh man on the Cavs? No, we're not going to do that here.
No.
But I do. He needs to be. Like, it's embarrassing that these guys are on a national platform.
It's embarrassing. It's also insulting, okay? The Pistons are a playoff team. We just got done saying they may have home court in the Eastern Conference playoffs for at least that opening round. And Shaq couldn't tell you who their coach is. He thinks they play a boring style of basketball. Way to just tell everybody you're not paying attention.
Yeah, you're not watching this team at all. But again, for his job,
he should
know. But for everybody else that's not going to sit around and watch every team play, I think there's a lot of people that have put Detroit so far in the back of their mind that if they looked at the standings even and said, wait a second, Detroit is in the 6th spot, they would be shocked.
248-539-9797. I just, as much as we have talked about seeing this on the floor and buying into it, and it's slow, right? Like TJ Lang last night with whoa, hey, what's going on with our basketball team?
Yeah.
This is kind of fun. As much as that's happening, there's still plenty of the people who aren't even acknowledging what the Pistons are doing. And it is one of the great stories in the NBA this season. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers that knows what it's like on the other side. They know the ins and outs, not a tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
20-plus point lead for Detroit. Take care of business against the Wizards. Mark Champion on the call. Look, the Pistons have been one of the great stories in the NBA this year. 14 wins a year ago. They're more than double their win total. They may triple their win total from last season. And anybody calling them boring, which we played audio, Shaq calls them boring. He also didn't even know who the coach was. The Pistons being disrespected, I don't get it. Texture points out they're not boring. Second in the league in fast break. Number one in dunks. They almost get into a fight every single night. They're a tenacious group, and they're a winning group.
Well, and they do. I mean, Shaq brought up Isaiah Stewart. He does play with a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
This team needs to play with a chip on their shoulder, and rightfully so. But here locally in Detroit, TJ is a great example of last night tweeting out, look at what's going on.
Pay attention.
I'm back into the basketball life because of what the Pistons are doing. They are a fun watch. They can shoot the three, 42% last night. They can be physical. They can play defense. That defense sets up the run and gun, the fast break, the alley-oops, all of the things that we love to see. People love watching dunks, especially when it's your team that is performing them. They love the acrobats. Watching three-pointers, yes, it's boring. And they're not a boring team. They can do both.
Well, that's a lot of people who complain about the NBA product. They'll say it's a lot of just chucking up threes. The Pistons will do it because you have to, but they'll also throw a no-look alley-oop dunk, or Jalen Dern will catch it with one hand and throw it down over a defender. And it all starts on the defensive end, which is where this city has always prioritized basketball. Our most successful teams have been great defensive teams. Texter says it's vintage Pistons. They're going to force the talking heads to talk about them the next few years. They'll hate it, but they have no choice to embrace the underdog Pistons if they keep winning. Greg, you had a stat. We asked earlier in the show how significant this turnaround is. Like, what are the biggest 1 year to the next win total flips in NBA history?
So the Pistons right now are at plus 23. They're at 37-29, won only 14 games last year.
Yeah.
Greatest turnarounds from 1 year to the next in NBA history. They'll all have a common theme here. 2008 Boston Celtics, plus 42 wins. Added KG and Ray Allen.
Yeah.
98 San Antonio Spurs, plus 36. Drafted Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
90 San Antonio Spurs, plus 35 wins. They had drafted Robinson earlier. He had military service in the Navy. This was his first year. They had a Hall of Famer. They win 35 more games than the previous year. 2005 Phoenix Suns. Added Steve Nash.
Hall of Famer, yeah.
It wins 2 MVPs in Phoenix. 1980 Boston Celtics, plus 32 wins. Drafted Larry Bird the year before he comes out of college, and now this is his rookie year. So you're talking about adding Hall of Famers. I'll give you one more I didn't mention before. 6th on this list, the 1970 Milwaukee Bucks.
Kareem.
Plus 29, they drafted Kareem.
So, okay, one of two things are true here. Either the Pistons have a bona fide Hall of Famer in Cade Cunningham. That's awesome. And if he's not, this is even more remarkable what JB Bickerstaff has been able to do from 1 year to the next. It's a great story, and they deserve a ton of love.
So you said the 70 Bucks were plus 29?
Yeah.
And that was top 6?
Yeah.
Pistons can get into that top 5.
Absolutely. Because I think they're going to win, 45-ish games. That'd be significant, right? That'd be 31 win improvement, give or take a game here or there.
So that would put them in the top 5.
Yeah, I'll put him 6.
Put him 6. All right.
But with a couple more, then you're right there. I mean, this is one of the great turnarounds in NBA history.
The first team that I can find on this list that didn't have a major addition that I see was the 08-09 Miami Heat. Now, look, they drafted Michael Beasley. I don't think that's the reason why they had the improvement. Now, Dwayne Wade did get hurt in 08, missed 30 games, so that is a factor.
It kind of lowered the,
28, though, that's pretty. That's the first one that I would say, okay, they didn't, add a Hall of Fame player.
Right.
It's significant. And a ticket texter says this. Can you guys believe in the summer we're going to be talking about how they're one move away from winning the East?
Right. Free agency opens up in the NBA. We're going to be talking about, okay, where do they spend the money that they've been able to save for the rainy day?
Yeah.
What are they going to do? We talked about Devin Booker. Are they going to make a trade? Is there somebody that's going to enter a rebuild? That is Phoenix that team?
I love the Booker idea, by the way.
Yeah.
I do too. I've talked about it.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to throw Ivy in. I know people get very, very defensive of our own. Ticket Texter says the problem is not that we don't want to watch them. The problem is that a lot of people have a hard time watching because they don't have access to FanDuel.
So if you don't have with Comcast or Xfinity, you still have to upgrade the package that you have. Maybe you have to have the ultimate package.
Yeah.
But if you've unplugged, now it's another app that you have to download onto your TV, and you have to flip from, if you're using YouTube TV or if you're using some of these other access points, now you've got to actually change the app. I understand it is a step, and we all love things that are easy. It's not easy. It's not that hard.
No, it's not, and it's one more, like 20
more
bucks.
step.
$20
Yeah.
isn't the end of the world, but when you tack it on the fact that, like, I don't have cable, so I have Hulu and Netflix and
Same
Peacock, and you start adding all of these up, and you go,
Yeah.
I get why someone might go, haven't been very good. I'm going to save the $20, right? Because over a year, it's a couple $100. I get that part of it. I do. But we saw it with the Tigers. People, hey, you win enough.
They'll come back.
You become a big enough priority. You'll jump through that hoop. You'll click around a couple extra buttons on the remote. You'll make a decision to watch them.
Right. And the difficult thing during the baseball season was there actually wasn't the ability to get, to watch it on some of the easier opportunities. So you had to pay for the app, but nobody wanted to do it until they were watching a winner. So it didn't happen until the end of the baseball season. It should be happening now for basketball fans. Wake up. This is fun. They're going to have some great moments. Do it before Saturday night. Come back to the party because it could be a lot of fun.
Right. You can order it direct through the FanDuel Sports Network. Amazon has now made it an add-on if you already have Prime. And how about the obligatory? You can listen to the games for free here. I mean, let's not lose sight of that here, too. You guys can follow and listen along to every game with Mark Champion.
I'm not saying, go get the app before Saturday night. I'm saying come back and be interested in the Pistons. Get on the bandwagon. Yeah. Get on the train because it is fun.
And I'd also throw out there, oftentimes cheaper than going to a Red Wing game. It's the other option. You can go out and see them in person. Just saying. All right, we'll talk a little Lions into the hour, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, the Gordie Howe International Bridge is on track to open to drivers this fall.
Oh.
So there you go. Some positive road news.
Pedestrians are supposed to be able to access the bridge too, right?
I think so. I think that's actually they're right now still working to complete a multi-use path. So that's probably that path. But officials do say the project is scheduled for construction to wrap up in September, with the bridge opening to traffic sometime later in the fall. Exact date, unsure yet. It said it kind of depends on how the construction season goes, but could be October, could be November. We'll see.
Whenever they announce
right
that official date, do you think people will get in line to be the first to cross the bridge?
Probably, because people do that.
Yeah.
Would you want to be?
I remember, no.
No.
I'm not because I'm scared or wouldn't trust it. I just wouldn't want to waste my time.
Why does it matter? Yeah, like to me.
Because it would be cool. Say you're the first
Would
to cross. I remember when the Zilwaukee Bridge opened up, and I remember some ratty old van had a sign on the front that said, "We are first," and they were the first ones across.
Cool.
All right. Yeah. I mean,
who cares?
They did.
I know for them, but like it doesn't get you anything.
No, it doesn't.
So no, I wouldn't do it because I don't think it's important.
Okay. I didn't ask you if you were going to do it. I said, do you think people will do it?
Jim did. Would you want to do it? No.
I asked what you want to do. What's the difference if I'm the 55th person to drive over the bridge?
You don't get the sticker for your car.
I can make the sticker saying I was the 55th person over the bridge.
You should.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes, thank you for the construction and finishing it.
That's exciting news.
Appreciated.
You guys, a 5-vehicle pileup on I-75 in Oakland County left one person dead, another injured. Right around noon on Tuesday, the crash happened on southbound I-75 near Sashabaw and M15. A charter bus was unable to stop. There was a road commission crew out blocking some traffic. That tour bus struck a pickup truck that was being driven by a 67-year-old man from Goodrich. Obviously, from there, a chain reaction occurred, and multiple vehicles were involved. The driver of that pickup died at the scene. Another person was injured. That freeway was closed for about 6 hours yesterday. I experienced part of that closure myself. I saw it going northbound, but man, you knew, I didn't know there was a death, but you knew that it wasn't going to be good based off of I saw it around 4 o'clock, the closure, and I knew doesn't sound good.
No.
So authorities have ramped up their efforts by air, sea, and land to track down that missing 20-year-old University of Pittsburgh student that went missing 6 days ago in the Dominican Republic. This young woman was last seen early in the morning around 4:50 a.m. on a beach at a really popular, 5-star resort, the Rio Republica, and has not been heard from since. And there's surveillance video. You can see that she went there with a group of friends. She was traveling with a group of friends for spring break. The 2 guys were with them. They all go to the beach. Then the group of friends and one of the guys says, you know what, calling it a day, going back to bed. She stayed at the beach with one of the other guys she was with, a young man from Iowa. And there's surveillance video of him returning to his room around 9 a.m. She never returns. They did find her clothes or her beach cover up on one of the beach chairs. The man isn't in custody, kind of, I guess, calling him a person of interest. They've interviewed him several times. He's being held in the hotel for questioning. Yeah. And his story has changed somewhat each time they've asked him, but nothing crazy. It's not, the story says they were at the beach, went swimming. He started feeling sick, got out of the water, passed out on a chair. Some of the story is sometimes she was out of the water before I passed out. Others are no, she was still in the water. Yeah. But semi-consistent, his story. So he's being questioned. They're questioning everybody else. There was a power outage at the hotel. So a lot of people had
flooding out.
Yeah, and hanging out at the beach because that's what that's what they were doing. So I know her parents have flown down. It's just crazy because it's
awful.
At first when I heard the story, I was like, oh, well, maybe she wasn't at a resort, right? Had ventured out. It was more in downtown. And I've been to Dominican Republic. I've been to Punta Cana where she was, and we never left our resort. It's a very much a resort destination, I feel. And I know where she was staying. So it's very scary. Yeah. A very popular medical test could be contributing to America's chronic disease epidemic. Experts say the radiation doses that CT scans deliver often exceed what's necessary and could be leading to some cancers. So there's one doctor that says many patients still routinely receive radiation doses 2 or 3 times what they should. Some even more than that. And they said it's really inconsistent based off of where you get this scan done. Sometimes it could be the proper amount of radiation. Sometimes it could be 3 times as much. Sometimes it could be 15 times the amount of radiation you should be receiving. And there's some stats. Kids are at higher risk, but they also say people who had at least 1 CT scan before the age of 22 are at a significantly increased risk for developing blood cancers.
Huh.
And then repeated CT scans of the head during childhood have also been linked to slight increases in the risk of developing a brain tumor later in life due to radiation exposure.
It's unnerving.
Yes.
Have you ever had one?
One, I think.
I've had one as well.
They do the iodine and
I've had a number of CT scans. I'm just trying to remember when my first one would have been. Would I have been younger than 22? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
What's done is done. There's risk in everything, and you can't go back.
But there's also a lot of positives to CT scans,
say, the reason you get it done is to
we see the problem.
Something.
Yeah. Let's fix it.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1. That's what they've been doing. Mark Champion on the call. Pistons win again. Functionally, the 4 seed today, right? I mean, the same number of games back of the 1 seed as the 4 seed and the 5 seed. There's a pot of teams right now.
Yep.
Pistons, Bucks, and Pacers, who are all the same number of games back. Effectively all kind of the 4th seed right now.
Right. And so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier. I don't know if your thoughts have changed at all. If they stay in the 6th seed, right now they would host the Knicks. Or no, they would be playing the Knicks, but they wouldn't have home court advantage to start the series.
Correct.
If they end up at 4 or 5, if they end up at 4, they could be playing the Pacers. They could be playing the Bucks.
Yeah.
And those would be hosted.
Potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you want? Who do you want? How do you want it?
When do I want it?
Yeah.
We have 16
postseason. That's the answer to that one.
16 games to go. This is a real conversation to have. The Pistons are going to be a playoff team. And it really does kind of feel like who and where and whether you'll have home court or not. I want the Knicks. I want the Garden. I want Cade on that stage. I want a team I think they can beat in the opening round. They've taken 2 of 3 this season against the Knicks already. I think they got a better chance of winning that, even if it means I got to start game 1 and 2 on the road. It's a young team, bunch of underdogs. Maybe they steal one, and they wrestle home court going back anyway.
It's not like you're not going to play home games if you're the lower seed in the playoffs.
You're guaranteed 3 and 4, and if you need a 6th, fine.
Don't you think it's an advantage, though, for a young team to have home court?
I'd rather face the team that I think they have a better chance to beat. I know with Milwaukee and Indiana, they're 1 and 5 combined against the 2 this season.
Right, and I think we could both agree Milwaukee would be the tougher of all 3 of them.
Yeah, because Giannis dropped almost 60 on him earlier this season, and he's always given him problems.
Yeah, but so the key word there is earlier this season. Okay. They haven't played these teams since the end of January, and that was Indiana. They haven't played Milwaukee since December. Can we agree that this is a different Pistons team now? They're playing at a different level than they were even as recently as the end of January.
Right. And defense is the biggest thing. If you're going to defend, you're going to run, you're going to score. That's the playoff basketball. It's got to start on the defensive end. Everybody would acknowledge, as good as the Pistons have been this year, it's going to go up to another level when they get in a 7-game series. If they're playing defense, they can win a game or 2, steal a game or 2, win a series. I think they got a better chance to do it against the Knicks. That's how I would answer the question, because I want the best chance to win the first series, even if it means I have to delay LCA hosting the playoff game to game 3 and game 4.
And to your point, not that I want to give you anything else to back up saying home court advantage isn't going to be that big of a deal. At home, they're 18 and 14. On the road, they're 19 and 15.
Okay, so yeah.
So I mean, give or take a few percentage points again.
Not a huge deal.
And so, but I do think that they are a much different team now. And I would just rather have, you said you want the Garden. I want LCA. I want many LCA games as possible. Give me the first 2 at the LCA. I want to see this fan base. We're talking about waking up. Mm-hmm. I want to see it in full effect to start the playoffs.
Against the Pacers would be
the most
so
fun.
much fun, because these two teams hate each other. But in the scenario where I have to play Indiana or New York, I'm playing New York. But you guys can let us know.
So just in terms of, yes, the easiest of the 3. I think we could probably rank it. The easiest would be the Knicks.
Knicks 1.
The Pacers. The Bucks.
Yeah.
I mean, and basically because of what you said about Giannis.
You know what's odd, too, is the way the season ends for people who've looked this far ahead. Their last 3 games of the season are New York, Milwaukee, Milwaukee.
Yeah, but do you want to have, okay, this is the part where I say, okay, if it's Milwaukee with home court versus New York not having home court advantage to start the series, I would probably say New York.
Yeah,
and because I don't want to watch 9 games in a row against the Bucks.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is teams have done it.
That if they go to 7 games,
you can maneuver a little bit here. I know there's a danger in trying to pick
just
who
win.
you want.
Just win.
Okay.
Just win.
If they were in the 6th seed with 1 to go and it meant they were going to play the Knicks.
Oh, they're going to load manage at that point just to manipulate the standings. So just win the damn game.
You got to be careful, because if you do it and then it's known, the other team knows, oh, you wanted us?
Yeah.
Gulp. Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, again, just win.
Parker in Birmingham, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, first off, I couldn't agree more with the take. We absolutely need to stay away from Giannis. For whatever reason it is, it doesn't matter who we have. We can't guard him. And it's just a troubling matchup for the Pistons. So I'd love to see them play the Knicks. However, one thing I'll throw out there is I think this Pistons team is better than the Pacers at this current moment. And I would love to see Asar go up against Halliburton again and really shut him down.
Thank you. I agree. I think it is. They're much different now in mid-March than they were even back at the end of January.
Yeah, late January is the last time they played the Pacers. It's the last time they'll play them until potential postseason. So there's not even another measuring stick.
Yeah. No, the measuring sticks are going to have to be the transitive properties. How did they play against Boston? Well, we know they won at home against Boston. Do you think they have that same result on the road against Boston?
No.
Probably not. But we're talking about two different teams, too. Versus it's Boston. Milwaukee is not Boston. Indiana is not Boston.
Ticket Texter says, I'd love to see them play the Pacers. The bad blood would make for some must-watch TV.
That's part of my draw to that matchup, especially if you've got home court.
Agree with John. Remember the first ever game at Ford Field for the playoffs. LCA could be even louder.
Nice little quaint stadium.
It's not going to be louder than Ford Field with the Rams in town, but it could be a hostile environment.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Wouldn't even be the first playoff game at LCA.
No.
Pistons got swept by the Bucks years and years ago.
Right. Yes.
But a chance for the first playoff win.
Yeah. Still
LCA.
waiting for the Wings.
The who? They play tonight? Could have fooled me. 248-539-9797. We've had a bunch of Pistons talk today. We know it's free agency in the NFL. Just a quick inventory, John. Where do the Lions currently stack up as the picture changes daily here? Because we know the Eagles have lost a couple key defensive linemen, right?
Yes.
Sweat and Williams. Maybe knock them down a peg.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been traded.
Yeah. Depending on what you think.
And we don't know if Darius Slay is going to still be an Eagle.
So those are some noticeable losses. The Commanders, a team in the NFC title, added Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel.
Mm-hmm. Where re-signed Bobby Wagner.
Yeah. Where do the Lions fit in all this? If we expand it out, I look at the Bills adding a pass rusher in Joey Bosa. The Ravens added DeAndre Hopkins. It's a smaller move, but where do the Lions stack up?
I'll just keep it in the NFC currently. And I think they are, we're talking about signing DJ Reed. We're talking about guys that are going to be healthy. I think they are comparable to the Eagles in regards to what the Eagles have lost. Now, we don't know what they're going to continue to add. They added another offensive lineman, which I think is genius. This is what I want. This is exactly what I want the Lions to do, is to add some depth pieces at some key places. Zeitler, re-sign him, add some depth. You got Mahogany, you got some of those guys. Without going into too much detail, I think they're comparable with the Eagles. I think the team that has had the biggest jump is actually in that division, and it's Washington. You already mentioned it with Laramie Tunsil. They didn't have to give up as much as I thought they would have to give up to get a Pro Bowl caliber left tackle to protect their stud quarterback who's going into his second year. Deebo Samuel gives them another weapon. He also brings an edge in regards to just the how he's just an angry runner. And I think that's going to translate to some of those other guys. It'll be interesting to see what they do in the draft, what they continue to do this offseason with trades and free agency. But I think they have taken the biggest step, and that's worrisome. Do I look at it and say their roster is yet where the Lions is? No. But we know in head-to-head competition, they had the edge because they won that playoff game.
By the way, Darius Slay, I didn't even catch this at the time. He is not going to be an Eagle. He's already had his destination picked out. He's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh.
So Darius Slay goes to Pittsburgh.
So he didn't want to come back to Detroit.
Guess not. So much for the two teams he's going to play for are the Lions or the Eagles.
Yes, money talks, as we've seen.
Yeah, we've seen that quite a bit. Yeah, I would say the Eagles were the class of the league at the end of the season. Clearly, they won the Super Bowl. But I think they've taken a minor step back. I just want to see the Lions take a minor step forward to be the clear-cut best team. I think right now the Lions have kind of held serve. They replaced Carlton Davis with DJ Reed. I don't know, you could argue they still have to address that edge position because they lost to Darius Smith. I mean, hold serve might not even be accurate. They may need to make a move to hold serve. They still have to bring Zeitler back or find a spot on that offensive line, right?
There's another team
Yeah.
that I think your antenna at least needs to go up.
Yeah.
And when we come back, I'll tell you who that is.
Oh, what a tease. 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch. It doesn't matter if it's football, basketball, baseball, hockey, whatever sport it is, it's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's in one of the most entertaining places in this country, Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Well, the legal tampering ends today, and at noon, all of the reported signings can become official. Teams need to be on their salary cap. They'll be able to sign the free agents that they've talked about. The trades will become official. And there's another team that I talked about that is, I think the flag at least has to go up. I mentioned Washington and everything that they've done in free agency leading up to this point, also with trades. They have gotten better. The other team is in division. And I know nobody wants to say, hey, this is the team that can go first, last to first, but the Chicago Bears, the antenna has to go up. And I say that because they've addressed their offensive line. Last year, they drafted Darnell Wright, their right tackle, in the first round, and he played every snap, was good as a rookie at that right tackle position. They've got Jonah Jackson, which I think I've already made myself clear on what I think of him. Drew Dahlman, one of the best centers in the NFL. Joe Tooney, one of the best guards in the NFL. Their offensive line is going to be much improved. They still have Cole Kmet, Romo Dunze, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and DeAndre Swift, which give or take in the running back position, but I think they'll address it in the draft. And Caleb Williams. Now, Caleb Williams is going to have to take some steps forward. I think he will. I'm not sitting here telling you he's a all-pro or he's going to be the next thing, the best thing since sliced bread as a quarterback. Defensively, I don't know that we need to really talk that much about it. They did add Grady Jarrett. They added Ode Ingbo. That's going to be a tough one.
It is.
Good luck, Dan Miller. Defensively, they've always been really good. Mm-hmm. I think this offense is going to be much improved. And your antenna at least has to go up, not just because of what they have done in free agency, the money they were able to spend because they had a bunch of cap room. They have 5 picks in the first 2 rounds. The 10th overall pick, they picked the 7th in the second round, 39th in the second round. Mm-hmm. 39th overall. Sorry, they have 3 picks in the first 2 rounds.
Okay.
They also have the 9th pick, which is 41st overall in the second round. So they're going to be able to add young talent as well.
It's a first and 2 high seconds.
Yes.
So some impact guys. Yeah, it's a good point because as much as we look at the teams we're chasing, teams are also chasing the Lions.
Yes, I'm not going to sit here and say that they are in contention with the Lions, but I do think that they are a much better team. I have no idea what Ben Johnson's going to be as a head coach. And I'm not going to sit here and say they are that team that goes first or from last to first, but this is going to be a very, very difficult division.
Again, and maybe even tougher than it was a year ago. It's a good reality check. It's like we take inventory. Free agency's not over. As you reminded me yesterday, there is a draft, right? There will be more moves to be made. But as we sit today just taking inventory, I think Philly still took a couple steps back, right? It kind of moves back into the pack. But are the Lions doing enough to usurp them, to pass them, to take over the mantle? Not yet. No, I think DJ Reed is the swap out for Carlton Davis. We still don't have that edge, especially with Zadarius Smith being released. I think there's questions on the interior of the defensive line with Aleem McNeil coming back from that injury and might not be ready at the start of the season. Zeitler, is he back? I hope so. It's not official yet. And if he leaves, that is an area they're going to have to water up front on the offensive line. I look at what Washington's done, saying, hey, left tackle and playmaker, we're helping our young quarterback. They beat the Lions a year ago. So these are the conversations you have. The Bills, who came into Ford Field, adding Joey Bosa, a player I think would have made a lot of sense in Detroit for a 1-year deal, which is what he signed for in Buffalo. These are moves that you start to look for. And then, to your point, don't get caught up in the clouds. Other teams are coming. And I don't think the Bears are better than the Lions. But you're right. You do need to take note of a team beefing up the offensive line. We know, and Ben Johnson knows.
With a skill positions that are really good.
Yeah, and they're ready to take the next step. Whether they do or not, it feels like they're poised to take that next step.
Yeah, and so I just said that's one. Antenna goes up. Washington, antenna should be well up because they beat you in the playoffs. And head-to-head during the regular season, I think it'll be interesting to see how the Lions match up with them.
You're the team we haven't brought up yet. Kansas City. I know we're focusing mostly on NFC, but I brought up the Bills. I got the notification on my phone. Kansas City has restructured a couple deals, Chris Jones and Patrick Mahomes, to free up cap space for this offseason. This second wave of free agency, don't be surprised if they're trying to make a move here or there. And the Lions have to win that second phase of free agency, right? We don't ever expect the Lions under Brad Holmes to be the team that goes and makes 3 or 4 splashes. But last year, Zeitler was a super critical second wave free agency addition. Mm-hmm. That's what you're going to be competing with. Philly's going to try to be picking up some scraps. Kansas City's going to be searching for scraps. The Lions got to be hungry. They got to outdo those teams at this point.
They do, and it'll be interesting to see how they continue to construct this roster because it's going to be different than they have in the past. There's not as many draft picks, and that's fine with me. I don't care about a 5th or a 4th or a 6th. Yes, you can find some good players, and the Lions have. It's going to be a lot harder to make this roster as a draft pick. Your first, they're going to make the roster. Second's going to make the roster. That's where you can get some instant impact. Not that you have to, because you're not in that position anymore. You don't have to have a guy that's going to come in and be a 17-game starter, be an absolute stud, contribute right away.
Yeah, think about it. 53 guys, and we know how much they leaned on depth out of necessity a year ago, and they like some of those guys, and some of those guys are back. It's not a lock that if you get drafted on day 3, you're making this roster. I mean, they don't have enough spots necessarily,
right,
which may allow Brad to do what he likes to do, maneuver on draft day.
Yeah, I mean, he's done that a number of times. Good morning, Gator.
Gator.
Morning, everybody.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Is it a fresh haircut?
Yeah, a week and a half.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for just noticing.
Just combed it today?
I don't know if I really combed it. It just
kind of
falls into place, John.
Hey, when you got it like that, good for you.
No, that's why you cut it short. It's low maintenance.
That's right. I agree.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing today?
Good.
I really liked that Piston game last night, even though I get it, Washington's not a good team. But
still fun.
Well, it gets fun and it gets spirited. I was just saying to the guys outside, we at all maybe just anybody a little bit disappointed that like Tobias Harris didn't just give a 2-hand shiver right to that guy's chest after Asar got drilled
Took the
with an
elbow. Yeah.
I mean, I get the cooler heads prevailing. Look, you got him again tomorrow night.
Yeah.
But in the moment, I mean, different sport than football, John. But guaranteed, if you saw somebody do that to your teammate, you'd be all over him. Right?
Oh, sure. But you're also talking about
different
sports. Yeah, a different sport and one that can have a legitimate fight.
The Pistons
NBA
have
fights
fight.
are comical at best.
In the 80s they had them, but they don't. Yeah, not anymore.
But by modern NBA standards, I think the Pistons more than stick up for themselves.
No, I think they do typically, yeah, when the right guys are on the court. I just thought, I mean, it was right in front of Tobias Harris.
It was, but it's also Washington. Like, how many times have people in other cities said, well, okay, yeah, in a normal situation, we would have maybe taken it to the next step, but it was Detroit. Now, shoes on the other foot. Detroit is the dominant team in that matchup. Washington's going nowhere. They have nothing. They're one of the worst teams in the NBA.
Terrible.
So do you really want to exert that much energy or show that much interest in a team that's, it's Washington?
They're still in town, by the way. I think it's
Yes.
funny. Hello to our Wizards friends out there.
Yes. That's fine. I hope they're listening.
I think it might-
Headline, you suck.
They know. Trust them, they know.
For a guy who used to play professionally in that town,
Yeah.
you suck.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Wes Unsell's not walking through that door.
Unsell.
Thought maybe Elvin Hayes was coming up here. But,
What's the last time they won a title, right?
Program director wants to see about old references after the show. They didn't bring you in and give you this job because you're going to make old references, Jim. They brought you in for the opposite reason.
Gilbert Arenas isn't walking through that door. There we go.
Agent Zero. There you
All right. Carson Anderson, anything for what do you,
Some tremendous irony about last night's Piston Wizard game. We'll get to right out of the gate.
Perfect. 97-1.
Uh-oh.
Oh, live read copy won't open up, so I'm struggling over here. Hello, how are you?
All right. I'm a wee bit tired, but I'm all right.
Why are you tired?
I couldn't sleep last night.
Okay, so here's the thing. Is it work-related? Are you stressed?
I'm not really stressed by work. There were mistakes made yesterday. Rookie mistakes by me. Caffeine really affects me.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not I don't drink coffee every day. You know, I typically will have a Celsius or a Coke Zero for my caffeine fix in the morning. And then usually I don't have caffeine the rest of the day. But last night I went to the Pistons game and I had some Coke Zero last night. So I knew that was going to be trouble right away. So and then I started watching something on TV last night when I got home. And then I got into a YouTube rabbit hole and could not get out. And next thing I know, it's like 1:30 in the morning. And then I'm trying to sleep and I can't. I don't know. I assume it was caffeine related, but I just could not sleep. And it was rough for me. So the best sleep I got was like the last hour that I got. And of course, when you wake up, like, come on.
I just started.
Right. But
yeah, I get through these.
Okay.
I get these like work stresses. I mean, this job's like a lot of jobs. There are stressful times and stressful things and things that you worry about and you think about, and you wake up at 1 a.m. and the hard drive starts spinning and you can't stop it. And the next thing you know, it's 3:45 and I'm downstairs watching a documentary on HBO Max because I just can't sleep. But eventually I fell back asleep, and it's just like everybody else. Adulting, my friends, adulting.
Yeah, but look, it was fun when I got home. Obviously, Pistons won, and then I said to myself, "Ooh, I remember Indiana and Milwaukee are playing." Yeah. It's the first time in a long time that I made it a point to check out another NBA game because it affected the Pistons.
Right.
And the way that game ended was absolutely, as they say, NBA action. It's fantastic. It was last night. Halliburton knocking on the three, getting fouled as he does it, drains the free throw after a lengthy review. And then Milwaukee, because they have no timeouts left, they have to take the ball up the full court with 3 seconds left, and Giannis got a shot off, and looks like he had it lined up, but he just missed it. It was an exciting finish, and now we've got a virtual three-way tie for fourth place. Awesome.
You know, I'll get to what I said we would. There's so much to talk about with this Piston team, the way they are playing, what they are doing, and the city of Detroit showing more and more interest all the time, which is freaking great. And it's really fun to see a plan come together and come together correctly, which is what's going on with the Pistons, right? I mean, you have a bunch of lottery picks. You know, you get to draft fifth a whole bunch, and but they made the most of it. And I mean, you kind of credit Troy Weaver. You mix in the right veterans. But 1 year ago, a little over 1 year ago, the Pistons were in the midst of a 28-game losing streak. And
what?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Say that again.
A little bit more over a year ago, the Pistons were in the midst of a 28-game losing streak.
You can't lose 28 games in a row.
Oh, they did.
You can't do that.
They did.
That happened, huh?
Yeah. And in the midst of that streak, the Pistons were leading Boston at the half by 19, 66-47. It was December 28th. Okay. And at that time, Kyle Kuzma, who was then with the Washington Wizards, tweeted out a picture of the score at halftime and the following caption: member of the Wizards. At this point, it's like, don't be that team, with a laughing face emoji. A member of the Wizards 14, 15 months ago tweeted out, don't be that team.
Don't be that team.
That loses to the Pistons.
Oh, boy.
1 year and 3 months later, the headline on The Athletic from the beat writer that covers the Washington Wizards by the name of Josh Robbins. The headline is, "The Washington Wizards need hope. The Detroit Pistons show what's possible." Don't be that team, said Kyle Kuzma of the Wizards 15 months ago. Beat writer 15 months later, The Wizards need hope. The Pistons show what's possible. The story read and this is just, I'm going to read a couple of sentences in here. In a dismal season, Tuesday night provided yet another reminder of how far away the Washington Wizards are from NBA relevance. Tuesday's beatdown also offered the Wizards hope for their future. Hope courtesy of a roadmap. The Pistons took themselves. Later it says, for the Wizards' rebuilding plan to work, luck and perhaps an abundance of patience will be necessary. It is deflating to know that so much of Washington's rebuild will hinge on the random bounce of ping pong balls this year, in 2026, and maybe even in 2027. But in addition to the value of blind luck, what the Pistons revival demonstrates is the importance of having the right coach in place and how a few smart acquisitions can bring out the best in key young players. From don't be that team that loses to Detroit to being the blueprint for what is a pathetic basketball team right now.
Interesting, because there are absolutely things to like about where the Pistons are at right now, but they wouldn't be where they're at right now if they didn't fail.
Yeah. Oh.
They failed to get the top, so that they end up getting the top pick overall with Cade Cunningham. They continued to fail, so they had top 5 picks.
Yep.
They failed with whom they chose to coach this team a couple of times. And then ultimately they said that they failed with the general manager who picked a lot of those players. But they succeeded by recognizing that there was talent in whom they drafted. And they succeeded because they made the coaching change that looks brilliant. And they succeeded because they've got a general manager who went out and got better adults in the room. When you acquire free agents and you make trades and you land people, like Malik Beasley and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Tobias Harris. It's interesting. Is it a blueprint in a way?
Yeah,
I guess.
You've got to draft well. Check. You got to have the right veterans. Check. You got to have the right coach. Check.
But they didn't know that they had the right players until they had the right coach.
By the way, we welcome back Kang, our producer, and we will get a follow-up on how mystery reader Kang went yesterday. But welcome back, Kang.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Gator. Funny thing is, guys, you know who works for the Wizards right now? Is Troy Weaver. He's a senior advisor for the Wizards front office. So, he had a front seat on what happened here in Detroit. Obviously, in the end, it did not work out. But if they're trying to use the Pistons as a blueprint, they have the man right there to ask him,
what worked, what didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Guys, don't overpay for Monty Williams was his first advice.
Yeah. You know what else is weird?
Unless you have a forgiving owner.
That wasn't me. I didn't want him.
Well, there's a lot to get into with last night's game, where the Pistons are in the season. I did something that I'm not – I want the people's opinion of whether or not what I just did was just stupid. Did Doug do something stupid?
Oh, this is going to be fun.
We'll get to that today at 10:31. I'm open. I'm open to hearing dissenting opinions. That what Doug did was stupid. That's today at 10:31. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. So the Pistons blasted the Wizards last night. They didn't even really play all that well, I thought, at the beginning of the game, but whatever. Took care of business. Another great game from Cade. What else is new? And there's a lot to get into with Cade because Cade, in the early portions of Cade's career, I don't want to say he's a perfect superstar, but he's a humble superstar. He's a leader. There's a story in The Ringer about him. He was having problems sleeping last year, Gator, with work stress. There's a story in The Ringer about how he would get, in the middle of this losing streak, he couldn't get to sleep after games. His brother said everything he did in his career, he got some sort of positive feedback. And there was no positive feedback. And Cade would get home after these games in the middle of a 28-game losing streak, and he'd lay in bed worrying about it, thinking about it, and then he'd do the worst thing he could possibly do. He would open up his phone, go on Twitter, and read what people were saying about the Pistons.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't. Stay off Twitter.
I mean, and then guess what? He couldn't get to sleep. And the story goes on to say, next thing you know, it's 6 a.m, and they got a morning practice coming up, and he hasn't slept all night because he can't stop worrying about and dealing. He's troublesome dealing with the losses. And then there's, the fact that he's got an ability to connect with all his teammates. I mean, he's a high volume shooter and nobody has a problem with it. I will say this. It's the infancy stages of what could be like the perfect superstar for Detroit. And you always have to worry, and the caution, and I'm not going to say he's going to be the perfect superstar, because as time goes on and you start to get praise and you're climbing that ladder, but people start to recognize you and pat you on the back, and you get that max contract, it can change people. I've talked to insiders that said, I can't believe how much so-and-so changed when they got the money. It completely changed them. And so, these will be challenges moving forward. But right now, Cade is like exactly what you look for in a team leader and a superstar.
I love having him here. I think you being a Piston fan, you can sit back and watch how a player grows. And that's a lot of fun to see, because when there is actual growth and not just stagnant, or you realize the player is not as good as you were hoping he was going to be, this guy is absolutely living up to the billing of being the number one pick in the draft. He's grown each and every year, and this year it's like more than blossomed. It's going from star to superstar right before our very eyes. He threatens to have a triple-double any night of the week. Last night was no different. He was just, I think, a couple of rebounds shy of it. He takes over games now, and he's starting to get calls.
Yeah.
He's starting to get to the free throw line, which is that's fun too.
A little bit more fun being on this side of that, isn't it?
He's feeling it a little bit this year too,
dude.
He's doing things that we haven't seen him do before. He wants to dunk now. He wants to posterize people. He wants all the smoke, and it's great. It's great to see, because he's got it. It feels like there's a little bit of a swagger this year where maybe there hasn't been in the past. Maybe it's because he wasn't sleeping, but he's got it now. And this team they're 12-3 in their last 15. They just keep winning. They're keeping pace with everybody else, and they're slowly crept up on everybody. And now we've got, by a percentage point, it's not a three-way tie, but effectively it's a three-way tie for fourth place, because the Pistons have been that good.
And by the way, if you want to play the get physical with them game, please do. We counter with Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. And last night was one of those games. There was nothing funnier than watching Jordan Poole point his finger at Jalen Duren as he walked quickly backwards away from Jalen Duren.
Right.
I mean, that thing got physical. There was pushing and shoving. And between Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart, nobody steps. You're crazy to step to this group.
Jalen Duren had kind of walked around, like I think it may have been Asar Thompson tried to grab him and pull him back, and he pushed Asar back as if to say, "Listen, young fella, I got this." And then he walks around the pile to confront Poole and like points at him as Poole's walking, backing off, because he knew he was biting off way more than he could chew. Jalen Duren is an imposing figure, as is Isaiah Stewart. It's fun to have these guys on this team. regulating.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Zach. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Zach.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What up?
Hey, I just want to talk about Cade and Pistons real quick. I have a friend who kind of doubted what Cade could be, at least what I saw visually, what he was at Oklahoma State. And early on, I was really hoping that the Pistons had a chance to draft him because those few years around that time, we have gotten, kind of robbed, at least in our eyes, of where our draft position has been and, who we have been able to draft. And he luckily fell into our hands. And, before then, it was Zion. I was really hoping we could get Zion, and that didn't happen. And then we got Cade. And Cade has really kind of embraced, he had an attitude at Oklahoma State, but he kind of has embraced the leader attitude and what it means to be a leader in Detroit. You're not saying he is anything like Isaiah Thomas, but the way he leads the guys and leads the team as far as his attitude and, not really taking anything, not really settling for, mediocrity. You can see he really wants it and he really wants to, work and he really wants to get this team to where it needs to be and where we all vision it as far as the talent that we've had and we've been able to kind of acquire, especially now with Duran and Osser, everybody. At least, where we vision and where we see as fans, I see Cade is finally able, as at least to the public eye, has shown to the public eye what, a great superstar should be as a young leader and for a young team that hasn't really had much success. We could
Zach,
have,
it's not all,
in
in Cade's world, it's not all about Cade. Cade is that superstar
exactly.
where it's not all about Cade, and it's great to see. And I'm so encouraged. And again, there are challenges moving forward to maintain this level of humility and being team oriented. But it's not all about Cade. He doesn't come across in any way that it's all about Cade.
Exactly. There's no arrogance there at all where he cares about, anything to do with his numbers at all. And for him, you can really see that, we can see because we're here, we get to see the games. It's not really national TV, so the national TV doesn't get to see, but we get to see that he really is just focused on the game itself, not really worried about the outside, right now, he's not really worried about, how great he is. It's just
I'm going to read you a quote, and this
together.
is a quote for you, and it's for the entire audience, and it's come from the story on The Ringer. This is about Cade and the Pistons and their chemistry. It starts with Cunningham. He's taken the wisdom he's gained from his own struggles to become an even better leader. His teammates say he has a unique ability to connect with anyone, managing different personalities, making sure each person knows how they are valued, that they are seen, that their role matters. JB Bickerstaff says if you look around him, his teammates get better. And that's extremely unique that a superstar or young superstar in particular who's coming into his own has the ability to not just do his own thing, but then to impact those around him and make those around him better. And that's why, to me, Cade is an all-star. It's not just the numbers he puts up, it's the impact that he has on his teammates and the people that he brings along with him.
I think he's absolutely the unquestioned leader of this team. Obviously, he's got a ways to go before you get into Isaiah Thomas territory or Chauncey Billups territory, but he's got that leadership ability in him, and he's starting to lead, which is great. It's the next step in the process for him becoming that superstar player.
248-539-9797.
Enough can't be said, too, about guys that want to be here. From the very beginning, Cade Cunningham wanted to be a Piston when it was very, and still is, unpopular, right? To come to Detroit, a place that hasn't won in a long time. And I know part of it is, hey, I want to be the number one pick. But also, so many guys, they say they try to determine where they go now because whether it's the number one pick or not, they want to choose where they want to build their brand and things like that. Cade, from the very beginning, wanted to be a Piston, wanted to be the number one overall pick, and knew what he was getting himself into, which was a rebuild. And it was probably a lot rougher than he had imagined. 14 games, and then winning 14 games only in an entire NBA season, not heard of. But guess what? It's paying off because he's that guy. He is that guy. So the Pistons are lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him, and I think he's the perfect kind of star for this town.
All right, Piston related. Did I do something dumb? We'll get to that today at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews is back at Twin Peaks. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls dress to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. Get there between 5 and 7 for sampling opportunities, those high-end bourbons and whiskeys, some of their famous craft cocktails. Enjoy them with the beer of the month, Coors Light. What's better than a beautiful Twin Peaks girl? Well, it's the awesome drinks. How about pairing that up with some of the scratch-made food? As far as restaurants go, their food can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs and brisket, and the best wings in the state. Have you tried their wings? They're hand-cut and battered to order. All the boneless wings, the smoked wings, they're naked and breaded wings, enough to tackle any appetite, the biggest ones you've seen. And you know what pairs well with wings? All of your favorite sports action. Twin Peaks should be your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day atmosphere apart from actually being at the game. Game audio, 50-plus TVs, the best food and drinks in the state. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during every game. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Feedback coming in on the Pistons. There's a lot of them. I mean, look, we're excited about this team. The Wizards haven't won 50 games since Jimmy Carter was president. That's wild. That's from an unnamed texter. Is that true? Or is he just being funny?
Say that again?
The Wizards haven't won 50 games since Jimmy Carter was president.
Combined?
Was, by the way,
Combined or just in one season?
I have to look that up. Another unnamed texter regarding the blueprint that the Pistons, the story that the Wizards beat writer wrote, that the Pistons laid out the blueprint. They also had a don't draft a French point guard.
That's pretty wise.
I don't know if that's a hard and fast rule.
Well, they just drafted a French guy number 2 overall, though.
Yeah, and then
it's
Tony Parker. That was okay.
Doug, you have to go back to 1978-79 season.
Is that right?
Jimmy Carter.
Yep.
When Jimmy Carter was president. And then the Washington Bullets went 54-28. And they went to the NBA Finals. They were defending NBA champions, and they lost in the finals.
From an unnamed texter.
Seattle, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was like the last, well, whatever. Yzerman, Avila, and Weaver were all good drafters. The player acquisition, whether it be through trade or free agency, deemed to be their problem. It's crazy it's crazy looking at it that way. Yeah. I mean, right now, this pattern, we've actually had guys that have done decent in the draft, and the guys that are good at both, like Brad Holmes. And now, I mean, it's probably too early to call Trajan Langdon a master of this, but he has definitely added the right veteran pieces. And I got to tell you, the one move that was probably least inspiring was bringing back Tobias Harris, because he was a link back to woeful days of yore.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's like a leader. He doesn't need to get shots up. He gives up the basketball. He just wants to win. He's out there buying his whole team custom-made suits because he's like, we're going to be on a big stage. I want you to all look good. You know, I mean.
And he's just knocking down shots right now. That's what he does. Tobias just knocks down shots. Maybe the three-point percentage isn't great, but everything else is going down.
Sam and Holland, can we thank God they didn't select Jalen Green over Cade? They would be in straight hell. Well, look, I like a lot of the intangibles Cade brings to the table. Green's a good player, but okay. Did I do something stupid?
More than likely. Spade is spade.
Is that it? You don't even need to know what I did?
Oh, no, we need to know.
Today I put $5 down on the Pistons to win the East.
Listen, what you do with your money is your business. However, knowing that you've been very frugal with your dollar bet here, your dollar bet there. Ooh, occasionally it's a $3 bet. And one time you made a mistake and bet $11.
No, it was 13.
Sorry, $13.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. To see you throw 5 on it is interesting, because what are the odds the Pistons win the East? Like 40-1 or something?
80-1.
80-1. So that'd be a nice payoff for you.
Yeah. Would be $400.
$400. Thank you. I was going to do the math myself, but I'm glad you did it for me. But it's $5. $5.
It's $5 is $5, right?
It's $5 to have fun.
$400 would be. I'd be very happy to have $400 extra dollars. I was working on Fun with Vegas odds, which we'll do a little bit later, and I saw that the Pistons were 80-1 to win the East. So the question is, did I just light $5 on fire? And I very well might have. It's not like I don't think it's not a long shot. I was just surprised they were still 80-1. Like you said, what are they, 40-1? I was like, oh, they're actually on FanDuel, they're 80-1. I thought, all right, $5 to win 400. Sure. So,
I mean, you do what you will. It's not like, Cleveland's on a tear or anything like that.
Well, they're playing. They're up there right now, playing amongst the best basketball in the NBA.
The Pistons?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you look as well as the Pistons are playing.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland's lost 10 games all year.
I know.
They're in the midst of like a 15-game win streak.
I know.
Pistons are 12-3 in the last 15 games. Isn't that awesome? Cleveland says, hold my beer. We're 15-0.
Yep.
Look, I'm not dissuading you. I like the bet. I think it's fun. For $5, it's fun.
For $5.
That's not going to cut into your winnings too much.
But look, I'm not asking about whether or not I'm being too frugal or not. You have to understand, for me, this is going big. For me.
Yeah.
But they are like one Darius Garland high ankle sprain away from this being a great bet.
No,
right?
I hear you. And these things happen. Guys get hurt. Sometimes it's just bad mojo. Maybe the team has some bad cheese and it stays in the system for a week. You don't know.
Mm-hmm. Did I just light $5 on fire?
More than likely. But it's for your own entertainment, too.
It is for my own entertainment. See, I don't like these kinds.
I don't know if you need it, though, because I think you're already entertained here. I mean, the Pistons are going to the playoffs, right?
Yep.
I mean, that should not be in doubt with 16 games left. And a comfortable lead over 7th place, and here they are competing for 4th right now. I mean, when I left the arena last night, I walked out and I took a look to my right. And as I'm walking out, the look to my right is to that area that we dream about. What it would look like in May on a nice day.
Oh, the
where you got the
beer garden.
Yeah, the beer garden area there. They have the giant stage that's with a big screen that's up there.
It's been waiting for
That we're
some
dying
reason
to
to
have
use. Yeah.
one of our teams make the playoffs since they built LCA. Why not?
So when we play in that Eastern Conference Finals game against Cleveland, they'll
That's
have
right.
live shots from the pavilion outside of LCA.
100%.
Yeah.
That's what we're waiting for. And when I walked out there and looked to my right and saw that, I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. I really hope that they don't just go one and done. Let's make a little bit of push here in the playoffs. It'd be fantastic. Win a home playoff game would be great. The atmosphere would be amazing. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but damn it, I couldn't help but think that when I looked to my right.
Well, I mean, it's $5 for me. That's going big. I don't brag about. I'm not a heavy gambler, but I chip away. I chip away, Gator.
King, does it bother you that Doug's lighting $5 on fire?
Is that how you're asking the question? No, it doesn't bother me at all. I mean, do I think it's smart money? No, of course not. But Doug knows that, and I agree with you, Gator. I don't think you needed more incentive, but I think what you're trying to do is let people know, hey, you got faith. This is a little bit of faith. Okay?
It's a little bit of faith. If I had asked you this morning, what were the odds on the Pistons to win the East? Would you think they would have been shorter odds than 80-1?
Yeah, probably. Just the first thought would be, shorter than 81. Not much shorter, I guess, but yeah, that seems big.
Yeah, I mean, as Gators first said, what is it, 40-1? Well, it was 80-1. And that's kind of why I did it. I thought this seems like a decent value bet because while I don't think they are, I'm not going to pick them here. I'm not going to car house lock it. I'm not. If I thought it was going to happen, I'd put $100 down on them 80-1, right? I mean,
whoa,
dare I?
I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far.
How would that play?
It's a good return.
I would play. You know who would like that? Mrs. Karsh would like that.
Would she like to know that you risked $100 on that?
Well, she knows what the account sits at right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So that $1 and $2 chipping away, you can afford the hit. But that's a bit aggressive. Anyway, look, 80-1. I'm like, all right, sure. I don't know if anybody played him longer than this. Like has jumped on better odds than this, because I'm sure at one point, if any fan bought in earlier, because I'm you know what I'm doing? You got all these stats that since December, there's like 3 teams that are winning, and the Pistons, like this pace, the Pistons are one of them. 3 teams in the whole of the NBA. It's like Oklahoma City, Cleveland, and Detroit. And you just go, okay, there's nothing about this. Like when I look up the makeup of the roster, they're too young. They still, there's a lot of reasons to bet against them. They don't have the experience. These other teams are waiting for the playoffs. The Pistons are trying to prove themselves now. So you're getting like 80% of the Celtics 2 weeks ago when the Pistons beat them by 20, and you're getting 100% of the Pistons.
You're not getting 100% of the Pistons. You're not. I'm going to fight everybody on this.
You don't think the Pistons are giving 100% every time they're on the floor?
Is Jaden Ivey on the floor?
No. They're getting 100% effort.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because the Celtics came in here. They weren't at 100% either, but the Celtics are they're in that going through the motions regular season.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying.
No, you're getting 100%.
I don't mean to fight you.
It's okay.
I'll fight anybody else.
I think that could be going on here a little bit. So that's why, the win over the Celtics was nice, but I really wish they played them again, because now they have the Celtics' attention. But I think when veteran teams that have been there, done that, get to the postseason, then they put the pedal to the ground. Yeah, and that's where the Pistons. I'm not sure that the Pistons. It feels like the Pistons are giving 100% every night right now.
Well, here's what I like. Yes, they're a young team, but they're not all the way young. Tobias Harris has been around. Dennis Schroeder has been around. Mm-hmm. Malik Beasley has been around, and Tim Hardaway Jr. he's not like this crusty old veteran, but he's got some years under his belt as well. This team has the right mix. And yes, they've got young players on this team. But, Cade is in his 4th year? and he's taken a giant leap in this year. So they're not as they are young because all these guys they drafted in the first round, they're all playing, you know. So you look at the roster and you see 22, 23, 21-year-old, 20-year-old, and it looks young, but they're gaining valuable experience.
I can see already that this topic has turned into, it was supposed to be as Doug lighting $5 on fire, and it's turned into Doug's cheap. This is a tiny little bet. Why do you care about $5? I should have lied and said I bet $500, but
why don't you be a man?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we're gonna do this again. We're gonna go. Doug's a wimp topic. Okay, that's how you want to take it. We'll get to some of the feedback on this. Anybody else?
Listen, that's 2 heads of kale. Okay, you don't think that's important to Doug?
Oh, I'm getting all the things that you can't get with $5, or what you can get with $5. Anyway, I don't know if anybody else went in with him.
Get a box of Thin Mints for crying out loud.
Yeah, did you go in with him? Tough guy?
Yeah.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Looking at the weather this week, well, people are going to be outdoors for their workouts. And if you need some new workout gear, get it from our friends at Show Some Athletic Apparel. Show Some has shorts, short sleeve and long sleeve performance shirts, leggings and hoodies, both in their original black, gray, and red, and in their blue and silver grit line colors. Show Some just made the grit line available again for a limited time. The grit line comes in a limited edition blue, silver, black, high-performance workout shirts and hoodies. Show Some is built on respect for hard work, and good, fair competition. Use the discount code GRIT at checkout. Go to showsome.com. That's SHOSUM.com. It's a call last night. It's Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. The Pistons playing very well and taking care of business the way good teams do. And I mean, we're laughing at the irony of a Wizards beat writer saying that this is the blueprint. The Pistons are the blueprint. The Wizards are 13-51. And it was just over a year ago that a member of the Wizards mocked the Celtics for trailing the Pistons by 19 at the half in the midst of their 28-game losing streak. Kyle Kuzma tweeted out a picture of the scoreboard and told the Celtics to, quote, don't be that team, meaning don't be that team that lose to the hapless Pistons. 15 months later, the Wizards beat writers are writing about Detroit being the blueprint for how you turn around the mess of a season that they are having. And I did something today. I put $5 down on the Pistons to win the East. Now, just for clarification, that is to be in the NBA Finals. Do I think it's going to happen? No. But at 80-1, this felt like it's decent value. 80-1? 80-1? I didn't expect it to be 80-1. But I guess this is the way you lose money. You look at the winnings and you don't look at the probabilities and you go, wow, this pays a lot. There's a reason it pays a lot.
Listen, the horse that wins a Kentucky Derby isn't always the favorite, Doug.
No, that is true. That is true. But feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I don't hate that bet. You just have a ton of faith in the team. I put $5 down. A ton of faith would be putting $50 down, $100 down, $250 down. If you put $5 on the Tigers winning a playoff series this past season, mad respect if you're going big on the Pistons. Am I going big? Next one. You can't even buy a carton of eggs for $5. I think you're good. The prices of eggs haven't gone down. Wasn't it supposed to go down? The Pistons started a season 38-5 and didn't make the finals. Cleveland is no guarantee. There you go. The Pistons are 110-1 on DraftKings. 110-1 to win the East? Because if that's the case, I should be on DraftKings. 110-1?
It's pretty good value.
Yep.
How many people subscribe to different gambling services?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm just curious if people do, because like when you hear something like that, like do you start to shop around and see who's got, like you get to, let's say Sunday you're betting football games.
Mm-hmm.
Do you shop around? You look at who's got the best odds, and then you make your bet, or you just are people just loyal to one?
So I wouldn't call what I do loyal. I would call what I do lazy.
Fair enough.
I'm going to assume that most of them are the same. But if he's talking about if the Pistons are 110-1 to win the East on DraftKings, that's definitely better money that you'd be getting. So
unless he placed the bet weeks ago before they started winning, where the odds would change, right?
This is true. To win the NBA championship, the Pistons are 300-1.
Wow, that screams $5. I mean, if you're gonna put $5 in to win the East, why not $5 to win the whole damn thing?
Probably because I don't even think they're gonna win the East.
But you put $5 on it.
Yeah, but look how much money I'm gonna win. This is how you burn money. I don't want to.
Why don't you parlay it?
Now you're really talking about lighting money on fire.
The East and the NBA championship.
I don't like it because it falls somewhere between reasonable and a lottery tick pick. If you're going long, go long. Pick them to win the title. Parlayed with the Wings winning the Cup and Loyola, Purdue of Tacoma going to the Final Four.
Now that's just ridiculous.
So I noticed there are some young people that I know that love to put together these parlays and tell you that this $5 bet would win them $28,000.
Right.
And they think that this is, now I'm going to watch. And you're going to lose. Of course, I'm probably going to lose this one. From an unnamed texter, I'm so excited about a Piston playoff run. I'm scoreboard watching the Milwaukee Bucks and Indiana Pacers because I want to play the Pacers so bad in the first round. I think a Piston playoff series against the Pacers could be epic. I think the Pacers are trying to be that team in the East. The challenge is Boston and Cleveland. I think they don't like the Pistons threatening them as that next team or trying to be that next team. I think it's quite personal as well for a variety of reasons. So let's just say that that would be potentially a great series.
Yeah. Look, after last night's little dust up with the elbows flying and ejections and whatnot, and you had the first half, there was a little pushing, shoving. Are the Pistons getting a reputation?
I don't know.
Are they earning the reputation? I mean, look, the Pistons didn't throw the elbows, but the elbows were directed at the Pistons. So is this? We know that there's heat with Indiana. I almost said with Miami, but there's heat with Indiana. They got a fever with Indiana, but and they're not alone. Was it Milwaukee? Was that the other team the Pistons had something going with early in the season?
I don't remember.
It was another
that.
team within the division, I guess.
Kang, did they have an issue with Milwaukee? Do you remember that? I don't. But
this year?
Yeah. Who was it besides? It wasn't just Indiana.
Oh, it was Orlando.
Orlando,
Okay.
Orlando definitely had something.
So you got those two teams. Now you've got Washington that's all chippy with the Pistons. At 3 in the conference. We've seen them. Look, Isaiah Stewart wanted to chase LeBron all over the court a couple of years ago.
Right.
Are they earning this reputation? And are we good with it?
I'm great with it. I'm great with it because literally every time we've seen the Pistons win an NBA championship,
it's rubbed people the wrong way.
It's a formula that's worked in the past. The league changes. But Kang, as you put it, the Pistons are party crashers. The organization always seems to be party crashers. And they're going to do it their way. And for that, I love it.
Yeah, they're doing it with toughness and points in the paint, which the rest of the league seems to be doing with 3-pointers and finesse, right?
And load management.
Well, we'll get there.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. You think they'll get there? I mean, I guess. Yeah, here's a text. Gary at work. Funny how you don't hear the term load management on the Pistons. Well, it might be because they're so young. But and will they get there? I hope they never do, Gator. I hope they never do. All right, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. If you want to keep talking Pistons, 248-539-9797. Lions, well, we've kind of entered the here come the one-year deals phase of free agency, what to expect next. We'll talk about the signing that they made yesterday. Gator, there are Hail Marys, and then there are Hail Marys, and I'm wondering if we are seeing a team try to execute one right in front of our eyes. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, there's a variety of ways to take in the show. You can use the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. The Rewind feature takes you back 24 hours, so if you want to use that feature to go back and hear the discussion of when DJ Reed signed and what we had to say about him yesterday. My prediction, you can still use that. My prediction of what they'll do in the draft. You can still use that feature to go back. So check out the Odyssey app. You can stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where the Birchie Kid and Evan are responsible for the great content. And then there is streaming video, youtube.com, twitch.tv, both websites. Search up 971 The Ticket. And what do you know? There we are in the flesh talking to you. You can see us, ourselves, Ken and Kenny, and participate in the streaming chat. Fine community of crazy people. It is Carson Anderson. All right, are we going for a Hail Mary here in Detroit? That at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Man, this Piston run has been fun. Fun to talk about. And oh, look, the Wizards coming up again on Thursday. We'll see how that $5 bet does me. 248-539-9797. Cade, I don't think it's plan A. But it strikes me that it is not a bold statement to say that sometimes, Gator, sometimes a goaltender can make all the difference.
Yeah.
In NHL hockey.
100%.
It strikes me that sometimes a hot goalie can carry a roster further than that roster's talent says it should go.
We've seen it happen. J.S. Shiger.
I was about to say, we've seen it happen against us more than anything else historically with dominant Red Wing teams filled with Hall of Famers. I don't think it's plan A, but is there any chance that Mrazek is that guy? Because I want to point out a fact here.
Okay.
He is having statistically the worst season of his career.
Mm-hmm.
His goals against, the worst of his career.
3.46.
His save percentage, the worst of his career.
Right up there at 890. Yep.
So why would I say this? Well, desperate times, my friends. But he did have one of the worst teams in hockey playing in front of him, right?
This is true. That's also a fact.
There you go. Is there a possibility that getting him out of that team, because we can say what we want about that. I mean, the Red Wings right now are playing like one of the worst teams. No, that's not true. They're playing pretty bad.
Well, they're in a 6-game losing streak.
Yeah,
I
it's
think you
pretty
can say they're
bad.
Playing like one of the worst teams in hockey right now.
But as you sit here and you talk about what's it going to take, a Hail Mary, could this netminder with this team in front of him at least be better than what they've had? Is there something beyond the stats that Mrazek has put up this year that perhaps Yzerman and company are like, we're gonna roll the dice on this guy?
Well, what he has is a contract that pays him through next season, which is something that Alex Lyon does not have. So that's what it is. If you're expecting him to be better than he was in Chicago, maybe the numbers will get better for him because, yes, the Red Wings are not nearly as bad as Chicago. Chicago is the second worst team in the NHL with 49 points. They're terrible. They're a very young team. They've turned things over to, the young phenom. They just brought up the kid from Michigan State, Levshnoff, to play on defense, who's very highly regarded, but they just brought him up. They just brought up their goaltender a couple weeks ago, and he wins that for his first outing, and he looked great doing it. It's a really young team that wasn't going to do any veteran favors. So there's a little bit of grace there, but it's been a while since Mrazek was good.
I know.
You got to go back to 2021, that season, his last season with Carolina. So it's right during COVID, I guess, right? He only played in 12 games that year, but in the 12 games, he had a 2.06 goals against average and a 923 save percentage. His 3 years in Carolina, the save percentage was 914, 905, and 923. The goals against, 239, 269, 206. Carolina's a good hockey team. They have been for a while. His run with the Red Wings was actually pretty good. He was a pretty good goaltender and had some really outstanding moments. Actually, in the playoffs, he was outstanding in the playoffs. The team wasn't, but he was. Can he recapture any of that? I mean, that's in the past. It's 10 years ago. But can he be better than what he was in Chicago? Can he be a nice compliment to Cam Talbot running down the stretch here? Can he give Cam Talbot a couple days off so he's fresher and Cam Talbot can go back to being what he was in his career at one point? My hopes aren't high for this. They're not. I was surprised that he was attached to it as a part of that trade. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I thought that, okay, next year you go in with Cam Talbot and Sebastian Cosa, that Seabass would finally get his opportunity. Or if you needed to go out and get a goaltender in the offseason because you wanted to have more security, you can go ahead and do that. But I didn't expect that this was going to be part of the trade, and that Steve Eisen would explain it away by saying, yeah, well, this gives us our guy for next year too, in part of the tandem. Like, wow.
I was a little surprised by that. And again, he could be a product of the team playing in front of him, the type of season he's having. I think that's already looking like a squad that needs a Hail Mary. And I wish the Hail Mary was something more or better or more predictable than this. And I'm not even like I said, I don't think this is plan A. Mrazek's going to save the day, but he's going to be in net tonight. It looks like
he's going to be in net tonight, and it also looks like the Red Wings will be wearing the Stadium Series jerseys and helmet.
Okay, the one they haven't won in yet.
They're 0-2,
yeah.
But
because if they lose tonight, there's no question that people are going to blame the shirts.
Well, you burn them, right? Yeah. I mean, that's what happened with the other throwbacks they had, right? They couldn't win with those, and people got all upset when they wear them.
Look, I don't think I'd look at this and go, sweet plan, got it, this is going to work. But at this point, trying to build a case, it's hard to build a case. But I don't want to give up on the season either.
No, and who knows what the Red Wings are looking at, what they see when they look at film of Mrazek and playing in Chicago. Was he just hung out to dry every time because they have no defense in front of him? I mean, are the Red Wings that much better? You'd think. I mean, the Red Wings actually have some pretty good pieces on defense. The Sherratt-Seider pairing is one of the better pairings in all of hockey. You've got an up-and-coming player in Edvinsson, and then you've got some, give or take with the rest of the guys. But 3 of the 6 defensemen, I think, are strong to quite strong.
Mm-hmm.
So is that better than what Chicago's got? It probably is, because Mrazek didn't get to play with live stuff. So we'll see.
Yeah. Outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not angry. I'm a little disappointed that was the move that they made last week, and the Eisman explanation about it. I'm a little disappointed in that because I really was hoping, and maybe part of that is that it does light a fire under Sebastian Cosa, that he finishes off the season real strong, comes into training camp with a chip on his shoulder, and demands that he gets that spot by his play in training camp, and then he's the guy next year. I hope that's what it ends up being. But otherwise, Mrazek's a veteran, and we'll see what happens here, but he should have a better opportunity with Detroit than he did Chicago.
Well, there's not a lot to build a case around this team surprising us and getting hot. Change of scenery, skill set wasted in a bad team, crossing fingers, lighting candles, building shrines. Whatever works. Build your Mrazek shrine. 248-539-9797. Gator, have you seen the latest tweet from Rasmus Kagstrom?
What?
We'll read it to you as it's written, coming up today at 11:16. Seriously. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team. Red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere, so call the expert technicians at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they're going to help you and your family stay warm when it's cold and stay cool when it's warm. That's what they do. But don't just take my word for it. You got to check out their A+ rating they have from someone called the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google? Or maybe you do want to take my word for it. Please do. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling has come out to my house a couple of times or like that and fixed the issue, and I couldn't be happier. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Talking a little Red Wings. Spent the bulk of the first hour talking Pistons, and we'll keep taking your Piston calls and feedback. Wow, what a run this team is on. And yeah, I bet $5 on them to win the East. Who's with me? 80-1. But we shifted gears a little bit to the Red Wings. It looks like we're going to see Mrazek in goal tonight. You know what's funny is, do you remember years ago the Red Wings had a goalie with the same name?
Right, it's the same name, Peter Mrazek.
Yep.
Yeah. Same name, but it's the same player.
Okay, so this is from Rasmus Kagstrom.
Rasmus what?
Rasmus Kagstrom just tweeted out the
following.
following.
How do you spell Kagstrom, by the way?
Kagstrom.
Nice.
Yep. Chansen finns att Axel Sandin Pellikka kan få NHL-debutera med Detroit Red Wings redan under våren. Planen just nurat att han ska avsluta säsongen I Nordamerika efter små slutspellet.
What?
Björk.
Did you just add that?
I just added the last part.
What are you, the Swedish chef there?
Yeah.
Mark.
What do you think?
Well, I think your Swedish is interesting.
I want to know if anybody speaks Swede. I'd like to know how I did.
Should call my mom and see what she thinks of that.
Yeah.
I think in somewhere in there, it's veiled that Axel Sandin Pellikka, the defenseman for the Swedish team that is a Red Wing prospect that we've talked about a number of times on the show. I think somewhere in there it identifies him as possibly debuting with the Red Wings this season.
Here's the translation according to Google.
Okay.
All right. There's a chance that Axel Sandin Pellikka could make his NHL debut with the Detroit Red Wings as early as this spring. The plan right now is for him to finish the season in North America after the Finnish championship playoff. Björk. That's the exact definition or the translation of what I said. So there are Hail Marys, and then there's this Hail Mary too that you can hang on to.
I'm looking at this now, and this is great. It was a good effort from you.
Was it? Maybe somebody in Swede that can speak Swedish that's fluent in. Do we have people in Detroit fluent? Anybody out there fluent in
Actually,
Swedish?
yeah, Helene St. James.
Is she?
Yeah, from the Free Press.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for her.
And so was somebody named Nick Lidstrom, who was part of the.
Yeah, but do you think anybody listens to the show?
Oh, wow. That kind of hurts. Johnson finns att Axel Sandin Pellikka kan få NHL debutera med Detroit Red Wings redan under våren. Planen just när att han ska avsluta skadan.
I should have
sing it.
I should have had you read it.
Well, you're supposed. You got it. It's a sing song.
Is it?
Yeah.
Johnson finns att
ja, I don't know.
Axel Sandin Pellikka kan få NHL debutera med. Hey,
you did well.
I
thought you did well.
I did do it. I don't know if I did well, but I did it.
You got through it without stumbling through it. I mean, it may have been, guttural and and offensive to Swedes, but I thought you got through it. Well done. Listen, there's a chance that Axel Sandin Pellikka could make his NHL debut with the Red Wings as early as his spring plan right now for him to finish the season in North America after the Finnish championship playoffs. So that's the plan right now, is that he would go to Grand Rapids after his season is done in the playoffs. The only thing that changes that, in my mind, is that the Red Wings get on a heater and find themselves in a playoff push again.
I'm laughing because Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch just posted, Gator just explained how to put together a side table.
Right.
Basically, we just read instructions
in Swedish.
We just read instructions from IKEA.
Right. We throw in a lingonberry and a meatball and an Allen wrench, and we're all set.
Absolutely hysterical.
What does Sprook mean with the umlauts over the O? Listen, I would love to see this guy play with the Red Wings.
I know you would.
Everything we've seen of him, all the highlights, just like this guy just screams needs to play at another level. Like, stop playing in Sweden, bring him over here. Even if it's in Grand Rapids right now, bring him to Grand Rapids. But he's obviously in a playoff situation there. If they get bounced, still want to see him here in Detroit. But again, that'll be dictated by where the Red Wings are, I suppose.
Yeah, look, this is we're filled with Hail Marys today, whether it's this guy coming over from hoping he gets bounced out of the Finnish playoffs, hoping Rogel doesn't go very far. I don't know why I think everybody plays for Rogel.
Why
Maybe
not?
for a minute there everybody did. Hoping that the Rogel doesn't go very far and he can make his debut in 3-2-1. Whether it's Mrazek, that's the Hail Mary. I mean, the truth is, I'm sure they'll tell you that the plan is neither that Mrazek bails them out or that Sandin Pellikka is the difference maker. It comes down to them probably just getting back to some of the fundamentals. They'll tell you it's just getting back to some of the fundamental things that they were doing better when they were on a win streak, and that they have left them, and they got to show that they're capable. But it's been rather frustrating, to say the least. Rather frustrating. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. One thing for the Piston game last night I did want to bring up that was just violent, and you were there. The lob, the standing still lob, Cade threw to a standing still Jalen Duren. Cade stopped this dribble on the right elbow and threw a lob to the left side of the lane to Jalen Duren. The fact that they were both standing still was kind of funny because you don't see the lobs thrown that way nearly as much. But the violence with which Jalen Duren throws that ball down, I mean, it rattles an arena.
Look, I know it was against Washington.
Yep.
But highlights are fun.
Yep.
That was one of many that were kind of fun to see. There was one play where they just kept bouncing the ball around, just kept passing it, pass. And then eventually it ends up in Malik Beasley's hands for an open three, and he drained it. Mm-hmm. There was another one where the clock is winding down, and they threw it in the corner, I think, again, Beasley, and he drained it. I mean, heck, we even had a Fontecchio sighting last night where Simone knocked down two in a row, wide open three-point shots.
Kang, did you see them? Kang's in a belief that in games he watches Simone Fontecchio.
I didn't see him. I didn't.
I texted. I was texting Kang last night, and like, hey, there it is, and I get no response, and I'm like putting the gifs out there too. And I'm like, well, I think this is kind of funny. What is not responding? You really didn't see it.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
That's so funny.
I swear to you.
For people, just to recap, Kang says in games he's watched, Simone Fontecchio, he's hit threes, except if he's wide open. He doesn't hit those threes. Last night he hit two of them.
Yeah.
And Kang, I'm guessing family duties, daughter's interrupting the typical.
Yeah, he was 2 for 3 in wide open threes that I saw.
Yeah, well, still 1 for 40 in my book.
There's your stat of the day.
But yeah, lots of, I mean, the chemistry that Cade Cunningham has, it's not just with Duren, it's with the entire team. It's also infectious because everyone's looking for everybody, right?
Yep.
Anyone that drives the lane is like, oh, is Duren around? Because I can just throw it up in the air and he's going to come down with it.
Is Duren in the zip code?
Jalen, where are you at? And the same thing goes with Asar Thompson. It's the same thing because he's so athletic and they're looking for him around the net.
Yep.
It's fun.
Yeah, really.
It's fun to see the Pistons on a fast break because it's going to end in something spectacular.
It feels that way, and they get out and run, and they just keep winning. That's why I got super aggressive and put $5 down on them to win the East. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, we got to get an update on the mystery reader yesterday. We talked about that on yesterday's show. Kang did not read Mel's most recent mock draft to his daughter's class. He did not read.
Mistake.
He did not read the list of things that Gator strongly dislikes.
Also a mistake.
Which would have been hysterical when it got to kids. All of them would have been funny. But we'll get an update on how that went. Also, another edition of Fun with Vegas Odds, that coming up a little bit later on the show. This Tiger Gator looks like a different player, according to an MLB insider.
Oh, boy.
You know what
Get
that
ready.
means? Yeah.
Get ready.
And the Tigers literally, not figuratively, they literally tweeted out today that somebody was in the best shape of their life.
I saw that. That's awesome.
We'll get to that today at 11:50. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, that temperature is a changing. In fact, you can look at the grass outside right now and see it's a wonderful color of beige. Well, if you want it to be green, do the right thing and call the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com for a limited time only. You purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you got to mention me, Gator, and the station 97.1 The Ticket. Get green, stay green, and save some green when you prepay. That's the deal. Call by the end of the month, you get that early bird discount. And you want to make sure that you prevent crabgrass, because by the time you see crabgrass, it's too late to treat it. You got to do it right now. In fact, that first application is of the utmost importance, so take care of it today. Schedule early and call right now. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. Why Natural Way? I'll tell you why. 100% satisfaction guarantee. They also offer pest control services. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted with my lawn for about a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be there on a Wednesday. Pistons win last night. Awesome. Now virtual tie for 5th and 6th in the Eastern Conference. Red Wings in action tonight against Buffalo. Hail Mary time. Mrazek. Help us, Peter Mrazek. You're our only hope. That's not true. Axel Sandine Pelika's a hope as well.
Yes. That's a bigger hope.
So yesterday we told you about Kang, our producer, who is part of the show here, and his daughter of 2 little girls. He got to be the mystery reader for his oldest daughter's, is it first grade or kindergarten? It's kindergarten, right?
Kindergarten, yes.
Kindergarten. All right. You got to be the mystery reader for her kindergarten class. What exactly does the duties of a mystery reader entail?
This was it wasn't the most detailed email that was sent out. It was just basically, anyone would like to volunteer to be a mystery reader, please sign up here.
Was this like getting to be the coach of the watermelon sharks? You said, if nobody else will do it, I'll do it.
No, I actually wanted to do this. These are one of those, I don't know if you call them milestones or whatever, but it's something I wanted to do, right?
Yep,
And I can't wait to do it for my other daughter as well. So, as soon as my wife let me know about it, I signed up, and that was it. So I assumed that, hey, I'm going to bring in a book that, that we've read before together. So it's supposed to be a mystery reader. The kids aren't supposed to know who's it going to be. So I was kind of asking for these questions to my daughter during the week before leading up to it. Hey, you like this book? What book do you like to read? Things like that. And she'd pick one out. I'm like, that's too long.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, what
We're
shorter
not reading
books
Harry
do you like?
Potter.
Yeah. What shorter books would you like to read? So I found a book that I thought would work. And and then yesterday was the day I was ready to go, and I had a book picked out. I had my time slot. And I this is going to be weird. I was totally fine. I've been wanting to do this for a while. As it came closer to time and me walking in the building, I got a little nervous.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
Pressure's on.
Yeah,
There
something
is
hit
pressure.
me.
Well, let's start with
It's
this.
reading in front of people. Yeah.
Did you, can you share what book you chose?
Yeah, it was a Bluey book. It was not Gator's List that I had teased.
Not Gator's List, not Kuiper's mock draft.
Yeah, these schools have police officers now, so I didn't want to, once I read that list.
Yeah, that's
been
true.
Why? I love cops. There's nothing about cops on this. It's
Okay.
just those damn kids.
So
all of you.
So you get nervous. You
Got a little bit nervous, yeah.
Show up at the school. Did you have to check in?
Yeah, I went through the check-in, signed in, got a visitor's patch and all that stuff, and I walk
Get
into
frisked?
yeah. I walk into the classroom, and they're out at recess. They're about to come in, and as they come in, these kids start filing in, and then I start going, "It's Camilla's dad! It's Camilla's dad!" Every
nice.
single one. I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" Now I'm really nervous.
They know who I am.
Right?
There's an expectation now. Oh, crap.
So they knew when they got back from recess, the mystery reader would be there.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Did you have any water? Did you need to take
Dude,
get a drink?
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, can I call a 20-second?
Right, sure.
Regroup."
Take a piece of gum, something. My mouth is dry.
Yep. Form a wall. Just form a wall.
All right. So you then went out and you executed reading this Bluey book?
Yeah, it was Bluey. Goes to the pool. I sat down.
Bluey goes to the pool.
Yeah, something like that.
That's a good
Got to
one.
go somewhere.
Yep. Gator, you don't like that. You like swimming.
I do.
So I read the book, right?
Yep.
She's like, "You can start." I was like, "Okay, here we go." I kind of messed up a little bit in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. Still, nerves were kicking in. Had that adrenaline rush.
Well, 6-year-olds put a lot of pressure on
Dude.
you if you don't perform.
I mean, they were staring through me. Don't mess this up.
It's looking
Camilla's
right into my
dad.
soul.
Right? So I finished
Tough crowd.
the book, and I'm okay. That's it. And then all of a sudden, she goes, the teacher says, "Do you guys have any questions?" I'm like, "What?"
Yeah. Yes.
Hands go flying in the air. By the way,
Oh, boy.
All right. Save the spoilers. What is Bluey? Is he a dog?
Bluey's a dog.
Okay.
An Australian dog,
An Australian dog.
a blue dog, and she has a sister, Bingo.
So it's a she. Bluey's a she.
Yes, they're both.
Okay.
Yep, both
Female
female
dogs.
dogs. The best dogs. Is that what you said?
It was a word with B. Yeah.
Well, I didn't. Okay.
Well,
it was Bluey's. What I
female
said.
dogs. Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So they started asking questions about the book. I answered them, which I thought pretty well. I thought.
Were there
Think
any
so,
tough
so.
questions?
No, not really. There was repeat questions though. I'm like, Aiden, that was already asked. pipe down.
Okay.
Next one.
Was it already asked by the other Aiden?
Yeah. And then a third Jackson said something, but
Anybody ask if when Bluey goes to the pool, did Bluey go to the pool? Go in the pool?
no, that was not asked.
Okay.
But
Was
no,
it- was it
overall.
implied?
Yeah, of course. We all know that.
I mean,
So one of the reasons you do this, and I guess I want to know, what did your daughter say? Did she review your performance? Was she excited? Was she embarrassed? At 6, they're not embarrassed of mom and dad.
At first, I thought she was embarrassed because she was acting a little different, and they said, "Hey, you can go sit by your dad if you want." She's like, "Can I sit in my normal spot?" I'm like,
Oh.
okay, yeah.
This is the older one, right?
Yeah.
Because the younger one doesn't care about
No,
you,
yeah,
but the older
that
one, you
openly,
thought you still had this.
Yeah, the younger one openly doesn't like me.
The younger one, let's recap what you say to your younger one and how she responds.
Yeah, I say, "I love you," and she says, "I love mommy."
That's her response. How old is she?
She's 3. She's
That
gonna
is
turn-
some cold-blooded 15-year-old
Oh,
teenage
yeah.
girl stuff coming at the age of 3.
Rough.
Yeah.
The older one, I feel like we have a better relationship.
I think it sounds like you do.
Did you feel the need to endear yourself to the classroom by doing something very childlike? Like, did you make armpit fart noises or anything like that?
I just let real ones rip.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Farts are always funny, right, Gator?
Always.
Okay, so you're in the class, you read the book, you answer the questions. Your daughter acts a little weird, but in the end, did she?
Yeah, she was fine. Actually, so what had happened was after the story was over, she actually came up to me and like stood by me like, "Hey, I'm not embarrassed of you." At least physically, that's what she was showing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it was good. It was fine. She enjoyed it. There was no critiquing. But she was genuinely surprised though, which was nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right. How long were you there in total?
Probably 15 minutes.
Oh,
You
is
know,
that
not-
it?
Yeah,
All right, yeah.
not too long.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad it went well.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had a bunch of people asking questions, making suggestions. And,
Yeah, what were some good ones?
well, the best one was the guy who brought in. He worked in quality control for a steel company, and he brought in one of his workbooks, and I can't remember what the book was called. It was something like
Something with metallurgy.
yeah,
right?
yeah, the metallurgy and the failure tolerances of steel. And he opened up the book and said, "I'm going to read from this book." And he said the class was just like mouths agape, like, what? But he had his daughter's favorite book inside. His daughter's favorite book, and tell me if you've heard of this one, was Interrupting Chicken. Have you heard of Interrupting Chicken?
No, I have not.
Oh, it's on the list.
Yep.
The must-read list, not the things Gator strongly dislikes list.
You have
sure?
nothing against the Interrupting Chicken?
Well, I thought the fact that it's got 2 sequels already,
No, it does.
I thought was pretty impressive.
Is it reading on your list? That you strongly dislike?
We went into this a little bit yesterday. Lord knows I'm not. I do not like to read. I read for work every day. I do not want to read for pleasure. I don't read for pleasure. It's been forever since it's been years since I read a book. I just don't like to do it.
Feedback coming in here. J Money 1339. Did any kid ask about Bluey's positional value?
I told the kids, listen, everything I do is intentional. Everything I'm going to do and not going to do is going to make you all better. So pay attention.
Truck and Roll on Twitch says, "I'm doing the mystery reader thing in a couple weeks. You're giving me some anxiety, Kang."
Well, just don't mess up or your kids will hate you forever.
Yep. From M. Milton 23, we need Gator to sign up as a celebrity mystery reader spot with a full camera crew. Gator, would you do that?
I mean, the problem is that we work during the course of the show, so that's not going to happen.
You can have an afternoon off. We'll do the show solo, and if we can send a camera crew with you to do it.
We'll send Evan.
Yeah, Evan will film the whole thing. I got the wireless mics from my days of doing kids videos.
Got any Tigers news? Breaking news? Hey.
We actually do, and we'll get to it shortly. But so is that a no?
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
And someone suggests here that we stream it from the school when Gator's reading to the class. We could stream the whole thing.
Sure. Why not?
Evan, engineer it. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, Tiger news. Gator, the Tigers literally tweeted out best shape of his life, which we've always kind of laughed at. And this Tiger looks like a different guy, according to an MLB insider. Hear what he has to say today about One Tiger at 11:50 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Check out these March deals. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 31st.
All right.
What? What now?
Yeah, well, there's an odor in the studio.
There is.
Smells like bacon and flatulence.
Oh. Well, the flatulence isn't any good, and that's my apologies.
You let some sweetness fly in the studio. This is a
My
safe
apologies.
zone.
It is. This is a safe zone. We never do that, and I
Why?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right. Now, the other part of this, obviously, it can't be bacon,
Yeah.
real bacon, but it's very smoky, like a bacon,
Mhm.
hickory something. What do you got?
Well, first of all, good for you. Last night, for the first time in the calendar year 2025, we grilled at the Karsh household.
Okay.
Fired up the grill. And we had the hickory wood chips. So it's chicken breast with little potatoes, and it's leftover from the barbecue. And it was seasoned with a carne asada sauce, which was pretty good. And actually, was my kid liked it. Dad did a good job.
So you did a nice job of grilling chicken.
Yep.
It didn't dry out?
Nope.
Nice job, Doug.
Yep.
That's the key with chicken. Chicken's very tough to cook well.
Yes, it is. But this, look, I was so fired up. Got that first grill of the season. Seasoned it great. Rubbed the onion all over it, and then so good. So good. All right. We said we'd talk some Tigers. We're having some issues with the system to bring you one thing, but we can tell you that someone has shown up in the best shape of their lives. Someone has shown up in the best shape of their lives.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Tigers tweeted out today a picture of Miguel Cabrera.
Coach Miguel.
Yeah. Saying he's in the best shape of his life.
Working with the first baseman, trying to give him, some pointers here and there. And he looked good. I wouldn't say the best shape of his life. I would say that.
I think they're being sarcastic.
I'm sure they are. But what he didn't look like, it didn't look like he ballooned up. Right?
Yeah.
It looks about the same.
It's funny because I have this belief about larger, like offensive linemen and power hitters, guys that are all rocked up. When their careers end, they go one of two ways. They either balloon or they get super skinny.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say Miguel's super skinny, but I think he looks skinny for Miguel.
Yeah, there aren't many. Like I agree when it comes to offensive or defensive linemen.
Yep.
You don't see many that just kind of stay the same.
No.
It's one way or the other.
They either go from like 307 pounds to 407 pounds or to 207 pounds.
Right. Look at Jansen, for instance, right?
Yep.
Yes. But Cabrera looks like he's, I don't know, I would guess because he is 6'4". I'm going to guess he's around 250.
What do you think his maximum playing weight was?
Probably closer to 270, I would think. I think his muscle weighs more than fat, and he was really strong at one point, but also, also out of shape.
Well, he's got a big smile on his face. Fun to be around.
It's Miggy.
Yep. I mean, look, it's always fun when the legends come back and work with the guys. It makes them feel like they're still part of it. They're in it for. I don't think he's probably working on base running.
No, I don't think that's his role. His role is not to work on base running. Although he was a very good. I was going to say base runner. I mean, he kind of knew when to push it. Or
he wasn't bad.
He
wanted
wasn't
to
push it. I mean, there were times he got thrown out by 20 feet, but he also knows that you have to be aggressive on the base pass.
Yep.
To be successful. So there's something there. But I doubt that's why he's there. He's there to teach the first baseman how to play first base.
All right. So
and to just be Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah. Yesterday was one of the days where we got to see some of the kids. Tyron Lorenzo had a 2-run double as he continues to rake.
Jace Young smoked a home run, pulled it down the right field line, and just crushed it. It was a nice swing. You knew right away it was a home run.
And Max Clark had a base hit.
There you go.
Yep. So I saw something today because I mentioned we're doing Fun with Vegas Odds, and I saw that the Pistons were 80-1 to win the East. So, yeah, I threw down a small wager on the Pistons. What the hell? What do you think the Tigers are to win the American League?
I would guess it's like 30-1, something like that.
Kang, what do you think the Tigers are to win the American League? I know this is out of left field.
Maybe I'll go down to 25-1.
25-1?
I will go 35-1.
They're 10-1.
I guess we should bet, Gator.
Look at that.
No, you shouldn't.
Oh yeah,
You're not getting the value.
I'm not getting the value. They're not getting my $5.
No, they're not getting. You're not getting the value you think you should. I was surprised too. I would not have guessed that they were 10-1 to win the American League. What do you make of that?
Listen, they saw what the Tigers did last year. Team got into the playoffs, knocked off a pretty good Houston team, and damn near knocked off a really good Cleveland team. So, do they have the Tigers improved the roster from a year ago? I think the answer is yes. They have improved the roster from a year ago. And now you're looking at New York with Garrett Cole missing the year with Tommy John, and there's some shuffling of the deck going around with other teams. And is the East going to be more competitive now because Alex Bregman is there in Boston? It's no guarantee they win, but they didn't win last year. So are they going to help to muck up what's going on in the East? Is Baltimore going to be as good as they were a year ago? I think it's what it kind of tells you is things are up for grabs a little bit in the American League.
So, I was just like going through a bunch of odds today, and the Twins are the favorite to win the division at plus 210. The Tigers are plus 250. The Royals are plus 280, and the Guardians are plus 310. This is actually a very close cluster of teams. It tells you that this division's kind of up for grabs.
And the White Sox?
The White Sox, hold on, are plus 2,500.
There you go.
Correction. Plus 25,000.
There's a $5 well spent.
Now that's lighting $5 on fire. The Tigers, however, and the Twins are both 10-1 to win the American League. So the Twins are the favorite to win the division. These two teams are both 10-1 to win the American League, along with Seattle. The teams in the American League ahead of Detroit, you mentioned the Yankees, Baltimore, and Boston. Yankees are still the favorite at plus 390. Baltimore's plus 650. The Red Sox, Rangers, and Astros are plus 800. Then the Tigers are plus 1,000. Look, I'm excited about this season. I think you could be looking at a young core that just gets better. There's no reason to believe that Riley Green won't get better. Kerry Carpenter is established, and I think pretty much for real. Will Colt Keith get better? And then too many other young players to not get excited about. But ultimately, I think there's faith in the Tigers because of the starting pitching. Last year, they did it with a variety of different guys used in a variety of different roles. It was basically, shake all the names up in a hat and pull one out. That's not really true. It was very, very intentional and strategic, but you never knew what you were going to get from the pitching staff from day to day. And A.J. Hinch worked it like a maestro. But this year, when you go Flaherty and Skubal at the top of the rotation, that looks pretty damn good. And Flaherty had another good outing yesterday. So, it's really, to me, having that starting pitching that makes me, God, I'm really excited. Really, really excited about what this season may hold for the Tigers. And at 10-1, apparently Vegas is reasonably excited about what this Tiger team is.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be paying attention to the win-loss record in spring training at this point, and the Tigers aren't exactly lighting the world on fire in spring training with the win-loss record, but it doesn't matter because this is literally just getting yourself in shape and ready to go for the season, working on stuff. What you saw from Flaherty yesterday in the game was over 4 innings of no-hit baseball. He was really good. Casey Mize goes today. Hopefully he continues to build off what he's done because he's pitched well this spring. This rotation is starting to take shape. Evan Petzold, the Free Press, had an article today with the pros and cons of Jackson Jobe making this rotation and making this roster out of spring training, and reminding everybody what Scott Harris had to say about it, that they're not going to – there's no games playing with him. This is just if they think that what's going to be best for the Tigers is what they'll do with Jackson Jobe, they're not going to worry about service time and all that crap. And if you hold them back until May, then the service time doesn't kick in and all this. They're not worried about that. They want the best team going forward here, and if that means Jackson Jobe's part of the rotation, he'll be part of the rotation.
All right, before the break, we mentioned that, somebody, Baseball Insider, saying this Detroit Tiger looks like a different guy this year. We had some problems with the system. We got it all sorted out. So this is Jeff Pontes from Baseball America. Which Tiger looks like a different guy? There it is. Casey Mize looks like a different guy this year. Mize was, I think, close to being that player that people were going to give up on, where Baez is, where people have very little to no hope, if any hope at all. I don't know. Whatever. But I think Mize was quickly moving towards that stage. It would be this could be a great development for them.
Yeah, it would be amazing, to reap the benefits of having a guy who was drafted 1-1. Please. That'd be great. Love to see it. And he's pitched well. I mentioned Spencer Torkelson, the other guy drafted 1-1. It'd be great if he ends up hitting well enough to not only make the roster, but actually contribute. You saw on Twitter earlier today, Chris McCoskey talked about Colt Keith taking reps at second base, that's been a plan all along. And you think about it, if they want to give Gleyber Torres a rest at second base, they can move Colt Keith over there and have Spencer Torkelson get more reps and more games at first base. If he's hitting, these are things you want to do. You want what's best for the team. Casey Mize pitching well is best for the team. Spencer Torkelson finding his stroke and hitting the ball with power is best for the team. Will it happen? We'll see when the regular season begins. But right now, there's encouraging signs that both of these players can contribute.
All right, straight ahead, Pontes gives his reasons why. What looks different about Casey Mize? We'll play that for you today at 12:02. And let's get into the first of what we expect to be several one-year contracts handed out by Detroit Lions GM Brad Holmes. We'll do that at 12:08 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, we're talking a little Tigers. It is Casey Mize getting the call today. You'll get the baseball. Chance to maybe further put a stamp on one of those starting spots in the rotation. You just heard the soundbite we played from Baseball America and their writer Jeff Pontes, who says that Casey Mize looks like a different guy. He goes into more detail. Here is what he thinks is working for Casey this spring. So there you go.
Well, what they thought that he could be when he was drafted was an ace. Yeah. So I think it's a long way from that. But can he get back to where he was, which was promising, where his ERA is in the mid to high threes? Can he get back to that and start to work it down? And then, I doubt ever become an ace, but become a real viable pitcher in that rotation. Someone that you're going to want to sign when his arbitration years are done.
Yeah. And, it's a big year for him. Last year, we just talked about him getting like 30 starts, I think it was, and he didn't. So, this year it's okay. Healthiest year you've had in some time. Let's go next level now. Let's turn it into something bigger than that, and then more than just being out there and getting a participation trophy. Because it was, it turned out he only pitched in 22 games. So still you want the 30 starts, but do something with them. All right. We've talked about the Lions in the offseason quite a bit. Not yet today. Yesterday it was announced that they have perhaps entered the 1-year free agent signing portion of the program as they get Arizona Cardinals nose tackle Roy Lopez, a depth guy, an NFL caliber backup, 1 year, $4.65 million. Gator, I feel like this is the guy that gets the reps if Mekhi Wingo or Broderick Martin don't develop fast enough to be that third rotating in defensive tackle.
Yeah, or it seems this guy is one that has a specific skill set and that is only to stop the run. And he started a lot. I think he started 16 games last year, but he is just a run guy. He's not going to rush the passer. And so it just provides that. So would he be that rotational guy? He's a rotational first and second down guy, right? Or short yardage situation guy.
Wow. You just hijacked your own commentary.
I know.
This usually happens to me, but now you've done it to yourself.
That's usually how it happens too, by the way. It's kind of a surprise.
Yeah. What is short yardage?
Yeah.
Does that involve the tush push?
Wow. This is kind of what you expect. This is more in line with what the Lions do.
Right. But with everything else, you have to evaluate and say, did they overpay for it? Because it's $4 million.
Yeah, maybe. I'd like to see how the contract's broken down.
Yep.
But, as we're here now in the official start of free agency, when contracts can be signed today, you got the DJ Reed contract will get signed. The thing about the DJ Reed contract is you just swing around Major League Baseball and everybody who grades these things out, it's A after A after A from the people that evaluate the DJ Reed deal. Really, really getting high marks for that contract.
Well, it's when you look at other players of the same ilk and how much more they signed for, the value is there. It's better value than what you get for the other players. And then when you just compare the player to the player, DJ Reed is a very good cover corner. Does he have his issues? Yeah. Too many penalties. But does he overcome that with great coverage?
Mm-hmm.
He covers you like a glove. And sometimes the glove gets a little too sticky and the flag flies. But when the times when the flag isn't flying, you're not catching the football. You're not open.
So what do they do next? What do they do next? Well, is it a one-year deal for Cooper Kupp? Are they bringing back Zadarius Smith on a one-year contract? What possibly could be their next move? My guy, Nick Westbrook-Akine, signed with the Dolphins as a third wide receiver. Do they bring back Tim Patrick? What is the move they do next? A one-year deal was handed out yesterday for Joey Bosa. He got $12.6 million to go to the Buffalo Bills. Well, the Lions rue the day they didn't move in on Joey Bosa. Well, they'll be ruining there.
I don't think they'll be ruining. I think it would have been interesting just to see. I mean, if Joey Bosa can stay healthy, then you'd be really intrigued by it. But that's not been his track record. The $12 million plus price tag on it is pretty hefty. But Buffalo wants to pay that. Go ahead. You go do you. I'm more interested now to see what the other guys sign for. I don't think anybody else is going to sign for more than that. So now you're talking for single-digit $1 million, something like $8 million, $6 million.
Yeah.
Maybe 10. I don't know who gets it. Dexter Lawrence, Von Miller, Azeez Ojulari, players like that. Are they approaching that, or is it just a one-year, hey, Lions come to terms with a one-year $6 million deal on Azeez Ojulari? Or is it a 2-year deal for 15 with, 8 guaranteed or whatever? Something like that. Those are the deals I expect to see now. And this is where the bargains come.
Yep.
I'm all about it. And yet the idea that they were willing to spend money, or at least that the illusion was out there because of the Adam Schefter tweet that the Lions, he's hearing the Lions when it came to buzz about Josh Sweat, and what Sweat signs for was, a ton of money, like $18, $19 million a year, whatever it was. Does that mean the Lions are interested in a player like that? I don't think those players are on the market anymore. But as I pointed out yesterday, and we just mentioned the edge rushers, if the edge rushers go cheap, can you then couple that with another deal for $8 or $9 million for a 1-year deal and get someone like Cooper Kupp, or Amari Cooper?
Yeah, Cooper Kupp is really, really interesting. I feel like a player in his position always feels like they got something to prove, like they play with a chip on their shoulder.
Well, and it's not like he's young. I mean, he's 33 years old. Of course, that is very young. But in NFL years, it ain't that young.
Yep.
And he's a couple of years removed from his really good productive years. He's been hurt. But when he's in games, you have to account for Cooper Kupp. He still catches the football, still runs great routes. And, oh, by the way, he used to play with a quarterback here.
Okay, listen to this. This is in our inbox from Hans the Uber driver. Brad Holmes is having a terrible offseason. How does he let Zadarius Smith walk for Davenport? And this Lopez guy, who's nothing more than a taxi squad guy, cuts iffy for a 5'9" mid cornerback nobody in this town has ever heard of. Brad is overreacting to the Washington loss.
Well, first of all,
let's respond to it coming up. Terrible offseason. Let Zadarius walk for Davenport. Lopez, nothing more than a taxi squad guy, cuts iffy for a 5'9" mid cornerback nobody in this town has ever heard of. He's overreacting to the Washington loss. We'll give our 2 cents on that. If anybody else wants to respond to it, that is a scathing evaluation of this Detroit Lions offseason. Another edition of Vegas Odds, Fun with Vegas Odds at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. This week, FanDuel is bringing you the Dog of the Day Profit Boost Token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when the underdogs take down the powerhouses. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. There is a chance for you to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the one that refuse to go quietly, and score even higher odds with them. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. This app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost because, after all, anything can happen in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so we'll get to your phone calls in a minute here. Holmes is having a terrible offseason. How does he let Za'Darius walk for Davenport? Let's start there. Well, he saved $4 million by doing that. And I don't know if that $4 million went towards, is it going towards Kirby Joseph? Did it go towards DJ Reed? Davenport is a very low risk and way cheaper in terms of finances. If he performs, he gets paid more. It's an interesting gamble, but I mean, isn't this 100% about the money? Like, I get that Za'Darius, where he is in his career, I like what Za'Darius Smith brought, and I thought Za'Darius Smith would be brought back. It tells me that the money crunch to keep their really exceptionally good players is perhaps a little bit more than at least this guy realizes. But let's address that. How do you let Za'Darius walk for Davenport? Is it a legitimate criticism?
Not yet. First of all, I don't think it is anyway, because the contract structure of the Davenport deal is such that it benefits only the Lions. It's the money guaranteed to him is so low. If you're going to have to pay him money, and even then, it tops out at whatever it is, $4 million or 4.75. It tops out because he would be playing in games. That's the incentive base. $100,000 a game or whatever it is. That's the incentive. He hasn't been healthy in his career, so the Lions have protected themselves against that. And if he actually plays, he's good. He's a good player, but he can't stay healthy. So they protected that. As far as Za'Darius Smith is concerned, I thought it was curious that they didn't bring him back. However, Za'Darius Smith has not been reported to sign with anybody yet.
Yeah.
Is it possible he comes back to the Lions because he sees all this money being handed out to other players, but now the money is stopped? Now there's a $12.5 million bucks for Joey Bosa as the last edge rusher to get something. And, he doesn't have the track record of Bosa, where Bosa one time was the best player in the league, but it's a 1-year prove-it deal for Joey Bosa. Is it somewhere near? Would Za'Darius Smith get a $12 million contract from anybody for a year? I don't think so. Is he still in play for the Lions to get at, say, $6 million or $7 million?
Let's wait to see what the final work is at the edge rusher spot before we're critical of this move. I mean, it could completely backfire, but this is only part of the story. Free agency's just begun. We haven't had a draft yet. There's still trades to be made.
And as Kang has pointed out, the thing with Za'Darius Smith was what they got out of was future years of dead money. There was only 1 year left in the deal, but because it had been restructured and whatnot, there'd be extra years of dead money. Now there's no dead money. They save some money that way. So if they were to bring him back on a 1-year deal, it does make sense. The question is, will Brad Holmes decide that they need to get another edge rusher and pay someone like Za'Darius Smith, or is it someone else like Von Miller?
Next part of this text, this Lopez guy is nothing more than a taxi squad guy. Well, I do find it to be a little bit expensive for a player that I think is best, their third defensive tackle, but he did have the second most snaps amongst defensive tackles of the Cardinals. He wasn't a practice squad guy for them.
No, he's a starter.
Yeah,
started 16 games.
Is he undervaluing him? I would say so.
Is he a depth guy with the Lions? Yes.
Probably.
Yeah. But did the Lions need depth guys?
Yeah, they do, actually. I think that they're hoping that Broderick Martin and Mekhi Wingo come through for them, but I think this is the guy that gets the reps if and when they don't.
I mean, last year they sure needed depth.
Yep. Third, cuts iffy for a 5'9" mid cornerback nobody in this town had heard of.
I don't know if people had heard about DJ Reed or not, but how about nationally? If you look at what people are saying nationally, people from ESPN and the talking heads over there, or if it's Fox Sports or if it's CBS Sports, whoever you look at, DJ Reed was very highly thought of.
Yep.
And he was number 1 on ESPN's free agent players. Number 1. Not number 1 corner, number 1 free agent available.
I can't help you if you didn't know who DJ Reed was, and even if you didn't, you haven't read up on the respect that there was for him. And he got him cheaper and it wasn't really cut iffy. They let Carlton Davis walk and use the money to sign what many people think is a better corner. Final thing,
But they did let Iffy go.
They did let Iffy go, but that's
a third safety.
But here's the thing. DJ Reed is going to play instead of Carlton Davis,
right?
Not instead of Iffy Malifonwu.
Gotcha.
They haven't come up with an Iffy replacement yet. Brad is overreacting to the Washington loss. I think most people think he's underreacting to the Washington loss. I think people want him to go huge and get Myles Garrett, go huge and get
Trey Hendrickson,
which probably, we know the Garrett thing wasn't realistic, and my guess is the Hendrickson thing also is unrealistic. I don't know why his agent would accept the trade here when he can stay at a place he loves in Cincinnati for the same money, because the Lions aren't likely to give him a new contract. And if they are giving him a new contract, they're probably using money that is earmarked for a defensive end edge rusher who was the favorite to be the defensive player of the year when he got hurt, and he's way younger than Hendrickson. But There you go. The answer to the text. Let's go to Donald. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Donald.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, guys. I know a lot of people's not going to agree with me on this, but I agree with getting Cooper Kupp. We need more offense. Jameson Williams is great. He's a great receiver. But in the red zone, he's hardly there. How many red zone touchdowns do you have? Not much. We need another guy to help him on St. Brown and Laporta.
Well, I think they're going to get another receiver. I think that's probably part of the to-do list this offseason is to get another wide receiver.
Would you guys agree then to trade Williams? Because I know we got a lot of people.
No, why would I? I don't need to trade him. I need Jameson Williams. I can sign a free agent receiver and not give up anything.
Donald, the red zone stat that I think is most telling is your touchdown efficiency. Getting into the red zone, how often do you score touchdowns? The Detroit Lions were third best in the NFL at 67.95% in scoring touchdowns in the red zone. I don't think they need to move on from J-Mo to Kupp because Kupp might do more in the red zone. Their red zone efficiency as a team is just fine.
What they can do is add Kupp without subtracting J-Mo.
I would add Kupp, and I'm saying for Hendrickson, why not trade Williamson and get a rental right now for a defense and get us another pass rusher with Hutchinson?
Well, because you're going to have to pay Trey Hendrickson, and Trey Hendrickson's going to get $35 million a year. And I don't know if the Lions can afford that along with paying other players. Now, maybe they can. Look, Kansas City just restructured 2 contracts with Patrick Mahomes and I think Chris Davis, and they freed up nearly $50 million by doing so they can sign other players. But the price is going to be paid down the road at some point. The Lions want to be aggressive and do something like that. They can certainly at some point ask other players to restructure because they got a bunch of players that have big contracts. And I suppose they could make this work, but there'll be a price to be paid at some point down the line that will cost them players.
Yeah, I don't see Hendrickson being realistic in any way. His age, he's been told that they can seek a trade, and the reason they would seek a trade is to get a new contract. Detroit has the money probably already spent that Hendrickson would want. And so why would he agree to not? I mean, Detroit should call and ask. Why would he agree to a trade to a place that isn't likely to give him a contract extension, probably can't afford him, and when he loves Cincinnati and said as much?
But what if they did?
Well, I mean, you can call and ask, Gator, but...
No, I'm just saying, what if like I said, with Kansas City did? Now, yes, you run the risk of years down the road really running into trouble, but is it worth it if you win a championship? Right. And if you think that having a team with Trey Hendrickson and Aiden Hutchinson helps you win a championship, which I think most people would say it would, then it'd be worth it, but there's no guarantees.
Just like with Max Crosby and just like with Myles Garrett, I think this will be looked back at as total fantasy. Raymond in Commerce, you're next. Hi, Raymond.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
Hey.
My dreams died the moment that Myles Garrett decided to betray Lions fans everywhere and sign that massive deal to stay in Cleveland. I so badly wanted Hutch and Garrett to just, have some fun for a whole season. But I guess he doesn't like Detroit or Detroit Coney Dogs. So my thing with Brad Holmes is he needs to choose the direction, and it needed to either be A, go out and get a premier pass rusher opposite Aiden and investing in Aiden, which obviously it doesn't look like he's going to do. Any free agent that's left out there is no better than Sedarius Smith. So at this point, I really want him to trade up into the top 10. I feel like if he really wants to be this, team that stays relevant for like 10 years, at some point you need to replenish it with a top 10 pick. I'm not saying go up and, grab a QB or a wide receiver. He might have some other different needs, but we need a blue chip guy that is going to be ready to play from day one, not needing to necessarily develop. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, look at him, J-Mo, he was going to be a blue chip guy if it wasn't for the fact that he was injured. So, of course, Brad Holmes was able to at least wait on him where the Saints took Olave because they wanted a guy that could play right now. So I just think that Brad Holmes needs to be bold and actually, keep the team young, keep the team cheap, when you're paying guys like Aiden and Kirby and go into the top 10.
Yeah, look, he's done such a good job in the middle rounds. I think that Brad Holmes is absolutely going to take an edge rusher this year. It might come in the middle round, And if you look at some middle round gems that he has found, Amon-Ra, Aleem, Kirby Joseph being examples, there's going to be an edge rusher out there in a middle round in the next couple of years that is undervalued, that is available in the middle rounds, and we seem to have just the guy to identify those kinds of players.
Harder to find the edge rusher in the middle rounds.
It's harder.
Can be done, but yeah, at least right now they still have the pick at 28. They still have a second-round pick. I think you're probably drafting one in that range.
248-539-9797. Trey Hendrickson himself was a third-round pick. So go find the next guy, which seems to be his strength. Another edition of Fun with Vegas Odds coming up at 12:35. And you will not believe what one analyst said. We usually don't do this, but I think today we have to. And we'll get to that today at 105. Here on 97.1. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. Another edition of Fun with Vegas Odds coming up today at 12:35. Analyst, I don't know what to say. We don't do this a lot, but somebody said something just ridiculous last night and yesterday. We'll get to that today at 105. In the meantime, let's go to Sean on West Bloomfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, Doug, you just said the last segment, can't afford Trey Hendrickson, I believe were the exact words you used.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's factual, buddy. I just don't. I think that in order to say we can't afford him, you're filling in a whole bunch of variables with a bunch of assumptions, right? We can't afford him if we do all these other things, right? Which we don't really have to do, right? So what I mean by that is, like, we don't have to sign all these players and extend them all, right? We don't.
That's valid. I mean, I think that's their plan, and that's why I don't think they can afford him. But go ahead.
I think you're doing a lot of assumption there. Maybe there's a couple of these guys they don't intend to extend, right? So, but on top of that, the cap always goes up. We can always restructure contracts. We might be able to afford all of them by the time this is all said and done, right? Including Trey Hendrickson. So I just don't think it's really factual that we can't afford Trey Hendrickson. I think the opposite. I think we absolutely can if we figure
Sean,
it out and
I'll
do
say
it,
this because
right?
I kind of agree with you. I think they can, but the problem is that there will be an explosion in a few years. But the benefit might be that you've won a Super Bowl.
What do you mean by that, the explosion?
An explosion in terms of you're going to have to blow up the team because you can't afford to hang on to all these guys. You're going to have to start releasing guys en masse because you're going to be way over the cap, but that could be 3 years from now. In the meantime, you've got yourself a short window here where you might be over the top. You add Hendrickson, you're over the top on defense.
I agree with you, Gator. And I think that, so first of all, some of these extensions we've done in the last couple of years, those contracts are going to be up by the time the guys that are coming up in the next year or two need to be extended, right? So some of these were 3-year extensions.
That's not true.
Not Goff, not Sewell.
Well, not any of the guys they just signed. They just signed Goff, Sewell, St. Brown, McNeil are the 4 big guys they just signed in the last year. Now you're going to have to, at the end of this season, you've got Kirby Joseph's contract is up. Are you going to let him walk? Or are you going to pay him? Are you going to pay him $20 million a year because that's what he's going to get?
Would I let him walk to pair Hendrickson with Hutchinson? Yeah, I might. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
and Sean, and that's fine. And that's one of the things you have to decide is if you're willing to let someone like Kirby Joseph walk, then it becomes easier to go ahead and try to fit a guy like Trey Hendrickson in. I mean, that's fine. That's a lot. And the same thing with you. Then you could bring up Jamison Williams. Okay, you don't have to give Jamison an extension. He's got you can pick up the 5th-year option, which is still money to pick up. I think it ends up being like $11 million, but it's a far cry short of what it would be if you were to sign him to an extension. So if you're willing to let go of guys after the year, you'd let go of Kirby this year and let go of Jamison after the following season, then yeah, you can make it happen. But is that how you want to do it? That's the question.
Look, I'm taking Brad Holmes at his word. And all the indications are they want to re-sign their own guys. If they are going to shift away from that, they can afford some other players. I would be very careful if you gave Trey Hendrickson big money and pissing off your young edge rusher who is trending towards being the defensive player of the year, who's way younger than Trey Hendrickson, who's a guy that you would rather have around long-term than Trey Hendrickson. I would be very careful about.
But how are you pissing him off?
Because the illusion of giving him Hutch's money is out there. Because teams really can't pay. It's hard to pay for 2 elite edge rushers. Now, we don't know what Hendrickson wants, how many years he wants, how much money he wants, but it seems a pretty safe bet that he wants term and he wants big-time cash. And is it realistic to have 2 $40 million edge rushers under a cap? I'm assuming that they're going to try and keep their own guys. If they're going to let guys walk, then that's fine. But, I mean, Holmes himself has said, we know what we're getting. We know what we have. We want to keep these guys.
Right. But it can be. I'm just saying it can be done. You may not like how it's done, but it can be done.
Well, it's not that I don't like it. I just don't think they like how it would have to be
They may
done.
not. Yeah. And it seems like that's how they're going to – they're not going to operate with having $75 million tied up to two edge rushers. But yet – who knows farther down the line if that ends up being the norm, if that's what teams decide to do to stay competitive.
Well, that you could do that. Right now, there are very few examples. We went through and looked of having 2 edge rushers that would be like top 5 in the NFL. There's not. We couldn't find an example going back 10 years of anybody doing this, which means a lot of teams won Super Bowls without that.
What we might see, though, is 2 wide receivers. I mean, look at Cincinnati. I'm just saying, you can find 2 players at the same position.
It's a completely different topic. Yeah.
Eating up, well, I mean, it's 2 players at the same position eating up a massive chunk of your salary cap.
Let's get to fun with Vegas odds. All right, all these things are 20-1. 20-1, which would you bet?
Is that Zerga?
Michigan State to win it all in March Madness, 20-1.
All right.
Kentucky to win the SEC basketball tournament is 20-1. Kirk Cousins to be the Steelers starting quarterback next year is 20-1. Milwaukee to win the NBA championship is 20-1. And LSU to win the college football national championship next year is 20-1. All these things, according to betonline.ag and FanDuel, are 20-1. If you had to bet one of these 20-1 bets, which would you bet, Gator?
I'll take my Spartans. It'll be fun for me to do. I don't trust Brian Kelly to get things going with Garrett Nussmeier as a quarterback. I don't really care about SEC basketball. So for me, it really just comes down to, okay, you said Michigan State. I'm intrigued. And the way Michigan State's playing, all the top 25 teams they've knocked off this season, and particularly as of late, I like how they're playing. So I guess I'd like their chances over the others.
I'm going to take the 15th ranked Wildcats to win the SEC because it only includes getting hot for a weekend. It feels like everything else takes a longer run. Kang, which would you take?
Yeah, my first thought after you read the list was Michigan State, but I think the outside shooting scares me. So I'm going to go with you, Doug, as well. Kentucky winning the SEC. I think that's the safest bet out of the 21s, but followed by MSU.
Next up, these things are 16-1. 16-1. Michigan to win the Big Ten tournament. The Baltimore Orioles to win the World Series. Jameis Winston to be the Steelers' next starting quarterback. DeMarcus Lawrence signing with the Jets. And Alabama to win the college football playoff next year. These things are all 16-1. If you had to bet one of these 16-1 long shots, Gator, which would you take?
If I knew who Alabama's quarterback was, if I had any kind of confidence, I'd think it's like going chalk. I'll take their chances. It wouldn't be Michigan. Who else? What are the others? You got Jameis
Winston to be the Steelers starting quarterback. DeMarcus Lawrence signing with the Jets. The Orioles to win the World Series.
I'll go with Jameis Winston. I'm not sure what's happening in Pittsburgh, who they're going to get. It doesn't sound like they're going to get Aaron Rodgers, that he'd go to the Giants. Oh, please, God, don't go to the Vikings. That they might be left with a choice of Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston.
Mm-hmm.
God, would they even do that over? Would you take Jameis Winston over Russell Wilson?
I think Jameis Winston with Mike Tomlin is a fascinating experiment.
You know what? I'll take Dexter Lawrence going to the Jets.
Okay. Again, Michigan, and just get hot for a weekend. Bama feels like it's 16-1. You'll never get them at 16-1 ever, but I wonder a little bit about head coach down there, who's probably already feeling the heat. I think it's Jameis Winston to the Steelers. Kang?
I like the Orioles, if I'm going to pick any of these. I like the Orioles. Are a good young team. I know baseball can get, real streaky, but I like Baltimore's squad, man. I'll take them.
All right, next up, these things are all 5-1. 5-1. The Lions to win the NFC. Florida to win the Stanley Cup. Cleveland to win the NBA championship. Shohei Ohtani to lead the majors in home runs. And Louisville to win the ACC in football.
A lot of good ones here.
All 5-1.
I'll take the Lions winning the NFC. Winning the NFC North, I'm sorry.
It's to win the NFC.
Oh, it's win the NFC, 5-1.
Yeah.
I'll still take that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was choosing between that or or Shohei Ohtani, but I don't know how he's going to – he seems like he's had some injury issues. I love watching the guy play. If he's going to start pitching again, is that going to change things up? I don't know. I'll go with the Lions.
Okay, I'm in agreement with you. I'll take the Lions to win the NFC.
I'm gonna take the Cavs. If they can avoid the Celtics in the Eastern Conference, it'd be a lot easier road for them to get the NBA Finals, and then they just got to beat one of the whoever comes out of the West. But the Cavs have been playing the best basketball in the NBA, them with OKC. So I'm gonna take the Cavs.
There it is, and that concludes Fun with Vegas Odds. Monitor that. Play along at home. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. I'll get to the other reason, like the caller who wants Trey Hendrickson with Detroit. And there's another big reason we didn't even talk about why it's going to be difficult to make that happen. We'll get to that today at 12:50. And look, somebody said something about one of our teams, and I'm like, really? That you will hear at 105 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're tired of how your garage doors look, or maybe your garage doors are just in ill repair and you need to fix them and just get a new garage door, the people to call are Precision Garage Door. I had to get new garage doors a couple years ago, and they came out right away, and we got garage doors picked out that looked perfect for my house, went through a bunch of different options. I was very happy with my selection, and now I couldn't be more satisfied. Jackie and the whole crew, they're super professional. They know what they're doing. In fact, right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value. The sale ends at the end of the month on March 31st. So call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that free consultation and ask about the opener. By the way, mention 97.1 The Ticket, and they're going to waive your service fee. That's awesome. So is this. They're available weekends at no extra charge. All calls are answered 24/7. And like I said, if you schedule an appointment online, you do it at your convenience. You're not at the mercy of the company. They will work with you on a time that works for you. So give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, there's something going viral right now. In spring training, Joey Gallo challenged a pitch, a strike 3 call, and he got punched out facing Dylan Cease, the Padres, and he challenged it, and they looked at the ABS system, and it was well within the strike zone. And you're allowed one challenge a game, is that right?
I think it's more than that.
Okay. Well, how many times are frustrated players going to challenge calls? Like none of this is in the hands of the players in any other sport.
Right.
It's only in the hands of the players in Major League Baseball and team sports.
For right now, yeah. and it's only in spring training and then in I think in minors.
Yeah. This is one of I think the issues with this is frustrated hitter guy takes away his team's challenge.
Well, yeah. Then they become selfish guy, right?
Yep.
So that's one of the things that they're trying to teach the players is you got to be really selective. And in some cases, some managers just flat out told veterans don't do it.
Yep. Kind of an interesting part of this.
Look, I love the idea of this system because it is so quick, the way that they do it. I think it needs to be tweaked significantly.
Yep.
But I think the base is there for it to be successful in the future. Just the future isn't right now.
So the other thing about the Trey Hendrickson contract is that could it be made affordable to fit under the Lions cap with an acknowledgement that in the future they're going to let some of the guys that they already have walk? And, I'm going on the assumption that I think is a pretty safe assumption. All indications are they're going to try and bring back their own guys whose contracts are going to be up in the next couple of years. And after this season, they're going to have a massive challenge because the contracts that will be up all at the same time are players that they would, I'm sure, want to keep. Hutch, J-Mo, Brian Branch, Sam Laporta. There is a possibility that they won't be able to keep all of those guys. We did this yesterday. You look skeptical.
Well, because you said Jamison Williams. Did you mean Kirby Joseph?
No. Kirby Joseph is due for an extension now. Those players are due for an extension.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that J-Mo is part of the future.
Yeah, he might not be. He might be the guy they let walk. But here's the thing. Even if you can make him fit, you still probably have to be the highest bidder. Right? Any other team that doesn't have an Aiden Hutchinson is more motivated to get Trey Hendrickson than the Lions. If you don't have an elite edge rusher, you're more motivated to get one and to go get Trey Hendrickson than the Lions are. As much as we may want him and want to make him fit under the cap, the teams without an Aiden Hutchinson want Trey Hendrickson more than the Lions who have an elite edge rusher.
That might be, but right now it's kind of like controlled free agency for Trey Hendrickson because they can seek out the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know who's contacting his agent or who his agent is contacting to try to facilitate that trade. And the Lions don't have to pay Aiden Hutchinson yet. This is year 4 that he's going into. They don't really have to pay him until after year 5. Now, would it behoove them to do something soon? It would in the terms of it's going to cost you less to sign him to a deal now than it would after year 5. If you're going to wait, let's say you don't sign him, he plays out year 4, and year 5 comes around and you've got you pick up the option, right? And now he's making whatever it is, 12 million, 13, I don't know what it is, but it's somewhere in that range. But it's nowhere near $35 or $40 million that you let that play out. So now you got 2 years of Aiden Hutchinson where he's totally under control. That it's not a rough salary to take on. In the meantime, let's say you've traded for Trey Hendrickson and you've worked out the trade, and you say, let's rip up this last year of your contract. We'll sign you to a 2-year, $70 million deal guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get him on a 2-year deal, I would consider that to be a wonderful turn of events and a stunning turn of events.
It might be, but that's how and you're going to have to be creative. I'm just saying from a Lions standpoint, because I tend to agree with you, but from a Lions standpoint, if you're trying to do this, you have to be creative and find creative ways to make this work because, in the long run, you want Aiden Hutchinson here. And can you make this work? I mean, there are ways you can make it work with restructuring contracts and all of that. And there are probably ways to even keep everybody here on board for the next few years. But then when 3 years is up, you may have to jettison players left and right because, you sold your soul to go ahead and work this out with two of the greatest edge rushers in the game.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I would think that there'll be more motivated teams than the Lions because they don't even have an Aiden. With that said, there is obviously other work to be done in free agency. Kirby Joseph, there is a performance pay distribution that you can get paid more for your performance. He just got a $1 million bonus for this performance-based pay distribution for 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe this is one of the highest ever handed out. Now, does this go to players that are on their first contracts that are
Yes, because I think Brock
well
Purdy got one as well. And Brock Purdy was making less than $1 million, so his salary actually doubles.
Okay.
Which is crazy to think that Brock Purdy is getting paid like $2 million a year.
Yep.
Less than, I think.
This is players can earn additional compensation based on their playing time and base salary as well as other factors. So Kirby Joseph gets a much deserved $1 million bonus. The headline in a story posted at this hour by Dave Burkett of the Free Press, Lions safety Kirby Joseph gets big payday. Record-setting contract could be next. He is going into the final year of his contract. This is where you want to get deals done. With a year to go, you don't want to let your player get to free agency. You made the point yesterday, and it's very valid, that last year around the draft, there was a flurry of Lions signings. And we're like 5 weeks away from the draft or whatever it is. That could be the time where a Kirby Joseph contract extension is announced. Seems awfully probable. 248-539-9797. All right, look, we're getting more attention and people are saying stuff about our team, but we usually don't attack the source.
Yeah.
It's not something that we do a lot of.
But come on. Come on.
Something really weird was said about one of our teams. We'll get to that today at 105. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So, look, we opened the show with a lot of talk about our basketball team in Detroit. The Pistons with a 123-103 win over the Wizards. The Wizards are bad. The Pistons didn't even play that great. But they're really, really good right now. And Cade was exceptional, of course, although he only hit, I think, 1 of 5 from 3, but he had 27, 28 points. You get Asar didn't do much, and then he had as soon as they talk about it on the broadcast, it was like bang, bang, bang. Asar gets some baskets in transition. Even Fontecchio hit open threes, which Kang thinks never happens. Pistons rolled, man, and it was really, really nice. And they'll get Washington. They'll probably roll them again tomorrow, and now there's that tie for 4th, 5th, and 6th. There's something that we don't do a lot of, and that is, can you believe what this clown said? And it's mostly because
I like this clown though.
Well, here's the thing. One of the reasons we don't do it is because it's just pretty clear that in the world of sports entertainment, people say things just to say them. And you and I have talked about a little bit how, it doesn't really work for us. We're not going to say things just to say them. And if it comes a point where there's no market left for guys like us, then we'll be phased out. Neither you or I are interested in saying ridiculous stuff just to get attention. But we recognize that some people do it. But this feels personal. So we're going to bring it up. Shaquille O'Neal was on the big podcast with Adam Lefkoe, who's one of the fill-in guys with the NBA crew on TNT. And Lefkoe was talking about the Pistons being a fun team to watch. You're going to hear the back and forth between Lefkoe and Shaq. And what Shaq had to say about the Pistons was, well, hear for yourself. This is, your Lefkoe and Shaq talking about, Lefkoe brings up the Pistons are fun to watch. Hear what Shaq says. All right, we went over the odds earlier. Okay, Shaq, you're not paying attention.
So this was said a few days ago.
Yes.
They're 37-29. That's 8 games above 500 at this point.
What's amazing to
me,
me,
and they're 12-3 in their last 15 games, which might be another stat you want to throw at Shaq. If
I would. First of all, they're playing as good a basketball as just about anybody in the league over a longer period of time than the last winning 7 in a row or 8 in a row before they lost that game. That was, like you said, it was a few days ago. Then Shaq last night went on Inside the NBA and actually started to say something nice about the Pistons. But listen to this. Okay.
Well, then, if you're going to say, I don't want, then don't tell me that you know what Cade Cunningham is.
Candace Parker for the win. Thank you, Candace Parker, for calling him out.
Oh, I'm so disappointed.
I am disappointed too, and
I
don't
love Shaq. This. no tin roof rusted, but I do love Shaquille O'Neal. Let me say it that way. This is really disappointing. Because it's disappointing on a number of levels. One, it's a total disrespect to the Pistons. The cut we played first, which was from a few games earlier in the season, is a total disrespect to the Pistons. And then you follow that up with an opinion that, okay, it's interesting, but then you say Chauncey Billups instead of J.B. Bickerstaff, you get called out for it, and your defense is, I don't watch them. You just gave an opinion on a team, and but then you say you don't watch them. You can't do that. Just own it. If you're going to go down the road, how about you just own the fact that you screwed up who the coach was? Own that and then continue to heap praise on them. But you did both wrongs.
I got to tell you, it's easy to make mistakes. And when you do in this industry, you and I have discovered that the best thing to do is to just own them and move on and do it quickly as possible. And I'm sure, a fine-tooth comb, I'll look back at something I said today and go, wait a sec, what? But it's hard to do 4 hours of radio and not. We try very hard, but I guess I don't care. I really don't. But what's so weird about this is they truly are a team that's fun to watch, and we're dismissing a team that seems to give 100% effort every night, that we don't hear about load management, that has a superstar and the right kind of superstar, an unselfish, humble superstar. We read the quotes from that Ringer story earlier today and what is being said about him and the way he embraces and makes everybody on the team feel like their role is important. Like this could be the next role model superstar. It's early in his career, and he's going to start getting praise and patted on his back, and I hope that Cade Cunningham doesn't change anything about his approach to the game and his teammates. But he is getting praised as a leader at a young age. He was a guy who couldn't sleep at night during losing streaks. He's not here for the paycheck. He takes it personally. He wants to win for Detroit. And Shaq doesn't think they're fun to watch, and Shaq doesn't think that they're worth talking about. And this is where we don't do a lot of this, but as far as is this in terms of attacking the source, is Shaq still bitter about 2004 and the NBA championship?
When the Pistons had the 5-game sweep?
Yeah.
Maybe he is. I don't know. When you're on a podcast, it sounded like there were a couple edits there. Was he letting some F-bombs fly or something?
They did swear it. Kang saying, yeah.
So when you're on a podcast, you're a little freer with things you're going to say, and you're going to be a little bit more bold. The TV show, it's a different kind of take that he's going to have. But they were both bad takes. It just got worse. And for whatever reason, it's lazy. It's a lazy take, but worse than that, it makes him look lazy as a professional in doing what he does. Your job is to look, and neither one of us wants to get into really attacking this, but I feel like we can at this point. His job is to know the NBA. It's his only job is to know the NBA with us, right? And how are you not paying attention to the Pistons if that's what you're going to talk about on a nightly basis is the NBA? How can you ignore 12-3?
He's saying that the Pistons aren't worth his time or your time.
This is a team that lost 28 games in a row a year ago, and now they've got 37 wins. This is a team that is threatening to take 4th place right now in the conference. The growth that they have made from last year to this year is extraordinary. Absolutely, positively extraordinary. And he's ignoring it. And then he's getting lazy about it. I'm really disappointed.
I'm disappointed too.
We'll see if he changes his tune in the next couple of days. These things sometimes when you get he's going to get killed and grilled on social media about this. I'm sure that the people he works with, they're going to make fun of him and poke fun of him. and it might be a little bit of a story nationwide, more so than just here in Detroit, and that at some point, I imagine he'll address it and apologize for it because we've seen him do that too, and I hope he does.
This is a 3-month stretch of basketball going back to the middle of December. The Pistons are 26-12. Boston is 26-12 over the same stretch. Okay? The only teams that are better than them are, in this stretch, Cleveland, Oklahoma City, and Denver.
Yeah.
So that makes them the 5th best team over this stretch. A team that's playing like this that very well may be, okay? I mean, there's a reason why I put the $5 down on them to win the East, because I'm gambling on them authentically being this team. I think they're going to run into problems when veteran teams have been there, done that are literally killing time waiting for the postseason when they kick it into gear. Because I think that one of the reasons why the Pistons are having success is because they are playing basketball in such an attractive 110% all the time, both ends of the court way. Other teams are probably rolling in at 80% effort. And I'm talking about the other good teams. But man, this is irritating. But, Gator, maybe it's a great thing. Should these sound bites be on endless loops blasting into the Piston locker room?
No. They're plenty motivated. I mean, I'm sure they'll hear about this, but this doesn't have to overtake anything else. They seem to have a pretty sole focus. You know, Jalen Duren kind of highlighted that with what he had to say after the game last night. They're about making the playoffs. You know, they're not listening to outside noise. They're taking care of business on the court. They're all about getting better. And the way they played over the last 30, 40 games is showing it.
What do you think of this? How does it make you feel? Do you even care? Do you actually kind of secretly like it that we are being dismissed in Detroit with our NBA team? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. This week, FanDuel is bringing you the Dog of the Day Profit Boost Token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, those upsets, they can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you could land more winnings with a profit boost. So make sure you opt in for that thing. Pay close attention, follow the steps. This is your chance to ride the long shots of scrappy teams, the one that refuse to go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use. And when you win, you get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. before you get to the feedback and the phone calls, and you just heard Shaq just totally dismiss the Pistons, get the coach wrong, say he doesn't watch the Pistons, so they're not winning the NBA title. And I guess that's fine. I mean, it's probably a pretty safe bet to make, but to say they're not fun, it feels as though, I mean, this is actually one of the best stories in sports. Kang, you're a hardcore NBA guy. What do you make of this?
It's just people be talking stuff they don't know about. And I think, like, if I were to ask Shaq, like, hey, man, can you teach me how, what's the best way to set up a guy before you want to lay a drop step on him? Shaq will tell you. He knows that stuff. But he literally told everyone watching he doesn't watch the games. He doesn't watch a lot of the games. He said he didn't watch Pistons, which I actually probably believe because they haven't been on national TV much, and I doubt he's seeking out Piston games on his free time. He is a guy with credibility because he's played the game, won championships, but as far as watching today's games, he's not. And so the problem is, like, he got caught in a mess up, and he just kept going, digging that hole deeper and deeper. And, it's just made him look like a fool, but in the end, I don't care because I didn't care what he said about the team beforehand. I watch for entertainment purposes when I watch this, the TNT shows. I think those guys have good, funny lines, good rapport. But as far as what he's saying about the Pistons, I feel like he's still butthurt from 2004.
I think he might be.
And he holds grudges, man. Like, he held a grudge with Kobe forever. And that was his teammate that they won championships together with.
Well, your point that he hasn't watched the Pistons and they haven't been on TNT once this year. So that's, inside the NBA. He's not watching them in their studio when they got the game. So he can comment on it at halftime. They've only been on ESPN one time. And Evan, I think, said NBA Network 3 times.
Yeah, but you do a post-game show that does highlights from other games, you can at least glean something from that.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I feel like he got caught up. Like, in the one clip, he says, he starts praising Cade. And then in the same clip goes, I don't watch the Pistons. Does that make any sense?
Not really.
No, that's a defensive mechanism.
Exactly, yeah.
248-539-9797.
I suspect he'll come out and offer some sort of apology.
I hope so. As you said, you're more disappointed than
because
anything. Because I like Shaq
he's
too.
entertaining.
I really do.
He's a good guy.
All right, let's go to Keith and Ipsy on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up,
Keith?
Well, you guys just kind of stole my thunder. I was going to say that at the start of the season, the Pistons only have 4 nationally televised games on the schedule. And so I feel like Shaq is sort of saying the quiet part out loud in terms of the broadcast media, because the decision makers who put the games on TV have said this is not a team that you all need to see. And so he's just kind of verbalized it. And if I'm in that locker room, I'm using that as motivation to show the world that this is somebody you need to pay attention to. It's not the same thing that you saw last year. This is a team that's going to shock the world when it comes to the playoffs time.
You know what? Well, I don't know. I hope so. God, I hope they shock the world come the playoff time. The one thing about it is these kinds of stories can be some of the most, like, they can really appeal to the everyman. This team lost 28 in a row 15 months ago. And look where they are now. And, some people are calling it one of the better stories in sports. We went from having the story in the NFL during the regular season to having one of these stories in the NBA, if not, one of the better stories in sports with this comeback. And, it's, I don't know, it's disappointing in Shaq's part.
And not only that, but I was just looking at the numbers. What J.B. Bickerstaff is doing is on track to be the largest improvement from year 1 to year 2 among any team that has ever lost more than 20 games. One fewer than 20 games in a season. And so it's just a super impressive story.
You know what? I saw a graphic somewhere, and I don't quote me on this because I'm just going off memory, but all the other teams that made jumps like this added a Hall of Famer. Okay, so it was like the Celtics when they did it, they added Kevin Garnett to go from less than 20 games. Yeah, and in the Pistons case, unless Ron Holland, I guess, could be a Hall of Famer when it's all said and done, Tim Hardaway, Tobias Harris, Malik Beasley. I mean, are we, did they add a surefire Hall of Famer? No. They've just done it in impressive fashion. Very impressive fashion. And on top of that, they're shorthanded.
There you go.
I don't really care about the opinion of a guy who has to do corny commercials because he couldn't manage his NBA money. I don't know.
I think he's managed his NBA money just fine.
Yeah, I mean,
he's like a billionaire. Damn close to it, right?
From an unnamed texter, if these comments came from Barkley, it would mean more. Shaq's hoop IQ is questioned on a weekly basis. Love Shaq, but he just be talking these days. That's from an unnamed texter. Billy in Royal Oak, Shaq is butthurt because we beat them in 2004 and they broke the Lakers up after that. Go sell Shaq-a-roni pizza, big fella, LOL. Pistons are still living rent-free in Shaq's head after technically getting swept in 2004. That's from D in Ann Arbor. It just proves these TV analysts do not watch the game. No matter what the sport is, they just get fed info. Well, I can tell you that the major networks feed you incredible info, incredible research. If you come to rely on that as your sole purpose, but even like I would think, okay, and this is one thing you learn about in broadcasting is you're trying to draw in a swath of people that wouldn't otherwise watch. Maybe the Pistons aren't compelling enough, but to go from a 28-game losing streak to this feels like it's got that spunky underdog story that really appeals come March. This is the month where the underdog gets celebrated. Absolutely celebrated. And here's a chance for the NBA to have one of those teams. And a prominent voice doesn't care.
Well, Pistons just keep doing what you're doing.
Yep.
And
it probably doesn't matter.
Everybody takes notice.
Probably doesn't matter.
I think here's the other thing is people are starting to take notice now because of what they've, I think that win over the Celtics was kind of, what happened? I'm sorry, they just beat them by 20? All right, well, whatever. But then you look back and you're like, wait a minute, they're still winning games.
Right.
They're still there. So they're getting their notoriety.
Well, 248-539-9797.
Yeah, this is one of the most historic turnarounds for a franchise in NBA history and in sports in general. Yeah, you mentioned the other ones, Doug, that they had to get a Hall of Famer, you know?
Right.
The Pistons didn't. And they went from 14 games last year to, if they go 13-3, they could win 50 games. Doesn't that blow your mind?
Yes.
Seriously, I just said that out loud, and it's real.
That is crazy.
What was their over-under going into the season?
What, 25.5 or something?
They might double it.
I mean, they'd have to get they are kind of hot already, but continue this hot streak. But still, to even be in that realistic conversation, it's incredible.
All right, well, we sometimes do quiz for Gator, quiz for Kang. Kenny's got a quiz for us.
Okay.
We'll get to that today at 1:34 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Hope you're doing well. 248-539-9797. Did you see a story that I think it was Buster Olney had today? The Blue Jays and Vlad Guerrero were $50 million apart in a deal that would have encompassed 14 seasons. That means the talks broke down over $3.5 million a year. Do you know how frustrating that would be if you're a Blue Jays fan?
Well, I guess I get that it would be, but it's still $50 million shy of what he wanted. I mean, you could break it down to $3.5 a year, but that's $50 million. And yes, I understand. Yeah, I'd be disappointed if I were a Blue Jay fan and maybe outright pissed. And now he's going to feel it he's going to feel the wrath from the Toronto fans during the season. And he's probably going to hope that he gets traded at some point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he will, maybe he won't. I'd be more mad at the organization. Really, $3.5 million a year is what kept us.
But they offered him damn near $500 million.
I know, dude.
Or whatever it is, $450 million.
And I guess you have to draw the line somewhere. It's interesting that the two sides drew lines so close to each other on a year-in, year-out basis.
Yeah.
And they, this was literally one of those, we're not going one penny higher and we're not going one penny lower. I mean, it's not literally. I shouldn't use the word literally, but
it's a thing where Juan Soto signs his big contract, and now Vlad Jr. wants a contract close to it, I guess. But he's not Juan Soto.
Yeah. Still,
he's really good. He's exciting. He's an exciting
player. But he's the
player.
next guy, right? He's the next guy, and the next guy seems to always get more.
Yeah. He's not going to get it from Toronto, and unless Toronto knows. I mean, they can get back into it at the end of the season because he doesn't want to talk about it until then. So,
yep. All right. We did something a couple weeks ago where we asked who were the 5 players on the floor the last time the Pistons won a playoff game. When the clock hit 0, and now we're off the top of our head. I have to remember it again. Aaron Afalo.
The other guy from that.
Amir Johnson.
Amir Johnson was, but the other guard, I can't remember his
Rodney
name.
Stuckey.
Rodney Stuckey.
God, why did I even start doing this? It's funny because they were dribbling out the clock up 20 against the Celtics in game, because it was game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. But tonight, the Red Wings are starting Peter Mrazek in net. And Kenny, you got a quiz for us?
The date was February 18th, 2018, against the Toronto Maple Leafs, the last time Peter Mrazek started a game for the Detroit Red Wings. I want to see how many players on the starting lineup that you guys can name.
The last time the Red Wings had Peter Mrazek, February 18th of 2018.
All right, so Dylan Larkin?
Dylan Larkin was on the lineup.
Hockey starters can be weird because sometimes you start, with a checking line or whatever. But I'm going to say my favorite name, and I know it's wrong. Damian Brunner.
Damian Brunner not in the lineup.
Great name.
That is a great name. That's a good pull by you.
Thank you.
Justin Abdelkader?
Abdelkader was on the line. He was on the third line.
Trying to think of names long forgotten. Brian Lashoff.
That's a good guess.
That's a really good guess. I like that.
Not in the lineup. Not in the lineup.
How about Danny DeKeyser?
Danny DeKeyser is in the lineup. Yep. Second pairing defenseman.
Well, I have apparently some good answers. None of them are right.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are in the league currently. And the rest are not.
Thomas Yurko.
No, another great name.
No, but you got the pairs of the guys that you would have the guys that were always together. This Nyquist.
Nyquist was on the first line.
Tatar
was on the second line.
Well, you're killing it.
Gator's getting all of them right. Tatar and Nyquist both being in the league still. Those were 2 of the 5.
Yeah. So if this is 7 years ago, is
what about Brian Lashoff?
Good guess, man.
Tyler Bertuzzi.
Tyler Bertuzzi is, yes, he was on the squad.
You said DeKeyser, right?
So Mantha will be there.
Mantha is there.
Mantha. Oh, Athanasiou.
Athanasiou is there. Yeah, there you go, Doug, on the board.
On the board. Was that the money ball? Is that worth 5?
Yes, sure.
There was a guy whose last name was there Smith, Riley Smith's brother, who was.
Oh, you're thinking about Brendan Smith.
Brendan Smith.
No, not on the team.
None of that. Okay.
Riley Smith?
Is Henrik Zetterberg on that team?
Henrik Zetterberg is still on the team.
Henrik Zetterberg was still on the Red Wings the last time Mrazek started a game for them.
That's like 8 years ago.
I know, but that seems like forever ago.
So that begs the question, though: is Pavel Datsyuk on that team,
No
or
way.
was he?
They're 1C and 2C. Yep, both of them are there.
Yep.
Wow.
It was probably the last year that
Now you
Pavel
asked,
was there.
You asked who the starting lineup was, right?
Yeah. I don't know who all the whole roster of the team. Making this way too hard.
You're talking about the 4 lines and the
Dude,
and the
I guess
screen.
Thomas Yurko. I was really reaching.
That's a good guess, though. I'm surprised.
See, but here's the defense is what's tough.
Right. No, those are where the tougher names are.
Like I think I just have the Kaiser, but beyond him, I'm like struggling to come up with a defense.
I think you got the first 2 lines complete. You got Nyquist, Zetterberg, Mantha, Athanasiou, Datsyuk, Tatar, and you guessed Abdelkader, who's on the 3rd line. And you guessed Bertuzzi.
Yeah.
I mean, every Red Wing team ever has a defenseman that everybody hated. So
Thomas Vanek?
Thomas Vanek not in the team yet. Or maybe he already left.
Maybe. I don't know.
He's in that era of like that forgotten foggy Red Wings.
Yeah. 7 years ago. Chalowski?
No, one of them currently works for the broadcast. Oh, you look so stressed out right now.
The Kaiser's on the broadcast, but
yeah, the Kaiser.
The Kaiser is the one I'm talking about.
Oh,
I already had him though.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. That's the only defenseman I can think of that was on that team right now. I'm struggling with the D.
I've been there before, Gator.
Come on!
Can't be possibly a stat of the day.
Prescription.
Everything still
medication.
works. Yeah.
There is a player on here that fits the description of a guy that everybody hated.
Can you give me the first initial of the first name?
N. There's 2 defensemen that start with an N. First name.
Is Nick Lidstrom still on that team?
No.
Okay.
Got the kind of close with the first name.
It's
though.
Nick though.
Huh?
Letty?
No,
not Letty. Why am I thinking? Nick.
If I were to completely eviscerate you,
Cronwall.
There you go.
Hey. Nicholas Cronwall.
And there is another Nick there too. Still in the league.
Is it Jensen?
Yeah, there you go. All right, now we're making progress. The last couple, I think I might have.
I hope we made some progress.
First letter?
J.
J. Is this a defenseman?
Yes.
Yurko. Oh, sorry.
The first name.
How about initials?
J.E.
Erickson?
Yes.
Jonathan Erickson. Did a nice job, Doug.
There's a T.D.
DuPage. Demers.
No.
DeSmith.
I almost forgot this guy was on the team. That's how. He's a first pairing defenseman on the team, by the way.
Is it a Thomas?
No.
Timothy?
No.
Okay.
Trevor.
Trevor. Oh, Daly?
Yeah, you got it. There you go. Wow. There you go. You got the Kaiser, you got Jensen, you got Cromwell. I'll give you the first letter of this guy's first name. You have to get it right.
Okay.
X.
So Xavier?
Yep.
Ouellette?
Yeah,
Ouellette.
there you
yes,
go.
it was Xavier Ouellette. Well done, Doug.
And the last one, L. Dub.
This is a defenseman?
Yeah.
I could pick. Is it Larry?
No.
No, it's not Larry. It's
Larry. I believe in you, Gator.
Was he a veteran?
Yeah, he was kind of
end of a career guy.
Yeah.
Liam?
No, you're getting further away. Larry was closer.
Liam. Lance.
L, what was the second? It was W, you said?
Yep. Big beard.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna.
Yeah,
that's
this
really
one's on
gonna
the tip
bother
of
me.
my tongue.
Second letter, first name.
I. Oh, wait. Second letter, first name?
Yeah.
U.
L-U?
Yeah.
Dude,
Witkowski?
Luke Witkowski. There you go.
Wow.
And I don't know if you got Glendenning yet, but he was also.
No, I did not get.
Well, there you go.
We did not get one. We did okay.
That was way better than I expected, guys.
We pieced something together there.
I enjoyed it.
So that was the last time.
Datsyuk,
Peter Mrazek.
Zetterberg, Nyquist, and Tatar.
They played Toronto, you said? Did they win that game? No, they lost. That's why they got rid of him. Damn Toronto game. Hey, man. He's the wild card. Ride the Mrazek train. All the way to the postseason. Hot goalie. Worst season of his career. Salvaged with a terrible team in front of him. Comes to Detroit. Who saw it coming? This guy. Not really. But what feels like we need a Hail Mary? Goalie change out.
I got to change in net, but it's
the goalie doesn't help the power play.
It's not a demotion for Talbot. It's just like a night off, so you bring the other goaltender, let him have a chance, and we'll see if it does anything. They are playing a bad team. Buffalo, I think, had a 6-game losing streak, and they just won. They did make the trade. Cousins is gone, but they get the other guy back. Is it Norris? What's the players? Josh Norris or something that they got back. I mean, this is you need to win. Not that it's must win because mathematically, of course, it isn't. But this is kind of must win just for the sanity of the players, and the fan base. Like the players need to experience a win. They need to get that feeling again. What is it like to win? Here's what it's like. Go out there and score, 4 goals for the first 2 periods and win it 5-1.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, I hear you. That would be good for the mental health of this hockey team. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, which is why they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with truck accident settlements. There's a level of care that comes with being a Michigan Auto Law attorney. It's kind of like white glove service. The 2 main cornerstones of their business model are specialization in auto and truck accidents and communication with the client. If you call them, they'll call you back within 24 hours. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. You know what's funny is doing that segment, and last time Peter Mrazek started a game for the Red Wings, we just went through who was in the lineup for them. And I mentioned the name Damian Brunner.
Yeah.
He is one of my favorite. There's two names that stand out as guys that suited up for Detroit teams and came in and was really making a positive impact, and everybody was talking about him and excited. And then when you went to people in the organization and talked about him, you realized, oh, this isn't going to last. This is totally smoke and mirrors. Damian Brunner was one. And can you think of the other one? Not a Red Wing.
Oh, not yeah. Well, the guy, the Tiger, the guy who had all the stolen bases, who ended up being a pitcher.
Quentin Berry. Yep. And look like, oh, this guy's a difference maker. Oh, where'd they find him? And this is great. And you go to people in the organization, they're like, just wait. Usually they show belief in their guys, but when they don't, it felt like Brunner and Quentin Berry are the ones that I think of. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Bridge?
Hey, I want a couple of things about the Pistons.
Yeah.
They reached 37 wins, which I predicted at the start of the year. I sent you a ticket text for just before the season started, and I had 37 wins, and they've got that with 16 games to spare, so that's good.
Yep.
But what concerns me is the turnovers. You know, when they get a big lead, and I've seen it in a few games where they had a 25-point lead in going into the fourth quarter, and they're down to single digits, and then they ramp up and win by 15 or 16. Mm-hmm. So that concerns me. The Saturday game against the Golden State Warriors, I saw the whole game from start to finish. I mean, I've seen most games, but this one I saw from end to end. And Cade Cunningham dribbling, he gave away 5 just dribbling, not an errant pass or somebody stealing it or whatever, and then that was a very winnable game. They couldn't buy a 3, and the main one of the reasons I saw the whole game end to end because my son took his kid, my grandson, and they went to the game and they had the seats under the basket, so my grandson was on TV a couple of times. But anyway, that was fun. But the Pistons turnovers, I think, they need to cut down on that.
There's no question. I mean, look, they're one of the bottom 5 teams in the NBA in terms of number of turnovers, and Cade Cunningham's a big reason for that.
They're fun to watch.
And they're not. I mean, yeah, but if you're going to talk about not being perfect, and nobody is, this is the one thing that can get better. You hope can get better.
But these are like unforced errors in tennis. You know, they're like Cunningham is dribbling through his legs, and he doesn't need to get fancy with the dribbling. And I saw at least 5 turnovers in the game where he did that. Nobody was like pressuring him. Well, of course, they always pressure him, but it was his own dribbling that gave away the ball. You know.
Yep, got to cut down on him for sure, Bridge. Thank you for the phone call 248-539-9797. Gator, this is awfully good news. Down in Florida, the Tigers, Casey Mize on the hill. According to Chris McCoskey, StatCast read a Casey Mize fastball at 105.6 miles per hour. So,
I'm sorry, what was that?
105.6.
That was a pitch? Exit velocity.
StatCast read one of Casey Mize's heaters at 105.6.
That's insane. I don't buy it.
Nobody does. Chris McCoskey writes, his fastball is sizzling today, but not quite like that. It's obviously a glitch or something. That's a hot gun, Gator.
That's a hot gun. I mean, it wasn't Quentin Berry, by the way, the Tiger that ended up being a pitcher. It was Anthony Gose.
Oh, okay.
Who, by the way, is still in the major leagues. He's pitching with the Mets. In spring training, he's pitched 5 innings this year, given up 2 hits, 3 walks, and struck out 5. This guy is still kicking around. He was with Cleveland last year for a little bit.
Interesting.
But encouraging with Casey Mize throwing heat. Even if it's not 105 miles an hour.
I mean, if it's 104, that's fine.
Did you see the play? There's a highlight from the game where somebody hits the ball up the middle, and the shortstop makes the play and then goes to throw it back over to first and hits Javi Baez in the helmet.
No.
And it skips like straight up in the air. Javi jumps up in the air as if it looks like he's heading a soccer ball, like he's trying to get in the way of the throw.
Where was Javi? He was going
between
from
first and second. He was going to second base.
Wow. Well, that's
using your head.
That is, if he jumped up in the air, isn't that interference? And
I would
everybody's
imagine
out?
it's probably interference. I don't know if it was ruled that or not, but
I was looking at The Athletic, and I want your opinion on this. The Athletic did a story where they had like questions as the Red Wings get ready for the stretch drive. And I ask you this because we kind of brought it up. It feels like the Red Wings have 1.5 good lines, real dangerous lines. One of the questions is who's the best fit with Larkin and Raymond. Marco Kasper looked like he was the fit. They had Soderblom playing there. Who do you think the best fit is with Larkin and Raymond here as we get ready for the stretch drive?
I like having some size out there.
Do you?
Because we've seen teams take liberties with Dylan Larkin and also with Lucas Raymond. So I like having Soderblom out there. I mean, the big fella, he's 6'8". He's monstrous in size, even though he's not, Remke on the ice. He's going to put you through the wall, but he is playing more physical. He's using his body more. Having some of that size on the ice could help clear up some space for others, and his line mates are obviously very skilled. So I like having him out there.
You know what's really funny is the other night against Utah, I was at that game, the starting group they put out there included Soderblom, Rasmussen, and Edvinsson.
Right.
And I'm like,
a lot of size.
That's a front court. That's a group that can rebound. That's a group.
That's 6'6", 6'7", and 6'8".
Yeah. I was like, that's, they don't have a shortage of size. If they want to go big, they can go big. But I kind of like Kasper with that group. I felt like they were getting the most out of Kasper. And, he's only 20 years old. You mix him in with that group. That's where I'm just going back to see what he's produced lately.
Well, he hasn't produced much lately.
No.
And I think it was towards his tail end with playing with the top line, he wasn't either. So, I think was by circumstance that they had to put Soderblom out there, and then Soderblom actually played well. So try to go with the hot hand, staying with those top players. But this is a 6-game losing streak. There is no hot hand. It's still mix and match. But you asked me, so I said I think it's Soderblom. But
yeah, we're looking for somebody to step up.
Somebody.
I mean, so you've got a line with basically Raymond and Larkin. You got DeBrincat and Kane. And that's why I say 1.5 good lines, because they're just continuing to try and shuffle things around and make something work. They just might not have the players, which is the unfortunate reality of where they may be in. But we do have a signing in the NFL. The Chargers are bringing back wide receiver Jalen Reagor, who is a possibility, I guess, for the third wide receiver in Detroit. But take him off the board. So, I think Tim Patrick coming back is maybe in play. Is a draftable number 3 wide receiver, maybe?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that could be in play because there's still a bunch of receivers out there. I think they'll address receiver in free agency as well as perhaps draft one later.
Yep.
Because it seems like it's always a deep draft for wide receivers.
Yeah.
And they got money to spend. Again, if you're looking at 1-year deals, this is the time for 1-year deals. After the first couple of days of free agency, the tampering period anyway, now it's going to be a legitimate free agency today. I think at 4 o'clock is when you'll start to see the actual contracts being signed. So do the Lions have a chance to add another decent to good wide receiver? Yeah, they do. If they want to. How much they want to spend? Do they need to go longer than 1 year to secure one of these guys, whether if it's Amari Cooper or Cooper Kupp? We'll see.
3 innings in the book for Casey Mize. 1 hit, no earned runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, and no, he did not throw the ball 105.6 miles per hour. Gator, Rico and Mike are on deck. What do you think those guys are going to talk about coming up next?
I think they were really inspired about our Girl Scout cookie discussion the other day.
Okay.
And they're going to go old school with something else we did. And that was to try to find the next great combination. They're going to go with testing out a tag-along with barbecue sauce.
Sounds good. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tiger outfielder Parker Meadows currently in a 3-week shutdown period due to a nerve issue in his arm. He told the media today, still, quote, a little numb on the forearm, but I think it's definitely tolerable. Might be something I have to fight through because the strength is still there, end quote. Meadows says that he's begun hitting and some glove work, but his throwing is delayed. The Tigers are taking on the Rays in Lakeland right now. Top of the 4th inning, no score. Casey Mize is done. After 3 1/3 inning, gave up just 1 hit, 3 walks in and 4 strikeouts. The NFL announced their performance-based pay distributions for the 2024 seasons. Lions safety Kirby Joseph will get just shy of $1 million. The league has been doling out performance-based pay since 2002, rewarding players with high snap counts and low pay. Joseph's salary, along with bonuses, was just $1.4 million last season. The Chiefs have restructured the contracts of QB Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones. That frees up nearly $50 million for them.
Wait, you can restructure and create cap space?
Yeah.
Man, somebody better alert Lions fans.
The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight at LCA. Face-off at 7:30 against Buffalo. Deadline acquisition Peter Mrazek will start at net for Detroit. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:30.
It begins tonight.
Buffalo has lost 6 of their last 7. It's your birthday today, right?
It's his 63rd birthday.
No.
How good does he look for 63?
Dang, happy birthday.
He looks beautiful.
At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
This is the worst thing I've ever heard. Happy birthday, Rico. Happy 63rd. You look great. Virile as ever. It's a celebration, bitches. How is everybody? Now, hold on. We don't waste time at the start of this show. Not a big fan of shows that do that. I have to ask this one question, and we're diving in because we have an enemy of the state to address. Where on earth did you find that?
That is AI generated. I put in the age 33 for you. Just wanted to create something for you there. Happy birthday, Rico.
50% of his actual age.
So now I'm 66.
I don't know. We're just going with it. It's fantastic.
You know what? I got one more year to retire. Okay.
That's right. Rico's doing the Social Security calculations. All right. No, we have to jump into something because I think I've been here long enough. I get to do this. You know, I never quite sure about how the whole Detroit card works. You know, I've only been here now for 27 years, but I digress.
I don't know, Mike. When I was watching Willie Horton play,
somebody went on national TV last night, and they did the Detroit thing again. See, if they were talking about a team that was from Miami or L.A. or New York or Boston or Chicago, it would never happen. But because it's a Detroit team, it happens. And look, I don't know why it happens. Like, I view all towns sports-wise, if your teams are good, we talk about them like they're good. And if they're ass, we talk about them like they're ass. But there's a thing with our teams in Detroit. Nobody ever wants to give Detroit props. It's like we're an inconvenient guest at the party. I don't know what it is. So Shaquille O'Neal.
It's that one relative that you're like, oh, are they coming to?
Oh, Detroit's here.
Yeah.
Damn it.
They're related to us somehow.
So can we play the audio? So this is inside the NBA. It is the preeminent NBA programming, pregame, postgame. And Shaq-a-Roni decided to do whatever this is, and I want you to just hear him openly disqualify himself twice from even opening his mouth about the Pistons. Take a listen to this. What are we doing? You're on national television. You know, it's the same thing we always joke with Kenny when he leads with, I'm not racist, but. Well, everything you're about to say is racist.
So when Shaq says, I don't watch Detroit, we're done here. When you think Chauncey Billups is coaching the team, one problem, he's in Portland. You have now disqualified yourself. So here's my question, right? It's one thing for us in town to say, look, they have a chance to crack the top 5 turnarounds in NBA history. I don't know that they'll get there, but they've got a chance. Bickerstaff should be coach of the year. I just don't think anyone else deserves it more. And it's okay for us to say, look, I can't take them seriously as a contender until A, B, and C. But to say they're boring, that's not true. No. To disqualify them and denigrate them only to then go, well, I don't watch them, or, hey, Ronald McDonald's the head coach. Actually not. It's JB Bickerstaff. What are we doing here? That's national television. It is. Why is it always Detroit? Can I ask you, since it is your birthday and you are one of Detroit's sons, what is it about our town? We constantly deal with that.
Can I take it a little deeper than this? Full circle?
You always do.
Well,
everybody remembers the MC Hammer tour of 91.
Well,
proceed.
But it actually goes to the whole talk that we did about the Lions. And, would you rather be B+ or would you rather be an A? I think Detroiters, like it or not, want to be validated. They need people to talk about them, and they need people to say how great they are. Why? Because when people like Shaq say things like that, all it does is trigger you and send you back to, my goodness, what do we have to do before we're finally accepted to the table? So, yes, when you see, and it goes, like I said, it's not just the Pistons, it's the Lions, it's all the sports. It's just the town in general, because you've gone through so much stuff from being known as the murder capital of the world that everything triggers you. And people say things about Detroit because it's easy. Heck, it's in cartoons, it's in movies. I mean, it just, I don't think you ever saw the show Ozark, but there was even a line about that in Ozark where the guy was like, I normally just get disappointed by the Lions every Thanksgiving. And it was just like, wow, Lions just caught a stray in a national show. That's what happened. So when Shaq does that, it's easy because, it's just Detroit, and Detroit's the punchline to the world. So, yes, Detroiters become very sensitive to that.
Okay, and again, Pistons are 37-29. Should last night's win count, considering it was over Washington?
Yes.
It does, but what are they, 12-60? They're basically you the last 5 years. But you did your job. This is what the Pistons do best. They do their job. They try. And you can't call a team boring when they lead the league in dunks. You can't call a team boring when they have a star in Cade Cunningham. So a couple weeks ago, he calls him boring. Now, last night, he congratulates Chauncey for the turnover, which is really hard to do when you're coaching when you're coaching the Trailblazers. And then you come out and just say, well, I don't watch them. See, here's the problem. If Shaq comes out and he says, hey, fellas, listen, man, I don't watch Charlotte Hornets. Larry Johnson's their head coach. They're 15-49, 16-48, whatever it is. Like, you can't say that about a team that even if you didn't watch them until January or even February, the fact is they're 37-29. They're en route to becoming one of the 8 best turnarounds in league history. They are going to make a 30-game improvement upon last season, a 35. I mean, the top one, I think, is the Celtics in 08 when they got Ray Allen and KG, and they won like 45 more games. But the bottom line, Rico, it's part of the job.
Because you're right. He would never come out and say, what Monty Williams is doing with the Knicks, I'm telling you, I'm sorry, Shaq, he's not coaching the Knicks. Oh, well, I don't watch the New York team anyway. He get fired.
Okay.
The next day.
We're on the same page.
He would get fired.
I just would like to know from you guys. Look, it's one thing when we talk about our own. We live here. I can tell, I've said to you, you're not going to be a contender for anything of note until or unless you make a bold move this summer. That's not slander, and I also don't think it's inaccurate. And we also know about the team. But why do our teams get treated this way? It's just, and I don't know what it is in the NBA specifically. Now, this is where I do lean upon your age, and not in a bad way. Rico, the Pistons have always been the uninvited guest. Mm-hmm. Do you realize when you go through the history of the National Basketball Association, count the amount of franchises that have a single title. Now find how many have as many as 2, much less 3. The Pistons are in rarefied air.
But think about this, Mike. The Pistons won in spite of everybody. Okay, the league changed the rules twice because of the Pistons. The bad boy Pistons, well, you were beating up Michael Jordan and you did this, so we're going to come up with you can't hand check. You can't do that type of stuff. And then the going to work Pistons. Yeah, we don't like how you won again. Both times they take out the Lakers, and it's just like, well, wait, guys, the Lakers were supposed to win this. You guys actually went out there, tried, and won. I mean, I guess we'll acknowledge you, but yeah, they don't get any acknowledgement.
Look, the bad boys to me played stylistically. It was physical, but it still fit in the era. Look, the 04 Pistons are an anomaly, right? They're a team that held 6 straight playoff teams under 70 points. I mean, now let's be real about it. If you weren't a fan of the team,
right,
you didn't like them.
But after that,
but I can't knock the bad boys. The bad boys played in an era where physicality was. Hey, look, newsflash. Larry Bird throwing Kurt Rambis into the 7th row. Like, that was a thing.
Mike, physicality was a thing.
You took it to a new level.
No, the 80s were known for the Showtime Lakers.
Correct.
You thought that the Pistons do a lot of it was Magic out there wheeling and dealing to Worthy, to Kareem. It's like, that was fun up and down the court.
I just don't know how would it kill Shaq to have a 3x5 with some notes on it.
Now, that's supposed to be his job. He's supposed to do that. But nationally, the average person, they don't care about Detroit. I'm sorry. Outside of this city, no one cares about Detroit because, yes, we bring up the bad boys and what they've done, but they get ignored because they were the bridge between the Showtime Lakers and Jordan. And everyone just ignores what they did because whatever, we don't really care about them.
You know who else got the same treatment, David? The Rockets.
You're exactly right. But here's the thing, too, and you all know I grew up loving Grant Hill, but Grant Hill wasn't famous because he played in Detroit. He was famous because he played at Duke. His face was everywhere because of that.
He played the piano.
He just happened to have a Pistons jersey on.
You hated Grant Hill.
And not only that, he played the piano on an episode of Living Single.
There you go.
He serenaded Khadijah.
All right. We had to play the audio for you. We'll bump back with it if you're just joining us. A couple of segments start the show. Pistons won again. By the way, the Wizards are confirmed 13-51. But look, they're a story, and they're a good story. But you don't get to call them boring. They're not. Again, lead league in dunks. Not boring.
Because it's easy.
I know that, but it just...
I know, no, Mike.
In the same breath that I can respect Bickerstaff and I can say how incredible the turnaround is, I do get to say they're not a threat to win anything.
You've been here long enough, Mike, that you know when you go out of town, hey, where you from? And you just say, yeah, I'm from Detroit, and you get that look like,
I know.
Oh.
When it
How
happens,
many people have you seen murdered?
Well, when I travel, you can actually faintly hear the Sarah McLachlan in the background. Right. They treat you like you're one of the dogs living in an oil drum.
Right. You get the.
Oh my God! Have you heard of 8 Mile? Have you been there? Okay,
we're really
done
that
here.
bad?
Murder anyone lately? No, it's like okay, this conversation's over. It's actually a really nice. It's actually a nice place to live. It's really not bad.
Right.
I mean, our roads blow, and yes, we shovel once in a while.
But you
not
get that,
bad.
You get that look all the time. Oh, you from Detroit?
Oh my God, you poor thing. Like
you see their soul leave their body. Like, do you need a hug?
How many bullets have you dodged this week?
Right.
It's like talking about, man. It's not that bad.
For $1 a day, you too can save someone who lives near Detroit.
It's funny because every city has its bad areas, but Detroit, it feels like people think you live in a wasteland.
Yeah, it's called half of Chicago.
Right.
Right, Kenny. Hey, can I give you a hug, or will you shank me if I do?
Boiled shrimp. All right, remember. Oh, goodness. All right, prices are going crazy everywhere. Nothing costs what it used to. That includes the cost of keeping your home comfortable. If your furnace or AC isn't doing its job, get it done right by the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has Generac and Honeywell generators in stock, ready to go. And this month, buy a generator, get half off the installation of a furnace or AC, plus an extended 10-year parts warranty on that generator. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at mastercraftheating.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. You can do more of what you love in places, and you can get the most of your internet and mobile together. Xfinity has built a network that is 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in places you need it most, like at the coffee shop, in line at the grocery store, at the game. All the power of more of what you love, whether you're gaming, streaming, or at work, or if you're work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can get it with Xfinity Mobile and internet together. Now through April 17th, get a 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited line of mobile together for just $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract, and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how you can get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit their store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Yes, that's a sick flex. I don't watch them, yet I'm talking. That'd be like us talking about the Senators game, and I didn't watch the whole thing. Like, it's different if you're covering everything all the time, and certain things take a back seat to things like, the NFL. But if your sole job is to talk about the NBA, and one of the best stories in the NBA comes up, I know I might not be the brightest bulb. You might not want to lead with, well, I don't watch them, boo-boo.
Mike, I got some strong opinions on MSU hoops over here. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, up next, I really love that Morris Peterson. Kenny, I'm with you. So, David, some of the ticket text coming in. We'll get to the callers.
It's so cool that Jason and Jace Richardson are playing on the same team together.
Really
Father and son.
Really got to shout out the turnaround. Judd Heathcote has got the Spartans on. Right. One problem. He's dead, and it's Tom Izzo.
This is a week after Charles Barkley went after Stephen A. Smith and ESPN for not covering the smaller market teams enough. No one is watching anything outside of what is on ESPN and TNT.
Well, here's a dirty secret, right? And the NBA has become, and I've seen articles written about this, a social media league. Right? Does the NBA need certain teams to be good to thrive? Yes. The only league that doesn't need that is the NFL. The NFL could have a Super Bowl of Green Bay and Pittsburgh. It works.
It works, but
it's not about better. I'm saying survival.
No. But right, if the Dallas Cowboys all of a sudden were good, the NFL would love it.
What I'm saying is the NFL's baseline is really not impacted.
Right.
Now the NBA, for instance, Saturday night, a relatively meaningless game, Celtics-Lakers, not even featuring everyone at full strength. That was the highest-rated NBA game in 7 years.
Right, because an NBA final of, the Suns and Milwaukee Bucks, outside of their two cities?
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
But the point is, these networks, specifically like the FS1 model, they cover things algorithmically. Look, we talk about Detroit teams, and then our job is, what are the things, where's this cross-section of what we're passionate about and what our audience is passionate about? And look, sometimes it skews, and we're going to talk about things that aren't the top of my list, but I know you guys care. Other times, we turn into selfish lovers. We do a little bit more what we want. Fine. The point is, when you're talking about the NBA, no, it's very plausible the people talking to you about this sport are only watching 6 markets. It's very plausible. And I think Shaq kind of showed his ass. He showed you how the sausage is made. Yeah. No, I don't think they watch the Pistons ever. And yet you got Cade averaging 25 and 10, a team that leads the league in dunks. You've got a collection of guys like Malik Beasley and Tim Hardaway Jr., etc., who have kind of risen from the dead. And look, you don't get to call a team boring if they're scoring $120, $125 a night. Now, we have real conversations, me and you, with our listeners. No, I don't think the Pistons are a contender for anything. Great story.
Right.
But that's different than this nonsense we're listening
boring
to.
And I don't pay attention. Kenny, we're going to break down the IHL prospects.
Yes, Kenny, I would like to really center in on San Jose Sharks hockey.
And you know I'm all about Team Mexico for the next four nations.
There's some great players in the FPHL local league right here. The Fed. Come on.
You're done. David, ticket text. We'll get to the callers.
Is that Fenwick guy?
I quit.
Shaq is a clown. The fact that the Pistons even try and have an absolute historical turnaround and are actually worth watching brings some energy back to this town. He should have seen that.
Yes, and on a grand scale, I don't expect national media covering all sports to really center on the Pistons. I don't, because the NBA is not a likable league. And in many cases, the league, not your team, but the league is unwatchable on a game-in, game-out basis. But when it's a basketball show and you're a Hall of Famer and this is the only thing in your sphere, you can't lead. You can't call them boring 2 weeks ago. And then you don't get to go on the air and say that you don't watch them because you thought Chauncey Billups was the head coach. You've just you know what?
You basically turned them. Yeah, you basically turned them irrelevant. Is what you're saying is, unfortunately, they're in this league, but they're not the Lakers. They're not the Celtics. They're not even the Mavs that have been decimated. They're not the Spurs who, yeah, they're lumped in with the Hornets and all the other things.
And this is why we got to go get Devin Booker this summer.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
Or Lowry Markkanen.
Because you don't have – actually, you need Devin Booker because he's a bigger name nationally. More people would know who he was.
Well, and you'd have an unstoppable backcourt. That's an unguardable backcourt. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Cade and him both switching on and off ball. Yeah, you wouldn't stop that. David, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No one watches the NBA, not even the talking heads. I'm ready for Inside the NBA to be over. Next, let's get rid of Stephen A. This is why the NBA and the media of the NBA sucks. Because of analysts like him, Shaq and TNT prove all the time that they only pay attention to maybe 6 teams every year.
It feels right. I mean, it's a good show if you don't take it serious. And it takes a lot for me to get annoyed at something with that crew.
Well, no,
this was annoying. Like, really? Come on, guys.
What you would just hope that, you know what, just do a little bit of homework, have somebody in your ear tell you, no, it's not Chauncey, he's not the coach. So just don't.
And mistakes happen.
Right.
But this is now like
right,
a collection
because we've all
of things.
misspoken, but it was then
if you're going to be on the air 20 hours a week, live, and you're talking about everything in the world of sports, if you don't make mistakes, you never said anything at all. That's not what it's about.
That's not true. You're not allowed to ever make a mistake.
Got it.
But it's you don't double it up with, I just don't watch Detroit, boo-boo. Like, then, wait, it's okay to say, you know what, I got the coach wrong.
Hey, my bad, that's embarrassing.
Right.
Shakaroni. David, go ahead.
Yeah, he's the hooper, the hyper. Protective.
Okay, all right, you're done. It's your birthday, but I'm not allowing that.
Anybody on that NBA pre-show is just entertainment, and that's what it is. They are not sports journalists. They live in a dated world where everything from the 90s is what is relevant. Shaq is mad about 04. That's all it is. And on a national scale, it's always been Detroit versus everybody.
Yeah, maybe. It's interesting, though, because the Lions were kind of a darling of the NFL. There was no Detroit versus everybody. Everybody loved you. Mm-hmm. I've never felt like the Red Wings were this anti-hero. I mean, the Red Wings were a face of the NHL for a long, long time.
I think they were the anti-hero. I mean, they were like your Yankees, where people were like, oh, they just always win all the time. So,
in that sense, right.
Yes.
But it didn't feel like Detroit-based.
Maybe a little bit, but nationally, especially amongst hockey fans, it's looked like, oh, hockey is better when the Red Wings are good.
I think they're a brand name. The
Yes,
wing
absolutely.
wheel is a brand name. It's an original 6. It has to matter.
Yeah, like I said, going back to if the NFL, if the Cowboys ever were like they were in the 90s.
Oh, boy.
Woo.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls next, and then we got some football in the mix, and Amon-Ra speaketh. We'll get to that at 3 o'clock. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the massive big screen. Circa Resort and Casino, right in the heart of Las Vegas on Fremont. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Straight to the people. Football today at 2:45. Rico just birthday, and he's spicy today. That's all I can tell you. We go to Mario, who's going to lead off. Mario, what's going on, pal?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
Hey, good. Mario.
Always thankful for taking my call. As you both know, I'm a frequent caller, and I am calling from Windsor. Want to wish Rico a happy birthday. You're the same age as me, Rico. Michael and Rico, want to tell you, we're from Windsor. We consider ourselves Detroiters when it comes to sports. Always, always love the Detroit teams. And to listen to that kind of crap coming out of Shaq about the Pistons should be put on a pedestal given the year they've had. No different than when the Lions came on strong 2 years ago. Why isn't this happening in the NBA with our beloved Detroit Pistons? I don't get it.
Well, it's what we're exploring. I mean, look, it's not like the 04 Pistons that played a brand of basketball that was frankly atrocious to watch. You had to be a Piston fan to like it. And that's okay. The Pistons aren't that. They score 120 a night. They lead the league in dunks. They do shoot threes. Right. They have a star.
No, because they're the basketball equivalent of what you see from the Lions, where it's fun, it's offensive, it's only thing missing are trick plays.
So to your point, obviously at my age, and Rico, you would remember this. Michael's too young. We remember the Pistons from the 80s, the Isaiahs and the Bill Lambiers, that kind of that brand of basketball. I'd love to see that brand of basketball come back. I do not like the three-point game. It's boring.
I mean, listen, I agree with a lot of it. Okay, Mario, I think basketball on surface is meant to be an offensive game. Now, the structure and how we end up with said offense, we can have a debate. I think it's too homogenized right now. I do. But again, we just said it. Do the Pistons shoot the three? Yes. Do they lead the league in dunks? Yes. Now, I wish we could see something a little bit more diverse stylistically. Like you don't see a 7 seconds or less Suns, or you don't see a grit and grind Memphis Grizzlies. You don't get to see the variation. Everyone's doing the same thing, but what you don't get to do is single the Pistons out like Shaq did and say they're boring. And then you follow up with, well, I don't watch them anyways. Yeah. All right, so then just cool out. Let somebody on set talk who is watching them. Look, I view the Pistons this year, right, locally. We've had this conversation. It's like Oklahoma City 2 years ago. Like Oklahoma City had like a 20-game turnaround, right? They finally got back after they bottomed out when the COVID season and the rest. Last year, Oklahoma City took another step forward, but we all knew they weren't going to the NBA Finals. One seed or not, they weren't getting there. I think they lost in the semis. They didn't make the conference finals. They lost in the semis. So they won one series.
Right.
Look, the Pistons are probably a year or two away from being a real threat, but that doesn't take away from what they've done. So the Detroiters wanting a little bit of respect, and then you turn on Inside the NBA and you got to listen to that crap. Come on, man.
Especially because you're treating them like the Pistons from last year when they were holding on to the record and losing. If you told me I don't watch Detroit last year, man, I can't be mad at you. We weren't watching them either, Shaq.
Well, look, I don't know how many people locally are watching them, but I'm not going to badger people. Like, it's just what it is. The NBA is not good.
Well, it doesn't help when your national NBA show is basically saying, well, trust me, they're not worth watching. Actually, they are. They're pretty entertaining. And, yeah, they may not win it all, but you know what? I was telling David on the phone this morning, so what? The Tigers weren't going to win the World Series last year, but once they got on that hot run and made the playoffs, they were fun to watch. You knew deep down there was no way they were going to beat the Dodgers. They were going to beat the Yankees. But you were able to enjoy the ride.
I'll leave it alone. I remember those shows. I know it's your birthday and you're buzzing right now.
No, Mike, we did the shows downtown.
We're going to beat the Yankees. No, you're not. Stop it right now. Well, I ask all of you to just
give me the Yankees.
Yeah, thank you, David. I remember that scripture.
No, but they, they can start feeling it. It's like, yeah, we can do this.
Yeah,
Mike, we did the shows downtown from hockey. You saw the crowds down there. People really got into this thing.
Well, maybe they'll get into the Pistons.
And I think deep down you knew. I mean, they were drinking the Kool-Aid saying, bring on the Yankees. You don't want that.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll go to Kevin. I just needed to state that for the record. Yes. I remember those shows.
Yes, the senator from Nevada. We will acknowledge you.
Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey. So just plain and simple, Shaq is a clown. He's a personality. He's not an analyst. when he says these things, I mean, I don't take anything Shaq says seriously when he's commenting on the games. I know what he is. And honestly, I kind of do think that when the Pistons gave him the little gentleman sweep back in 2004, like, he's still holding on to that. I mean, it left a bad taste in his mouth. And honestly, I don't know if it's really much more than that. He's not paying attention, obviously.
Do you buy that? You think 04 is the reason he dogs him? See, I thought it was just he admitted he doesn't put any work into what he's doing.
I don't want to say it's 04 is the sole reason, but I mean, I don't think that it did anything good for him.
Yeah, but I mean...
No, listen, Kev, I'm not mad at you. I just don't feel as strongly about it.
He's won a title after that, so I got to figure, you know what, you can kind of let... If that was it and he retired that final year, if he were Karl Malone, yes.
By the way, before I forget, and we're at the end of a segment, do you know what yesterday was the anniversary of? I didn't know. I didn't know. And I just mentioned Oklahoma City, and I saw a clip of it. That was the day the world ended.
Yes.
5 years ago,
Yeah.
March 11th. That's when that Rudy Gobert. Oh, yeah. It was OKC and Utah, and they took that. I saw the video of the PA announcer announcing the game was postponed, and the whole crowd freaked out. And like, you look back at that and you're like, how is that real?
Wasn't it the Nebraska coach, the Big Ten tournament?
Fred Hoiberg looked like he was dying courtside.
We all thought he was going to die because he was sitting there sweating profusely through his shirt, just sitting there with his hand in his head in his hand. It was like, is this guy, like, are we really watching this? And then the very next day, they stopped Michigan in warmups because Michigan was going to play the noon game. They said, you know what? That was it. Oh, yeah, trust me. I remember that. That was happy birthday. That was happy 50th birthday to me. Canceled everything. Oh, trust me.
Happy birthday. Stare at a wall.
Yes. The only thing I remember about that was I was on a plane and they did the emergency broadcast thing, so everybody's phone was going off. And
that's so creepy.
And Big Gretch basically had sent a text out saying, "Hey, we're shutting down Michigan." So we all just laughed like,
you were flying on your birthday.
Yeah. No, I was flying on the 11th.
Got you. Okay.
On the 11th,
day before.
But yeah.
No. The man is telling a legitimate story. You don't get to do that.
And
Please continue.
So we were all like, well, it doesn't matter because we're not going to be in Michigan. So we all just kind of laughed it up like, well, sucks to be here in Michigan. Okay.
Guy's telling a real story. You don't get to, that wasn't even me, and you know it.
You know what?
I was staring right at you.
I know.
That's a pastor doing that.
I know.
No, I remember watching the game. I wasn't on a plane.
Yeah.
I was in the man cave.
Oh, no. I was watching the game.
And I remember watching basketball that night, and they broke in, and it was like 9 o'clock at night, and they were just starting that game. And like, it was wild seeing that video again today.
Yeah.
And it brings you back to that, and you're like,
Rudy Gobert touching all the mics, only to have Rudy Gobert get COVID.
Right, and then the world blamed him, and it's like, it might be a little bit different
between Rudy Gobert and the stupid chick who went viral on TikTok for licking the ice cream and putting it back into the freezer.
What?
Like right before
at
COVID.
the grocery store, right?
You know, anytime he references social media, it gives me no reason to ever go back.
Right.
She did what?
So right before COVID, some girl decided it would be funny. So she got some Bluebell ice cream and she took it out. She took the top off and licked the top, put the top back on, put it back on the shelf. Shortly there, and then people were like, well, see, that's how it gets spread because people like her are doing this type of stuff. Oh, yeah, it was, wow.
Okay, well, a little sidetracked from the Pistons there for 2 minutes. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, yesterday. By the way, how's it been 5 years? How's that possible?
I don't know. You know what I like to do? I'd like to take the drop board and go to Greater Life on Sunday.
That's what we should do. If David gets to DJ funerals, why can't we DJ?
As I'm singing all of it.
Yeah, I want you to say, you're singing Ava Maria or something.
Right.
We're just going to.
You know what? At that point.
Yeah, we're just going to step in with. Yeah, right. Go ahead. Tell us about Corinthians a little more. Boom.
You know? You know what we would even go back and get some old drops, just the old second deck.
Yeah, right. There you go. Right when you're doing the Lord's blessing, and we just roll out with. Okay, man was telling a heartfelt story, and you just ruined it. We'll get to football today next, and I'd like to apologize to everybody. All right, if you're ordering some pizza, Hungry Howie's has got you covered. The You Choose Special. So it goes beyond pizza. A lot of the promotions with Hungry Howie's, they make most of the menu available for it. This is no different. Any large one-topping pizza, any large oven-baked sub, and any one of 3 regular salads, each for just $8.99. Choose a large one-topping with 100% real cheese, your choice of topping, and your choice of any of the flavored crusts. Or choose a large oven-baked sub or any of the variety of salads, $8.99. So you settle in for all the college hoops this week. Hungry Howie's, make it a consideration for your get-together. Limited time only. It's online carry-out only. It's the You Choose Special, only at Hungry Howie's. All right. It is another day, which means more NFL news as the free agency carousel turns. We do football today.
Guys, let's start with Joey Bosa because
I don't know if I'm talking to you yet.
Okay. Well, he signed last night. He did not go to the 49ers. He signed a one-year, $12.6 million deal with the Bills. According to reports, the 49ers offered $10 million.
I'll let Rico go first. It affects him more.
I think the 49ers offered him $10 million, David, as a courtesy to his brother Nick. Hey, I know you always wanted to play with him. I know your parents have always dreamed of you two playing together like you did back at Ohio State. You're often injured, but as a courtesy to Nick, we'll offer you a one-year, $10 million deal, but we're not going anything past that. He wanted more money, and then therefore he went with the Bills. It would have been a nice storyline, but let's be real. He doesn't stay healthy, and this is one where they may have won by losing.
All I'll say is it kind of played out the way I told you, which is Joey Bosa ain't no good. If you changed his name to like Hank Smithers, what is he? Take away the last name. What is he? 5 games, 4 games, 9 games. Hasn't been healthy in 4 years. And he got a 1-year deal for $12 million. Rico's right. I do agree with you. I think it was a courtesy. I don't think they wanted him.
Yeah,
I think they just needed to appease Nick Bosa and go, hey, what do you want? Your brother chose love over you.
Yeah. But Nick, we tried. We it would have been a great story. They would have been out there, training camp.
And I think if you're the Bills, this is very simple. Your options were dwindling, and I don't think the Bengals are going to trade Trey Hendrickson within the AFC. So it's this or Stugatz. They chose this.
So he chose the $2 million extra dollars. Enjoy the snow in Buffalo.
You mentioned Trey Hendrickson there, and let's get to this news on him.
Sure.
People are kind of surprised that a move hasn't been made yet. Well, according to Dan Graziano, the holdup is teams that are interested are turned off by the Bengals' price tag for the 30-year-old. He went on to say it could be difficult to find a team both willing to sign Hendrickson to the new deal and part with the premium assets in a trade.
Mm-hmm. I think there's also a chance you're hearing if the Bengals keep messing this up, Hendrickson will up and retire, which sounds peculiar, but let's be real. He doesn't have to work anymore. And he's wanted a new deal for 3 years. It's been contentious. If you read what's coming out of Cincinnati, Joe Burrow is livid. Jamar Chase is pissed. Look, the Bengals are doing this with all their players, and Trey just may up and retire. So, no, you're not going to get a first-round pick, Cincy. You can pay the player, or you can let him go for market value. Those are your options. Yeah. And Trey is now wielding a little bit of a sword, Rico, and going, no, I'll tell you what, you keep screwing with me, I'll up and retire, make sure you get nothing.
Yeah, because if he walks away, now they're going to get even more desperate, saying, okay, give us something, and now how do I know Trey wants to come back? Yeah, this is a bad situation. I mean, but it's Cincinnati, and when have they ever done anything fiscally responsible? Let's just be real. They don't.
Let's talk about a team in their division, a minor deal, but DeAndre Hopkins signed there for 1 year, $6 million. I think that's just they need a body. Want to try it again with him. I mean, there's not much left with Hopkins. So
no, you know how I feel about it. Red zone target, you can mix him in. He's not a number 1. I wouldn't be comfortable with him as a number 2. It's just, man, I'm sorry, Father Time is undefeated.
Yep. Let's get to another receiver here, and that's Cooper Kupp. He is officially now being released by the LA Rams here, and according to reports, well, it's just about to heat up. The Patriots, Seahawks, and Lions. It was a report that said the Cowboys were interested, but now that's been kind of debunked a little bit there. But
wait, the Lions?
The Patriots, Seahawks, and Lions. There's a really strong market for Cooper Kupp, according to reports.
You can have him.
He's going to take the Tim Patrick catches?
No, look, the bottom line is if he wants to win and be Karl Malone on the Lakers and he plays for cheap, I'd welcome him here. That's fine. But if you look at the data and you look at the injury history, he hasn't had a Cooper Kupp type season since 2021. And he's 31 or 32 years old.
You know what?
I'm not into it.
I'm Brad Holmes. You're talking me into it. He's often injured. We'll take him.
Okay. I'm done. I tried.
Let's talk about his teammate, Matthew Stafford. We all know by now, yes, he is returning to the Rams, but he spoke recently on the Jason and Travis Kelce podcast, and he was talking, it basically sounded like the difficulty of moving his family was a reason to return because he went through that experience with Detroit, didn't like that experience. And then he went on to say this, quote, I'm going to be here at least another year and hopefully some after that. We worked something out last year at the 11th hour to figure it out right before training camp with the understanding that we're going to readdress this if I want to play again next year. So we're going to do this all over again next offseason.
Yeah, I think they convinced him, hey, Matthew, let's just run this back one more time. Because I think we can add enough pieces. We got enough players here. And you go and you show him the third and the fourth down at Philly and say, we were this close from advancing. Okay? We can't do this without you. They play on his ego. Your family likes it here. Just stay here. And we'll come back another year. They kicked the can. This is what they did. That's what the Rams did.
And they have to. I mean, listen, what Stafford's done is remarkable. And I don't think his play has slipped. He's still capable of winning a Super Bowl. The problem is what he's looking for doesn't align with what the team really can do. You can't pay a guy $50 million into his 40s. I want to remind everybody that when Tom Brady was with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in his 40s, he made $20 million. And even if I have inflation, that's 30. Stafford's looking for 50 plus a year. And when you do 2 or 3 year extensions with quarterbacks, those are fully guaranteed. I get why the Rams almost dealt him.
And I know what you're going to say, but we'll kick the can one more year. Why? 'Cause more quarterbacks are coming out in next year's draft.
There you go.
Especially one particular one that plays at Texas.
Yes, David.
Oh, speaking of quarterbacks, guys, I am wearing my Steelers gear today for the very last time this year. Death to my franchise is happening. The reports indicate that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
David, why do you view it that way, though?
You really? Come on,
Outside of his
Pastor.
personality and the olive oil enemas and the ayahuasca and the ibogaine or whatever else he's
a
on.
better quarterback than what you've had the last couple of years.
I get that.
He's a better quarterback than Justice Roethlisberger.
Meanwhile, I have a 3-win football team. Like, I have a right to that opinion. You don't.
Hey, David, my whole team's being sold off.
On the field, I get it. It's everything else that won't lead to victories.
Hold on. I'm sorry. This is the same Pittsburgh Steelers
that haven't had a losing season since you were 30.
Same Pittsburgh Steelers who basically have a parade of disgruntled wide receivers every year.
Mm-hmm.
The same Pittsburgh Steelers that Le'Veon Bell just quit in the middle of the year. The same Pittsburgh Steelers. But this is where you draw the line. This.
Hey, David. What?
This is the hill you draw.
It's Aaron Rodgers, dude.
Wait. David.
I'm just talking football. It makes a lot more sense.
Football-wise, yes.
Do you realize how crazy everybody in the Pittsburgh Steelers organization has been?
I do.
In the
I know.
last decade.
Do you know where Aaron Rodgers should go? And I don't know why it's not getting any
Minnesota?
more play. Right there. If there's one team.
Can't.
Why?
Because Minnesota is going to roll the dice with JJ.
Okay, that's fine. Then if it's not them, he has to go to Pittsburgh. If it's not Pittsburgh, you go to the Giants.
Right.
That's the power rank.
Right.
There's no value to him going to a 3-win team.
You're right.
David, do you think you'd make the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback?
Well, it's easy to say that. We make the playoffs every year.
Kenny, let me help. Ready? Wow.
Okay, David, you know what? You're going to be tested for communion wine after this segment. Seriously.
Or crack.
Again, football-wise, wonderful. He can play. It's everything else.
David, you've just described your organization for the last 15
like
years.
Antonio Brown was a pillar of the community.
What? Juju. Hey, let's dance. And then, wait, let's bring in DK. Yeah, that should work.
David, this is a losing battle, buddy. I don't know if you got a Bible verse about a boat taking on water, but I'd flip to that page.
It's about to right now. I'm sorry, man. I just can't be happy with it. Just can't be happy with it.
You're just going to keep calling that pot dark brown, huh?
On that note, that is in football today.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Tiger outfielder Wenzel Perez has been dealing with some back tightness and was out the last 8 games and out today against the Rays. He was supposed to return, but it might not happen until tomorrow's game as well. A.J. Hinch said he wouldn't call it a setback. However, as far as Parker Meadows, his arm is still a bit numb and his throwing is delayed. The Tigers have a 5-0 lead over the Rays in the 7th right now. Spencer Torkelson hit his 4th home run of spring ball with a 2-run single as well later. That single coming off
back.
Yeah, he's back. That single came off former Tiger Alex Faedo as well. Casey Mize no-hit Tampa through 3 1/3, giving up 3 walks and striking out 4. Peter Mrazek is back in between the pipes in a Red Wings sweater for the first time since 2018. How does it feel? Face-off from LCA tonight at 7:30 against Buffalo, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions safety Kirby Joseph will receive nearly $1 million in performance-based pay from the NFL. The league has done that every year since 2002 to reward players who play a lot but have low contracts. The Rams have also officially released receiver Cooper Kupp. Today marks 5 years since the NCAA basketball tournament was canceled due to COVID-19. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. Just got done with some Pistons talk, defending them a little bit from the foolishness of what went down with Shaquille O'Neal and TNT. But we want to move to the Lions in a different way. And I think it's interesting. Amon-Ra St. Brown on his podcast. I'm not overselling it. There's no rant. But it does help if you watch the video with the audio because you can see him putting his hand on his head, on his face. He's just like, basically, Jesus, blank, enough already as it pertains to the Chicago Bears. So I want to play the audio. And if you can imagine him, rubbing his head and putting his face in his hands. And David, please tell me you appropriately bleeped out a couple of things. Okay, there's some spicy language, including he calls Ben Johnson something that you better have bleeped out. But
had to explain to Mike.
Still can't make the connection there, but we'll just move forward. The point is, here's Amon-Ra as it pertains to the Bears' spending spree. So, listen.
That may rank right up to no.
That was actually Amon-Ra as Paul Woods.
What the bleep is this?
So, look, the way I took it is, and I don't think, look, the word fear does not enter the chat. The word scared doesn't. I think the Bears have his attention. I think the Bears should have your attention. Now, I know you don't want to hear that. You're probably already scrambling for a remote control, or you're cursing at your steering wheel. Don't. It doesn't mean you're not good. It doesn't mean you might not be the favorite to win the division. But the Bears should absolutely have your attention, not only by the fact they took the number 1 assistant in the coaching cycle, and he was yours. Mm-hmm. Not only by the fact they have rebuilt their offensive line top down and improved an already good defense. But how about this? And this is the one little fun part of the topic. They are the betting favorite to land Ashton Genty, the number 1 running back in the draft, out of Boise State, Heisman Trophy candidate, the whole bit. Ben Johnson is bringing Detroit to Chicago. And before you start this crap about Caleb Williams, as if he went out and threw 28 interceptions like Peyton Manning, I want to remind you of something. It wasn't long ago you took a quarterback whose career was over. He was thrown in the garbage by Sean McVay. They started John Wofford in a playoff game instead of Jared Goff. He was a throw-in to the Stafford deal. And Ben Johnson, along with others, but Ben Johnson played a big role in breathing life into Jared Goff's career to the point where Jared Goff's name was chanted in grocery stores. So if you don't think Ben Johnson's got a shot with a kid entering his second year who didn't have a terrible rookie year amidst a coaching change, amidst an OC change, as a rookie,
coach who just had no clue to what was going on.
Correct. I'm making a point. Is it fair to say the Bears should have Lions fans' attention? Not fear, not scared, but it sounds like the Bears got Amon-Ra's attention. So I just want to know. And again, if you're going to slander them taking Ashton Genty, cool, Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, you guys, Ben Johnson is bringing Detroit to Chicago. They've got my attention. To me, they're a playoff team. And if they're a playoff team, that makes the margins a lot tighter in this division. Now, I could take Minnesota and throw them in the garbage. Let's say JJ's just not ready.
Hold on. But you have to hope that JJ's not ready. Because while you're watching the Bears, hey, Minnesota is sneaking right past you, making some moves, improving their offensive and defensive line. Now, if JJ is just okay, you're still in trouble because they still have all those pieces. You have to cross your fingers and hope that JJ is just brain dead when he plays.
Yeah. But I wanted to know, when you hear what Amon-Ra's saying, and again, the video helps. And sure, part of it is he's like, my God, the amount of money. But it is the players. You know, look, it's not uncommon if players do a podcast today. If teams are signing bums, they tell you. I mean, hell, Micah Parsons talks about the Niners every damn day. But yeah, I think they have Amon-Ra's attention, and they have mine. You're not the only team that's allowed to get better. So, yeah, Bears have my attention. I want to know if they have yours. And again, I haven't used the words fear or scared. That's not what attention is. I just don't view them as a rollover. And I don't view them that they're not going to be a threat to win the division. No. I think they're a threat. I think this is the toughest division in football. I think this is the new AFC North. It is the hardest division in the entire sport.
No. So not just I go past the Bears, Mike. I do, like I say, I do the entire North team because I'm looking at everybody. Like holding your breath, praying to God that Metcalf didn't go to the Packers, but they made moves. The Vikings have made a lot of moves. And now the Bears took, because it was addition by subtraction, you got to hope that this new offensive coordinator is going to be as good with Goff as Ben Johnson.
He won't be.
But he's taking that. He took Randall L with him. He's taking a philosophy. He went out and in 72 hours flipped the O-line. Okay? Totally got rid of all of their O-linemen, brought in brand new O-linemen, and said, your job is to protect this guy right here.
And 2 years ago, let's remember something. We did shows, and I'm sure they're somewhere on YouTube. The difference when you had Jonah Jackson in your lineup and the difference when you didn't. You were averaging north of 5 yards a carry with him. He was about a 50-yard difference on a game-in, game-out basis when Jonah was healthy versus when he got hurt.
Mike, it was every game that they lost, he didn't play.
They went 0-5 in the Jonah games?
Yeah.
Okay. Good pull by you. So my point is, yes, he got hurt. All right? Signed a bad deal with the Rams. That doesn't preclude him from having a good year with the Bears. And if the Bears bring in an Ashton Genty or an Omarion Hampton, the kid from North Carolina, like – they're emulating you. What?
No, because I can only imagine what happens when they call the trick play here at Ford Field. You know, Ben Johnson is going to be sitting there smiling, probably with a finger in the air like, yep, that's a touchdown. Not even looking. Going to turn his back to the play and just look
Larry
at the other.
Bird at the three-point contest. 248-539-9797. We played a little bit of the Amon-Ra audio. Do you feel like the Bears have his attention, and I guess by that, do they have yours? Look, again, I'm not telling you they're better than you. I'm not saying that. But I think this division got a hell of a lot tougher. And even if the Vikings do take a step back, I think the Bears will more than pick up the slack. And by the way, the Vikings are hyper-insulating their young quarterback. You know who spent the second or third most amount of money this offseason? The Minnesota Vikings.
Kind of what you're seeing with Chicago.
That's the point. This division, to me, got a hell of a lot tougher. And the fact is, right now, look, I don't know what the Lions have planned. I do not accept, and I know we talked about this in pre-show, and I think Doug and Scott were taking a different position on it, but Lions just don't have the money. You can't talk about Trey Hendrickson. The hell you can't. Kansas City just created $50 million in cap space restructuring deals. You can do the same damn thing. Oh, but what about 3 years from now? I don't care. So I don't want to hear it. Right here, right now, what's your plan at the end? Marcus Davenport. Your depth is just not where it needs to be up front. And Aleem is not going to start the year healthy. And Aiden broke his leg. So, look, I think it's more than fair to say this is not going to be a 15-2 year next year. And it's not going to be a cakewalk. Mm-hmm. Your schedule does look tougher on paper. And the Bears have got better. Now, if you want to argue that they haven't gotten better, I guess you should probably call a different show. Because that's just cognitive dissonance on your part. Like, you're just not willing to think.
Or the other flip side to this, do you not care because in your world, Lions fans, and it's okay, 248-539-9797, once all of your players come back from injury, it doesn't matter what the other teams in this conference does because they can't beat you.
Got it. Good strategy. 248-539-9797. David or Kenny, do the Bears have your attention?
Yeah, the Bears have my attention, and I do feel like we're going to get a lot of Lions fans that, Rico has just described where, when we're healthy, we've gotten better, or somehow the blissful ignorance of, the willful ignorance of, hey, all these additions to other teams, they're going to stink. They're not going to be as good. No, they've gotten better, and Ben Johnson has done a great job to insulate that quarterback, and I just don't see how a fan can look themselves in the mirror and go, I'm not saying the Bears are as good as we are, but damn it, they've gotten better.
Yeah, and by the way, Kenny, here's the interesting part. If you take the name off of this, and I tell you that a rookie quarterback threw for almost 4,000 yards, had 20 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and completed 63% of his passes, would the word bum, garbage, trash, ass, lousy, idiot come into play? No. But when you say it's Caleb Williams, because he's kind of a weird dude and he plays for the Bears, oh yeah, you're right. Ben Johnson has nothing. He can't work with any of that. Mind you, this is the job Ben Johnson waited for and wanted because he got Caleb. Oh, well, Caleb holds on to the ball. You know what? It's kind of weird. It's almost like Ben Johnson tailored an offense around what Jared Goff did and did not do well. Yeah, I think the Bears should have your attention. This year, you'll never go 15-2 again, ever. So here's the other part. And I had this conversation. I know it's Rico's birthday, and I'm not trying to be salty. The point I'm making is, if you are still living in the vibes of last season, you're lost. It's over. The Bears won the same amount of playoff games as you. Move on. Last year's team is dead. It's over. It's like high school. You graduated. You don't get to go back. Your cool points don't transfer to college. So the point I'm making to you is, we're on to the next year. And the neighborhood's getting tougher. So I want to know where you're at with it. Because Amon-Ra was having a little bit of a breakdown on the pod.
Especially that last line.
Can I have that as a drop? We'll put that right next to Paul Woods from the Ottawa game. No. Are you sure?
The bleak, man.
All right. I don't think I forgot anything. 248-539-9797. We'll get to you, the people, next. 97.1.
Okay. Hey, guys. Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, you can place a bet right now if you're a Michigan State fan, plus 320 to make the Final Four. Hey, Michigan fans, haven't forgot about you. Plus 3,000 value. Bet $20. Bet $20 on the team you think will win it all, and if they do, you'll win a share of the $2 million in bonus bets. Plus, get $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sports app to get in on all the action today. You got to be 21 years or older. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Well said, Amon-Ra. The Bears seem to have his attention. Do they have yours? So we're just having a conversation about it, and I thought it was interesting. Yeah, they're the betting favorite to draft Ashton Genty. It is the blueprint that you used, and it's going to be weaponized against you. Whether Ben Johnson's going to be a good head coach or not, I have no idea. But I don't think he forgot how to coach offense. So, yeah, I think you play in the hardest division in football. So until or unless I see the Lions making some different moves, I think the gap closes. I do. It doesn't mean you're on the wrong side of it. It just means the gap is closing. David, what do ticket texters have?
I still think the Lions are better than every team in the division, but I don't think they're going to sweep like last year. The Bears certainly did get better. Until there's proof and I see that this collection of players actually come together and work, I'm not worried about the Bears.
Hey, question. So do you need the same proof for an entirely new coaching staff, 2 different coordinators? Do you need that? Like, do you need proof that DJ Reed is any good in a new scheme? Or do you just buy into that? Asking for a friend. See, it works both ways.
No,
do you need proof that Jared Goff's any good without Ben Johnson? Or are we just assuming that? You see how dumb your argument sounds?
No, they don't have me worried or my attention. Everything looks good on paper. Got to see it on the field. Jason in Detroit.
This is, you know what? It might be your birthday. I may leave. I can't do that. This is just unbelievable.
If someone gave me the Lions or the rest of the NFC North to win the division, I am definitely taking the field. Every team has me worried in this division.
And I think that's the only thing is, look, when you look at this thing top down, is it more plausible than not no one's going to have a losing record? It's going to be a dogfight. This division is absolutely brutal.
Are Lions fans just putting their fingers in their ears going, la, 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 I can't hear you, I can't hear you? Like,
100%.
What's happening here?
Kenny, they do the same damn thing because a lot of people in this town will tell you, all the talk about Trey Hendrickson is dumb. Why? Are the Lions above restructuring? Are the Lions above, I love all these people going, well, we can't sign Hendrickson today because we got to pay Aiden. Okay. No, hold on. No, hold on. I have to say this or my head's going to explode. No, you don't have to pay Aiden. It is a choice. You have 2 more years of contractual control before I could franchise him if I wanted to. You do not have to pay Brian Burns. You do not have to pay Jahmyr Gibbs. You do not have to pay Jamison Williams. You are acting like all of these things must be done today, and they do not have to be done today.
Just because they did it last year right before the draft, you're correct. You can play the game. You can play the long game. What I am saying is I want to hear the Lions fans who feel like, you know what, it's no big deal. Let's be open to love today.
And a few of those players you mentioned, Mike, if they draft well enough, they get replaced and swapped out pretty quickly anyway.
Yeah,
on cheap deals.
Kenny, I'm with you. It's this idea that you get to keep everything. I heard Costa and Jansen talk about this morning. I thought they did a very nice job with it. What do you learn from the San Francisco 49ers? Now the Niners are retooling. They are going to have to power down in order to put the accelerator back down next year. They've had a 5-year run. They made 2 Super Bowls, and it should have been a 3rd. Shout out Jaquiski Tart. Right. The point is, they did everything in their power. Everything. John Lynch pushed the rev limiter every single year, and it didn't get him a Super Bowl. So my point is, you did everything right.
Right.
It still doesn't mean you'll get there. But the idea that you don't have to do everything and you think it's all you're entitled to it, that's the part I can't square the circle on.
Well, here's what I would have told them. Here's what you learn about the 49ers is one of 2 things in this NFL. You have the rookie quarterback and you pay everybody, or you pay your quarterback and you get a lot of rookies that surround him, or people under contract that you can control. It's either or when it comes to that. They still kept all their core players. You still have, the McCaffreys. You still have the Fred Warners. You still have the Trent Williams. You still have players there. They just had to sell off the ones that they just had to trim the fat with. Last year, they hit it with all their rookies, and they're banking on doing it again because they got to pay their quarterback. You've paid your quarterback, Lions, so you're going to have to go with the rookie route. You don't get to pay everybody and have just unlimited resources. So that's what I would say you learn from this. That's why right here, right now, you haven't quite hit that yet because, Mike, you're correct. All of these guys that you're so worried about paying,
who cares?
You don't have to pay them right now. Could it come back to bite you and you got to pay them more? Yeah, but it ain't your money, and the money ain't real. The Lions will find a way to pay Hutch, even if they have to franchise him 2 times. Well, he's disgruntled. Okay, let me think of the last player who was so disgruntled with their team he wanted out. Oh, wait, it was Myles Garrett. They found money. He signed. He's happy now. He's a Brown for life.
Right, and again, no one is saying that you're ever going to franchise Aiden, but I don't have to do nothing the next 2 years. I don't have to.
No.
I don't have to pay Brian Branch. I don't have to pay Sam Laporta. I don't have to do nothing. You know what I'm worried about in the next 2 years? Winning a Super Bowl. I don't care if the team goes 0-16 and continue them. Win a Super Bowl. So that's my point in all that. Sorry, David. I know that was long-winded. We will go to the callers. Let's go to DJ in Detroit, 97.1. DJ, it's good to see you're alive.
What up, though, my dog?
What's up, buddy?
Birthday
Yes.
boy.
What's happening, DJ?
Man? Happy birthday to you, dude.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so check this out, Money Mike. You actually late to this party, man. 3 weeks ago, when I seen they made a trade for the former All-Pro, I think he's a left guard, left tackle.
Joe Tooney.
City. Yep, when they signed Jonah Jackson, I hit a buddy of mine and said, hey, my man, do you see what the Bears is doing? My man said, yep, the neighborhood just got a lot tougher. Now I'm looking at what they're doing, and I'm thinking to myself, Ben Johnson is a whole heck of a lot smarter than what I even give him credit for, even though everybody says he's a genius, because he gets it. In order for Keller to be successful, in order for him to be successful, he has to recreate what he had in Detroit, which is a great offensive line, and that's what he's doing. I called some of your colleagues and was like, hey, man, do you see this? They told me, oh, DJ, Jonah Jackson's going to get hurt. Oh, the KC offensive line is past prime. The Lions are fine. I'm not worried. I'm like, are you guys kidding me right now? Like, you don't see that he's becoming us?
DJ, I do not. DJ, I do not speak for what happens outside of 2 to 6. I can't control it. I am only me. I can only offer you my thoughts. Yes, they have my attention. I'm not scared of them, but I am paying attention.
Absolutely, dog. So now I'm just sitting here looking like if they go add another offensive lineman and then we don't add a defensive lineman or 2 or 3, now I've actually officially got worried because now they may possibly surpass us. And, Mike, the biggest thing that I try to do as a fan, man, which sometimes I'll stop listening because a lot of other fans don't do this, I try to separate my emotions from logic and rationality. I try to stay rational and logical about my team and not make emotional comments. So just being rational and logical, yes, they have my attention because they've gotten better on the offensive line, period.
Well, the other thing, too, is, DJ, and I feel like it gets no play in this town. You lost both coordinators, and they went on to be head coaches, including Ben Johnson, who was the singular number 1 target in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know that it's going to be seamless. I think it's totally okay to say, you know what, we may take a little bit of a step back here.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mike, I'm going to give you something else have people thought about around here. The guy was with our quarterback, with our team, with our organization. So if anybody knows our kryptonite, take a wild guess who it is.
Ben Johnson.
If he knows, you see what I'm saying? If there's anything that any chinks in our armor Guess who knows that? So you have to just look at the whole totality of it. Oh, no, does that mean he's going to be a great head coach? No, because he might just be a great offensive coordinator.
Sure.
But he definitely has my attention, man.
Yeah,
1,000%.
DJ, thank you. And it's great to hear you again. I was worried. Rico only told me DJ is still amongst us.
He is.
We will get more of your phone calls. I know we were a little verbose about that. I'm sorry. Your phone calls next. It is the Rico birthday gala as it rolls on a Wednesday.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey, including your own. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. You can feel your strongest, best self, whether it's strength training, cardio, stretching. Planet Fitness has brand-new equipment that can help you get that journey going on, and it's convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine, and free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus specifically on you. And now, for the month of March, $1 down, and you get 1 month of Black Card service for free. So that means you get access to the hydro massage machines and all the other amenities. Plus, you can bring a guest with you for free at any time. Somebody can keep you motivated throughout your fitness journey. Head into Planet Fitness right now. $1 down, get the first Black Card month free. It's normally $24.99, but you'll get it for free for this month. Head into any of the 50 Planet Fitness locations throughout Metro Detroit area, or you can go online, or you can go on the free Planet Fitness app to get started. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
All right, let's get to the people. We've asked the question. Amon Ra talked about it. Seems like the Bears have his attention. Do the Bears have yours? It's been a bonanza offseason for the Bears. Let's go to Steve in Rochester Hills. Nice to talk to him again. Steve, what's going on, pal?
Screw you guys. I'm on my way to Allen Park to get myself my Lions hot dog and my Lions chocolate shake, and now you screwed it all up. I don't know what the hell you guys' problem is. I'm over here trying to have a snack of Lions and can't do it. Can't do it. Guys, I do love competition. I do love it when the division is harder because then hopefully it puts a fire underneath these guys' rear ends and also with management because we have been lacking this whole time period. And I want to be positive, but it's hard. And I do see the other teams getting better. And it doesn't scare me, but I agree with you. It's a good thing. It's healthy. There's nothing wrong with saying my team better put up or shut up. And I do get tired. That's why I can't listen to some of these other, the other guys in the morning and the afternoon when they start talking lollipops. No, I'm not bad. I'm not bad. But I can't listen to lollipops and sunshine all day. I want to hear truth. I want to hear some compassion. I love it, Mike, when you get mad at the Spartans and then Rico over here is crying in the corner. It's okay.
Wow.
I have no problem with that, you guys. But, hey, happy birthday, Rico. I wish you the best. You're still younger than me, and you'll always be. But that's a good thing. So you guys have a great day.
I'm going to tell you, Steve's a mathematician. You're younger than him, and you will be. In fact, we haven't been able to stop time. No, look, understand. I guess what irks, and part of it is I have done this for too long. I get unnerved by euphoria because I think there's really only one time that euphoria is acceptable. It's if you've won the whole thing. I was talking to the Birchie kid. He's got office hours today. He's like one of these college professors. He shows up once a month.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it.
So Birchie's in here. And we were talking about this idea where, Will writes for the website and he's a social media guy and he's like, yeah, fans are still living in last year. And I'm like, hey, Will. Hey, remember the Yankees last year? Because Will's an East Coaster like I am. Yeah, remember when they lost the World Series to the Dodgers? Wasn't it great? I go, the year sucked. Next. We're on to the next. It doesn't matter. 15-2 is dead. So everything I'm geared towards now, that's done.
Mm-hmm.
And now I go, all right, let's do the lay of the land. Now, do I think the Lions are still comprehensively the best team in the NFC North? Yes. But I don't think the margin's very big because, again, this is where the euphoria takes over. Jordan Love was hurt all last year. First with the knee, then with the groin, then with an elbow. I think he's got superstar qualities to him.
Mm-hmm.
Then we look at what the Bears have done. Now, the Vikings, if you want to tell me, hey, complete unknown, no one knows about J.J. McCarthy, I am with you in that regard. Caleb at least put some tape out there. J.J., we just don't know. But Minnesota is doing the only thing you can do when you don't pay your quarterback. They're loading the wagon.
And the thing about Minnesota is, as much as you talk about Sam Darnold, career, backup,
soulless ginger pumpkin.
Walked into Minnesota and led them to 14 wins, walked into Ford Field with a chance to take the NFC North on the final game of the season.
Yeah.
So if he could do that, you got to wonder, maybe JJ could do the same. Now,
if JJ's good, if JJ's actually good, then it's Houston, we have a problem. If JJ's good, then you have a real problem.
But see, I think the team in this division that nobody is talking about is Green Bay because
they haven't done anything.
Right, they haven't done anything, but they got hit with a lot of injuries. And ask Lions fans, once your injured players come back, everything is great.
No, but only your injuries count.
Okay.
No one else's do. You come on, man, check the rule book.
But that's the team that scares me the most because I think that they got the most potential. Yes, the Bears, I think it's going to take a little bit of time. And for the Lions, I think you take a step back. Now, does that mean you're going to be, below 500? No, it's not.
No, but I think it's way closer to 11 or 12 wins than 15.
Exactly. And if that's the case, then now you may be looking at a team like Green Bay with 12 wins who wins the division, and you're right behind them in second.
I also think the quality of the division will suppress overall win totals. Kenny, go ahead, buddy. What's up?
No, I was just going to say that's why last year, that window of last year was so valuable for this team, and they absolutely missed out. I'm also just waiting for Rico to stop crying in the corner.
Yeah.
I was like, where's this going with this guy?
Taking strays on your birthday, man.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Next thing you know, I'll be like David. I still don't understand what David was talking about the Steelers.
Let it go. Just let it go, man. Let's go to Bryce, 97.1. Bryce, thank you for your patience. What's up, man?
Hey, no problem. Thanks, guys. Happy birthday, Rico.
Hey, man. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Just talking about like Lions fans at my work. It's the same thing. It's like delusion. Oh, we're going to sweep the NFC North next year. And I'm like, guys, every team's getting better but us. The only guys that we sign are often injured players. DJ Reed, 14 games last year. Derek Barnes. It's like, guys, it's going to be tougher than we think. Ben Johnson didn't leave Detroit and forget how to, coach offense. Well, and all my coworkers call me fake fans because I got this realization. It's like, guys, no, I'm not a fake fan. I'm a real fan.
Yeah, I look, it's okay to say it's getting tougher, and I still think you got the best shot at this. I think you carry the biggest stick, but I just don't think you domineer over this division. And when you look at it, yeah, Bryce, what the Bears are doing, and then, for fun, I know, Bryce, like I try to stay away from a lot of the fantasy stuff or hypothetical stuff, but they're the betting favorite to draft Ashton Genty. It's Ben Johnson taking what he learned here and bringing it there. That's a scary proposition because, look, take it from me. The Lions have dump trucked the Giants the last couple of times you played them. Playing against the Lions is something that is not a fun experience. So when I see another team building itself in your image, that is not what you want.
Yeah, and it's just the notion that, they're signing Jonah Jackson. He's always hurt. Well, what are we doing? We're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, and football, I get it. There's injuries every single year. But Green Bay, like Rico said, Green Bay was hurt last year too. And so the notion that we're just going to go into Lambeau, we're going to beat them. We're going to beat them at Ford Field again. We're going to sweep the North. It's just crazy.
And in a year where you lost both coordinators. And that is something that no fans want to talk about. And I don't know why.
Well, I mean, the Super Bowl winning team, remember when they lost both their coordinators?
Yeah, they tanked.
Exactly. And so why do we think that we're just going to go in 15-2 again? It's crazy talk. But
look, my whole view of the Lions this year, and I mean, look, Bryce, I ended up wrong last year. I picked you to win the Super Bowl, and I got it wrong. I am just simply saying I don't know that I'll pick you to win the North. I just say make the playoffs. It's like a poker tournament. Have a chip and a chair. And that's it.
Yeah,
Get in the dance and let's go play ball. And the Lions have enough talent to do it. But I last year to me was set up for you to win. And yes, injuries played a huge role in that. I never run from that. But I never imagined you'd have the same amount of playoff wins as the Bears. I mean, I'm sorry. The injuries don't account for your offense turning it over 5 times. It doesn't. And guess what? This year will be a new year. It'll be new injuries, different places.
Right.
And that's where last year, 15-2, number 1 seed, bye week, home games, the idea that they didn't even get to the spot where they were 60 minutes from a Super Bowl, that's what irks me. And now we go into this season. Yes, Carlton Davis out, DJ Reed in. Fine. I don't know that that's some big upgrade. Here's the other thing. I still believe they're going to play a lot more zone this year.
Yeah, and here's the other thing to add on top of that. We talk about how difficult the North is going to be, and then you look at the rest of their schedule, including you're going to have to play 7 games in the elements against mobile QBs.
Whatever, hater. Okay. All right, FanDuel bringing you dog of the day.
I'll just head over to the corner now.
Profit boost. One of the best parts of the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. Right now, the upsets get better. You get the profit boost. It's your chance to ride with the long shots and enjoy the magic that is March. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, before we get to the callers, got a football today, top of the hour. David, a few ticket texts. What do you got?
This is clearly coming from a Bears fan. He says, they'll fear the Bears soon enough. You can believe that.
Okay, but see, that's the same type of idiocy. You know what? Nobody wants to hear from you either, okay? No one.
The overconfident fan.
It's the stupidity of fan. Just approach it. The other guys get paid too.
Yes, the Bears, Vikings, and Packers have my attention. They've all improved. The Lions are standing pat and making lateral moves. They don't appear to have urgency.
See, okay, and that is, look, we did this topic yesterday. I don't want to put Evan or John, our video guy, on blast, but I'm pretty sure there's probably something on our YouTube when we did the topic about the disconnect within the Lions fan base, that there's Camp A, draft, develop, sign, Brad Cook, everybody else shut up. Or the side that goes, look, we're really appreciative of the way it's been built, but it's time to go now. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to say the Lions are getting better with outside acquisition. Now, here's what I'm going to say. I don't want to spend a bunch of money on garbage. It's why I started the offseason where I said openly, and I stand by it today, a trade is going to be your way forward. I've never backed off of that. It's a trade. This free agent class blows. You haven't heard me screaming about Joey Bosa. I don't want him. I'm not sitting here going, oh, my God, they should have signed Leonard Floyd. No.
What about Von Miller?
Also, no. I could go to a museum and they've got, like, dinosaur bones. That's Von Miller. He's done. He played 35% of the snaps for the Buffalo Bills last year. I'm not interested. But you can't sit here. See, this is the problem. And look, it's going to be a fight probably until the ball kicks off and then nobody cares. I'm not going to champion the signing of Marcus Davenport. When John Jansen, who played the game, and John goes, look, I like Derek Barnes, but that contract, I don't know about that. That's just real talk. Now, the DJ Reed thing I'm good with. I haven't knocked the guy. I mean, we had some fun saying he led the league in PIs. Who is he tied with? Terry and Arnold. 7 each. But no, he's a good player. And I'm not mad at the contract. But does it make you better? If they're banking on getting better with health, that's Russian roulette. The idea that you're going to spin that chamber and the bullet ain't going to come up again, it's football. Injuries happen. You can't predict them.
I also think that they're banking that at pick 28, or unless they move up in the draft, is going to be that guy that's going to make all Detroit take a deep breath and say, oh, we got our guy now. We have the edge rusher that we need to pair up with Hutch. The problem is, I know the Rams pulled it off last year.
That's a once a 5-year thing. Jared Verse is what you're referring to. I know.
That doesn't happen that often that you get somebody that late in the draft.
You are hoping and wishing.
Even George Karlaftis had Chris Jones on the other side of him.
You cannot have hopes for a Super Bowl, but you're hoping and wishing that your guy at 28 is the reason why you do it. That can't be. You would feel so much better. All Lions fans would feel so much better on DJ Reed if they got Trey Hendrickson. Then you say, oh, you know what? They didn't get worse or better at the cornerback position, but we got a rusher, so look, it doesn't matter. We're good.
The Hendrickson thing may not happen till draft night. Now, I mean, it could be 6 minutes or 6 months. It's a standoff, and Brad Holmes should not overpay. Brad Holmes is extremely intelligent, and right now, from everything you read, it sounds like the Bengals, not Trey Hendrickson, are being extremely irrational.
Yeah, according to a report here from Cameron Wolf, they're seeking a first-round pick.
Well, then you know what? Kenny's seeking a date with Margot Robbie. Neither's happening.
I got faith in you, Kenny.
I don't. It's not happening. I'm not, and I've said this, and I've held true to my word. I can't knock the Lions for things that can't happen. No, you can't trade a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. Now, if the Bengals want to discuss pick 28, I'm going to say, great, I want your second-round pick. We'll do a swap, and you'll give me the player. But no,
but you can't sign him, Mike, because you don't have money to.
We're not doing this. We're not doing this on a day that Kansas City just created $50 million in cap space. We're not doing this.
Yeah, but you can't extend him and pay Hutch.
Yeah, I don't have to pay Hutch. I have him under contract for 2 more years. I could have it for 3 with a franchise
But you
tag.
can't have $70 million on your defensive line.
You go for it now, and you get your defensive end, and you're doing what the Eagles did. And then you're paying Hutch, thank you for bringing me a Super Bowl. That's what you're doing.
Or you do what the Eagles did, and we won the Super Bowl, and they sent everybody packing. And said, okay, we'll celebrate this year, and we'll be back. You know who else did that? The Rams. They won the Super Bowl, and then said, okay, you don't want to be here? You can go now. We'll send your ring to wherever team you go to.
Let's go to Tim in Clarkston, 97.1. Tim, thanks for your patience. What's going on?
Oh, not at all. Hey, I got 2 points that I'd love for you guys to discuss. One is, I think with what Chicago, not only Chicago, but Minnesota's done in the offseason, I think they've created an arms race in the NFC North that you got to keep up with. And, Mike, I think for Trey Hendrickson is there. They need to trade him because Mike Brown is a cheapskate.
Mm-hmm.
And, if it takes, if it takes a first this year or a second this year and a third next year, you're going to end up paying him, extending him like on a 3-year deal somewhere between Max Crosby and Myles Garrett, but not over Garrett. That's fine. You'll get Hendrickson, you'll pay him, 33, 35 on a 3-year deal. My second point, so I'd love to hear what you think about that. Second point is for you, Rico. I think, Rico, that Gutekunst in Green Bay is currently presiding over a slow descent, engineering a slow descent from a perennial division champion to a likely fourth place, last place team in Green Bay. When you look at Detroit, you look at Minnesota, if you presume JJ is going to be okay. And then if you look at Chicago, what they're doing to protect Caleb and give him a play caller that can take advantage of Caleb, I think Chicago is going to be better. I think, guys, it's easy to see where Green Bay could be the fourth best team in this league
and
this
Tim,
year.
I'm not going to argue with you, but as many injuries as Detroit had on the defensive side of the ball, Green Bay had on the offensive side of the ball. It's difficult to score when you're out there with your 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers. So the way that the Lions won games, they just had to outscore you, and they did the trick plays. Green Bay just didn't have the lockdown defense to keep you under 10 points. So I get what you're saying, and it is possible you could spin the wheel in this division. But if your defensive players are allowed to come back, their offensive players are allowed to come back.
Yeah, Green Bay's in the same spot you are. They need an edge rusher. Their pass rush was woeful. Right now, Lucas Van Ness is what they're a guy who's shown them very little, a first-round pick from a few years ago. Look, you could tell me that the team who finishes in 4th place in this division is 9-8.
Yeah.
You could absolutely tell.
And
I'm
this
not
could
going to
be a
argue.
division. You said it, Mike. They just beat up on each other. Where, the team that went 4-2 in the division ended up winning it.
Let me get Johnny in the mix real quick. I want to make sure we try to get to as many as possible. Johnny, thanks for hanging. What's going on? Johnny? Uh-oh. Maybe Johnny took a nap. All right, well, then that makes Dante, he gets the final word. Dante, what's up, buddy?
Well, final word. Hey, Rico, if you can hear me from the corner over there, happy birthday.
Thanks, Dante.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Hey, Mike, happy afternoon to you. Chicago, do they have my attention, Well, they always do, regardless, They're a division rival. I think they'll do this year what everybody expected them to do last year, start off slow, finish hot, is what I think. In the 8-9, 9-8, they'll push everybody in a limit. Where, if you recall it, last year they started off pretty well and then faded. And they got the problems like any other team does, signing a bunch of new free agents. Let's face it, free agents are free agents for a reason, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. And look, that's part of the reason I think they made some trades, right? Like Joe Tooney wasn't on the open market. That's an all-pro move. Now, Dahlman's a free agent. You're right. Now they're paying him like Frank Ragnow. He's got to be outstanding. The Jackson thing is a calculated risk that you can make when you have $80 million in cap space. But you're right, Dante. It still has to come together.
Yeah. Second thing is I want is kind of a part A, 1A, 1B if you have time.
Yeah.
Is I'm going to tie in Shaquille O'Neal's asinine response. I think it was irresponsible. He's a member of the media now, whether he likes it or not. I know he's not trained like you, Rico, any other guys you went to specs or whatever. I have a minor education in journalism, written high school and college briefly. But you got to be responsible and realize what you're saying. I mean, I know what he's doing is he sees it as more entertainment. But you can't just go in there winging it and then say something foolish.
Yeah, you
and
can't.
then double down on it.
And what Dante's referring to, just because I know we're up against it, Dante. Look, Shaq went on TV 2 weeks ago and said the Pistons are boring. Really? They're scoring 120 a night. They lead the league in dunks, and they have a superstar in Cade Cunningham averaging 25 and 10. That doesn't work. Then last night on TV, he congratulated Chauncey Billups for the turnaround. One problem. He's coaching the Trailblazers. Then Shaq gets caught in the middle of that, gets called out, and goes, well, I don't watch Detroit anyways. Come on. On national TV, they're one of the best stories in the league. I don't care if you're not watching because you don't like the NBA. But on a show called Inside the NBA, that doesn't work. This isn't Puck Time with Kenny Cott. And you go, I don't watch the Pistons. More acceptable. Inside the NBA. You can't say that. Odyssey.com rewind. We started the show with that nonsense, including the audio. All right. We will get to a football today next. There's not a dealer in the city celebrating St. Patty's Day better than Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. You need a truck that works as hard as you do. A 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive crew cab, $299 a month, $19.99 down, priced right. Or you can go green with the all-electric 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, $14.95 down, and you are ready to roll 24 months. And here's the kicker. Everyone's getting employee pricing on both of those vehicles. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together. Let's drive.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Tigers outfielder Parker Meadows is currently in a 3-week shutdown period due to a nerve issue in his arm. He told the media today, quote, still a little bit numb on the forearm, but I think it's definitely tolerable. Might be something I have to fight through because the strength is still there, end quote. Meadows says that he's begun hitting and some glove work, but his throwing is delayed. The Tigers defeated the Rays 5-1 today. This guy quietly having a good spring. He added a 2 RBI single as well. Mize went 3 1/3 inning, allowing just 1 hit and 3 walks. Holton, Brisky, and Foley were 3 relievers who came in after each throwing a shutout inning. The Red Wings hit the ice tonight looking to knock off the Buffalo Sabres. The Sabres were sellers at the deadline and have lost 6 of their last 7. Peter Mrazek is in net. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:30. Sportico says that rapper and Detroit native Eminem has joined the ownership group, vying to bring a WNBA team back to the city. And longtime Michigan State and Lions PA announcer Terry Braverman passed away last week at the age of 86. MSU Athletics shared a video of him on X saying it's a beautiful day for football, with his catchphrase that he would say at Spartan Stadium. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so with championship week kicking off, including Notre Dame getting drilled, let's do a little college hoops blitz. David. This is so exciting.
It is so exciting. I love this time of year. This week especially, when you have even the lower conferences playing,
You
all
can
this
settle in
basketball.
and watch the Great Danes of Albany take on Bryant.
Yes, you can. Okay. I'm not going to tell you that I didn't do that. But, I'll be up till 11:30 watching some games tonight. So here's what I want to do with this. We're going to go through a list here of teams that will be in the tournament. I'll give you their projected seeds.
Okay.
But could they be upset specials in the tournament based off of what and how they play?
So a vulnerability index?
Correct.
Go 1 to 5.
1 to
Does
5.
that work?
Exactly.
Okay.
And we'll start with Michigan's on the list. They're projected 5 seed.
No, they're a 5 on the vulnerability.
Yeah.
So vulnerability 5 meaning you can't upset anybody?
They're going to be upset.
5 means
okay.
Alert.
Alarm bell. Look, they don't shoot the 3 well. Factual. They don't shoot free throws well. Factual. They turn it over a ton. Also factual. That is a recipe for disaster. So I'm putting them at a 5.
I'm going to put them at a 4, David. Here's why.
You blue belly scumbag.
Because they have 2 7-footers. And once they step foot out of the Big Ten, it may be difficult for a team, especially on a one-day turnaround, to figure out how to guard Vlad and Wolf at the same time. Now, the problem is this team looks worn down. They're exhausted. I mean, watching Vlad during that state game, he's just on the sideline like, oh, my goodness.
He played so well, though.
He did, but he knows he has to carry this team. He cannot have a bad day or they're cooked. You turn the ball over way too much. You miss way too many free throws. I mean, you just leave points out there.
They guard the logo well.
Yes, they do. Well, it's a third of the court at MSU.
Yeah, just so people know how the season has gone down the drain, Michigan was top 20 in offense, but also 30th or 300th rather in turnover rate. They've now gotten worse offensively and still turned that ball
Thank
over.
God you had a buzzer beater against Rutgers.
You're right.
Hey, David,
we would have been 0-6 since
ever since he signed that contract, he's 2-4.
2-4. Yep.
Negative 51-point differential, and that's including 2 wins.
I'm sure Wojo's got a piece penned about, geez, that's an awful lot of money, like when State extended Mel Tucker.
Let's get over to another team here, an SEC team.
Hate to see it.
A lovely story there. It is Kentucky.
Yeah.
Wonderful story for them. They're projected to be a 3rd seed, but this is what they talk about. They don't force turnovers, and that's a problem. They are dead last in steal rate at 4.8, and they believe that's going to be their downfall.
Look, I believe in Mark Pope. He's just done an incredible job. He had a great resume before getting the job, former player there. I'm not going to hold the Calipari PTSD against him. I view them, I'll put them as a 2. Like the only teams that are a 1 are going to be your 1 seeds. but they are a very low chance to be upset. I just think he's a damn good coach. They play rock solid ball, and they're coming out of the best conference in America. I'll say it too.
Yeah, I would say it too as well. I'm trying to look up the guy. They had an injury on their team, like their second or third leading
You talking
scorer.
about Jackson Robinson?
Yeah.
Kirk Krisha?
So they're not coming into the tournament at 100%, but man, when they're like every team in the SEC. When they're on fire, forget about it. You're not going to beat them. But when they have a bad day, oh boy,
They allow a lot of
oh boy.
They allow a lot of 3-point attempts against them.
I mean, I think it was Florida beat them by like 40 points in Rupp Arena.
But again, this is also, David, it's a new day in the tournament. It's all matchup oriented. Like if a team gets misseeded and they're a line or two lower than they should be, yeah, you can get beat. But you're asking the question. I view Kentucky lower on the upset scale.
And that's why I wanted to go through these teams now so people can watch them during their conference tournaments to kind of see how they play, to see what you're going to do when the bracket comes out. Wisconsin, projected 3 seed. Of course, they have that pro-style offense now. They shoot a lot of threes, but their vulnerability is they don't offensive rebound. So when they miss a shot, that's it. No second chance.
What are they projected to be?
A 3 seed.
Yeah, I would say Wisconsin, kind of like Michigan, their best player, Kanji, is wearing down, and they go as he goes. When he's having great games back when early in the year, that's why they're going to be a 3 seed, because they play so well beginning of the year. But watching him now, he's out there laboring. That's going to be a problem for him. If you have a team that can defend well or has an elite defender that they can throw on him and say, okay, somebody else beat us, they'll beat him.
Look, here's for me, I'm going to actually put him at a 4. I think what Rico's saying is spot on. And when your best player has had to carry it all year, he's getting tired, and they're 2-3 or 2-4 down the stretch. They're not playing good ball. I don't know, man.
Like the best thing, and people always say, the best thing that can happen for Wisconsin, you lose on Thursday in the Big Ten tournament. Give yourself a week to rest up and then prepare for the NCAA tournament. The worst thing that can happen for them is they make it to the championship.
Yeah, and then the other thing, too, just look, they've also cratered shooting the 3 in this span. I think they were like 3 for 30 against Michigan State. They're going the wrong way. I'm going to go 4. I think they're an overrated team. I trust what Rico says. I think he's right about it, too. I'll go 4 for Bucky Badger.
I'll give you one more Big Ten team here before we move to another team. It is the Oregon Ducks. They are projected to be a 5 seed. And here's what they say about them. They are really good at a lot of things, not great at anything. So because they're average, they're on the list there.
They are. David, they had, I think, 2 people on the all-defensive team for the Big Ten. Like, they can defend you well. You're right. They're a jack-of-all-trade type of team. I think that Oregon in the tournament, I would probably put it at maybe a 3. And it's going to boil down to a matchup with them. If they go up against a team that can play defense at the same level as them, like when they played Michigan State, they had a 14-point lead, and then Michigan State cut their water off.
Yeah, look, I think Oregon's a resume team, okay? I think when you look at the big picture, you take your preconceived notion of what they are and are not. Let's say they're just good at everything, great at nothing. Well, it also means they don't have an Achilles heel. Mm-hmm. I think they have 8 or 9 quad 1 wins, right? So that's quality. And the Big Ten was pretty good. So I'll go.
I went 3.
All right, I'm not going to fight you. Because David's right. They're kind of capped. They feel like a team that, like, while I don't think they're going to lose their opening game, I also don't think they're getting out of the first weekend.
And they have Oregon as a what seed?
5. They are projected to be a 5 seed.
So they would probably play the 4. So
you know what I mean? So yeah, I'll go 3. But they've had a nice year. Dana Altman does a nice job out there.
He does.
They have had a good year. So I'll close it out with this question to you.
Yes.
I get it. It's been a wide open year. You got Michigan State, St. John, Alabama, Florida, Auburn, Houston. But to me, and I know you didn't hear that one team, I still think, is it just Duke's year?
I'm gonna step aside. Rico hates Duke with a passion, and I'm gonna listen to him.
No, I do not hate Duke, David, but it's one of those games. It's Cooper Flagg. If you can, he's still a freshman. Now he's gonna probably be the top pick in the NBA draft, But at the end of games, of close games, he keeps doing freshman things and turning the ball over. That's going to be a problem. Duke is not a deep team. So if you could defend him and basically say everybody else has to beat us, Duke is beatable. They're one of the favorites. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate them, but I don't look at them as, wow, you know what? There's like UConn last year. Man, there was nobody that was going to beat UConn except for UConn. I don't see that as that. But I will say there is one team, if they happen to make the tournament, could be that team that upsets that first number 1 seed, Mike, and that would be Arkansas. With Calipari, Arkansas, they're a fringe team, but they have all the pieces there to win a lot of games. It's just for some reason they couldn't get out of their way and consistently win games this year. So if they make the tournament, that's one team I would not want to see in my bracket.
I'm done with John Calipari. Leave me alone. Shout out Jan Knippel or whatever his name is. Look, it's Duke or Auburn for me because I'm terrified of both. But can MSU do it? It's possible.
It's probably going to depend on where they.
You just got to look at how they've shot the three to last 10 to 12 games.
Fair.
Disregard the beginning of the year. If this is how they're going to shoot the three, you know they're going to guard, you know they're going to turn you over. My fear is Jace Richardson ready for that moment because they don't have a star. The closest thing they have to it, shot clock's at 7.
Right. But
Jace,
the thing is,
save us.
But the thing is, he keeps going out there and making moves. And they're the antithesis of Wisconsin, where Wisconsin can't make a three now. State can.
Don't tell anybody.
See, and the tournament can make or break a player, right? All of a sudden, a player can just shine in that tournament.
You put basically Cohen Carr on Cooper Flag, and I think you can slow him down. Cohen, keep Flag to 14 points or less.
And whatever you do,
win.
guard the logo.
Thanks, Michigan. Thank you so much.
Because, by the way, Cohen Carr wasn't in the game.
All right, move on.
All right, that is your college basketball fast break.
A personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career securing justice, maximizing recovery for those who've been injured, and guaranteeing to get you the medical care you need to put your life back together after an accident. So if you need an attorney to make it personal, call David Feminino right now at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN to get started, because right now, for a limited time only, you can purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. But you got to mention my name. You got to call and say Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN, stay green. And when you stay green, you save some green as well when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. Look, Natural Way is the guy that's going to come out there and help you work on your lawn. You're not going to get just some random person. You're going to get the same person every time. So if you love your lawn the way I do, they're going to take care of it. And if you see crabgrass, it's going to be too little too late. They're going to work on it right now. Why? Because it's easier to prevent a problem than to fix a problem. Schedule early. Call now. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green. 888-GET-GREEN. Call them today.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Just got done with about an hour on the Lions. And do the Bears have your attention? It sounds like they've got Amon-Ra's attention. You can get that if you want it. We also, we had to defend the Den to start the day. The Pistons got slandered by Shaq for no reason. And it's just why. We can get back into that in a little bit. But we just did this college basketball blitz, and we're going to get ticket text in a minute. I want to offer one thing. I know it's Rico's birthday, but I'd like a gift. Okay? I need you to just cop to one thing. Okay. That for all the things I've accused you of ruining with college sports, there is one thing that I think above all, above any conference realignment, above any conference expansion, above NIL, above all of these things, that I find even more egregious, more offensive, and I am so lost in the nostalgia of it, I can't find a way to move on. I just would like to shout out the good old days of the Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. The greatest tournament of all. The Kemba Walker, Jerry McNamara, Eric Devendorf, the Big East tournament when it was the real Big East at MSG.
7 games in a row.
Yeah, and just the stars and the moments and the players who played. And now it's like the Big East is, I don't know what it is. And the ACC tournament, I'm looking at Pitt and Syracuse, and I'm like, no, they belong over here. I like championship week. I know it's going to give us some moments.
Oh, no,
but
no.
I am so nostalgic about the Big East tournament.
Because I'm trying to think, was it the Big East or the ACC were the first conference to have that tournament? Because it was just like, wow. Because I remember watching, it was, there was Mullen and Patrick Ewing and the Walter Berries of the world.
You are aging yourself.
I know.
Just letting you know that.
That's my birthday.
That's an old guy take.
Still.
Sorry. Ed Pinkney.
You're the one that had Luke Karnasaka sweater.
That was a reference. I just know, but
I used to love that, and I said I used to love the ACC tournament as well. But yeah, at Madison Square Garden, that was their thing. You
amazing.
knew when you tuned in and you saw the Garden, it was the Big East tournament.
And look, and it's not to slander the Big Ten tournament, which there have been times it's been dramatic and fun, but nothing compared. I mean, it was like a 6 overtime game, UConn and Syracuse, back and forth.
Yeah, it was always just like something magical, and you would just get this team from nowhere. Like UConn just started winning and just kept it going into the tournament.
Would this count? Let me ask you this question. Would this count as Kenny watches highlights moment? You know how we often will do old school college football with Kenny? If I have Kenny type in Kemba Walker crossover versus Pitt, Big East tournament, I'm pretty sure that dude's kneecaps are still somewhere beneath MSG's floors. Kemba Walker, not the old decrepit one, Kenny, with knee arthritis. Young Kemba, here, full of life Kemba. The run he went on and the ability to tear ACLs.
Right.
He was sending people to the floor. It was like when David does his trust falls at church.
And was it?
Stop it.
Was it Eric Devendorf? Did they play a 4 overtime
game? Yeah, Eric
game?
Devendorf. He was originally from Saginaw, right?
Somewhere around
and
there.
I know he went to Oak Hill, but Devendorf, after he won the game, got up on the scorer's table.
But it was like a 4 overtime game. You're like, oh my! You didn't want either team to lose because it was fun.
Dude, wasn't Devendorf at U of D for 10 minutes as an assistant coach?
Wow, that's a great pull. I would have.
I swear to God, he was in town. It was like pre-COVID, but he was here. I thought he was an assistant for like 5 minutes at U of D, but it doesn't matter. Just Syracuse legend. If he was from Saginaw, why the hell didn't he end up at State or U of M? Was he just a dingling, or did he just not want to? What was the deal there?
No, I think it was just one of those. He wanted to just get out of town.
Go play for Boeheim where you don't play any defense?
And do his own
Stand around
thing.
in that stupid zone?
And do his own thing.
Okay.
Yeah, he did coach at UAD. Sure
Okay,
did.
I don't know why I remember that. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Or was it, there was like, maybe that's when they had, like, Michigan had Manny Harris and those guys and neither one played.
Honestly, he didn't
want to go up against, and State may have had Neitzel.
Oh, thank God. You know he could dribble with both hands? All right. So
Man, he broke this poor son of a bitch's ankles.
Kenny, you finally pulled it up,
I got it. I plugged it into the YouTube.
Wow. Kemba at MSG in the Big East tournament, the way it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Those days are done, man. But God, those were so good. But look, championship week, enjoy it. Watch some crap basketball. Maybe a miracle happens. David, some ticket text.
Yeah, someone said, don't forget about God, Sham God.
Oh, baby. Providence legend. What about Austin Crozier?
God, Sham God.
Do you,
my.
Do you want to do like an all championship week irrelevant college heroes tournament? I'm your man. I got you covered. We can do this.
Evan Turner. Yeah, well.
Oh, that he beat Michigan with that one. That's oh God. Hey, you hate to see it.
Still don't know why.
I irrationally hated him in the NBA. For
Dude,
that.
God Sham God is a top 10 all-time sports name.
Yes.
The best. And he wore the big shorts, too. The shorts were down to his Achilles.
Someone says Devendorf got a tech for throwing a shoe while at UAD.
No.
Wow.
No way.
Yeah.
He threw a shoe at somebody?
He threw a shoe.
So, hold on. What year was he at U of D?
18 and 19.
Who was the head coach in 18? It wasn't Mike Davis, was it?
No, I have to look that up.
I gotta know.
Was that Alexander?
Bakari?
Yeah.
And he threw a shoe at somebody?
It may have been.
That's awesome. I like it. I like it.
It was Mike Davis.
Oh, Davis was there. Okay.
Maybe that's why Devendorf was there for 10 minutes. You don't really have on your bingo board of assistant coaching through shoe at official.
What is he, Mike Milbury? Bam, bam.
I have no idea.
You know what, Kenny? What happened was nobody explained to him that throwing a shoe was frowned upon. So he just figured, you know what? It's a basketball court and shoes are on the court.
You and full Costanza. Was that wrong of me?
Was that wrong?
Should I not
mean,
have done that?
The referees didn't explain the full rules to me.
You
So
went full Dusty May.
Yeah.
That's all that is. All right, David, a couple
Are we
ticket
not
texts.
supposed to turn the ball over?
We can move on now.
Someone says, I can't wait for Puck Time with Kenny Cott from CompuWare Arena, sponsored by Amro Nelson. I can't wait to watch that.
Oh, boy. All right, I got to do something I don't want to do.
Oh, yep, you saw it.
I got to do something I don't want to do. We got Lions news. I'll give it a segment, though. I think it's warranted, and I'll ask a question that goes with it. And I want to quote Dan Campbell when I say it. Is that fair?
Fair.
I wish we could just talk about God, Sham God, and keep it moving, but okay. All right, with the
Big East tournament, good call.
Just
you know
nostalgia.
what? I will take full. Yeah, that's on me. My
So
my
good.
bad. My bad.
By the way, you know where Jerry McNamara is now?
No.
Head coach of Siena.
Really?
Yeah. I know. Who cares? My bad. All right, hey, weather's warming up. Time to start thinking about home improvement projects, not where Jerry McNamara coaches. Two of the most important ones for spring home improvement projects. Get your roof and windows inspected to make sure they form an airtight seal around your home. Why is it important? Gee, I don't know. Do you want Mother Nature to invade your house? You want water all over the place? No. So let Victor's come out. 21-point roof inspection, and they'll check all the windows. Then they go every square inch of the roof, make sure water can't get anywhere. And it allows you to catch a minor problem early and fix them, oftentimes with an inexpensive repair. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Prompt follow-up on time appointments, clear communication, perfect installation. Guys, it's Victor's. Get with them today before the spring rains get into your home. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com. All right, I'm not going to hit breaking news for this, but we're just going to talk through it. So I promised you Lions news, and I'm just going to give it to you, and then you guys can tell me what you make of it. Lions are bringing back Levi Onwuzurike, 1 year, $5.5 million. Just like they brought back Marcus Davenport, just like they brought back Barnes. Look, I would have thought there would have been a little bit more of a robust market for Levi. He didn't have a bad season last year. He's had a ton of injuries in his career. Does he like it here? Does he want to win? And then all of a sudden the value proposition is 1 at 5.5 is not awful. But look, here's just the thing. I want to juxtapose the latest WBBT signing, bring the band back together, and juxtapose it with what Dan Campbell said. We have to be careful not to fall in love with our own players. I think it is just crystal clear. And look, this is the one thing you can't challenge Brad Holmes on, and I don't intend to challenge. I've never challenged the messaging. I can challenge whether I agree with it because I'm not a robot. I'm a free thinker. I think they believe they had a Super Bowl team. They believe that the guys in that locker room are good enough to win a Super Bowl, and they're not looking to find better options. They like their guys.
Yeah.
And, your mom doesn't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree, whatever. They're telling you in plain language. Look, they would have brought back Carlton Davis if they could have. He got a better offer from the Patriots. And he said, I'm not signing for lower. But there is an absolute world, very easily. Carlton Davis could have been back too. WBBT. Bringing back Davenport, bringing back Onwuzurike, bringing back Barnes, bringing back Carlton Davis, bringing back everybody.
Well, it leads me to, Brad Holmes said, hey.
And Skipper.
We saw, is he eligible?
He's back.
I'm saying he's eligible. No, Brad Holmes came out and said, when I was looking back at the defense before they all got hurt, we were really good. And they believe.
Yeah, the first 4 weeks, where you played teams that had no offensive tackles, they were all hurt. Yeah, every defense can look like the Pittsburgh Steelers of 1975 against third-string tackles.
Yeah, because
I'm not allowed to say that.
No, because then I would say, guys, here's the thing. You played, probably 3 good quarterbacks the entire year, and you went 1-2 against them. So you beat C.J. Stroud, but you lost. Josh Allen walked into your house, and you had no answer for him.
Listen, they're telling you what they're doing, and now I think it kind of just gets to a point. Look, you don't have to agree with it. I'm with John on this. I thought they overpaid to bring Barnes back, and I had no need to bring Onwuzurike back. That's half of Trey Hendrickson right there. They're telling you right now, this is what they're doing. And it's up to you whether I don't like using terms acceptable. We're all going to root for the team, and we all know they're going to be good. It's not about acceptability. It's, do you agree with it, or are you fired up about it? I mean, look, we knew it wasn't going to be a bonanza. I wanted one tactical, targeted, bold swing in the trade market. I've never veered from that. Is it still possible? Sure it is. Just when you write something off, it'll happen.
Right.
So I think it's more, not optics, it's messaging. Rico, they're just bringing back their own people. And honestly, if Carlton Davis would have taken the offer that DJ Reed took, he'd be back. DJ Reed wouldn't be here.
You got to steal with DJ Reed. You didn't need Davis.
Okay. The point is Davis turned your deal down.
I understand. And now I think you're going to go with rookies are going to fill in the gap and get everything else done.
Yeah. The point is it goes against a little bit of what Dan Campbell said.
Of not falling in love with your own players?
Yeah, because all this is falling in love with your own players, to the point that it sounds like the last time we heard from Brad Holmes, they'll stop themselves from doing something today that would make the team better for fear of reprisal tomorrow with their own players. I mean, you have people in this town talking about signing guys that have 2 years of contractual control left, plus a franchise tag if you want it. Think about it.
No, you're right.
So I think they're telling you in very plain language, no, this is the plan. We're going to draft, develop, and sign our own guys and F everybody else. I mean, it's not that it can't work. It's just I don't think it gives you the best odds for it to work. But I'll leave it to the people. 248-539-9797. David, what do you make of it? I'm not going to scream and yell about it. I mean, they need defensive linemen. What am I going to do? Get all mad? No. But I was looking to upgrade from people like Levi Onwuzurike.
Yeah, that's all it is. It was looking for upgrade. This isn't crazy.
No. It's a prove it deal.
But it's just, just falling in love with your own guys is the problem that I have. Like, there has to be better out there, and you have to try and get it. But whatever. Let them do what they do.
No, hold on, David, hold on. Before you throw the microphone at Kenny's skull, you don't get to say whatever. Like, you can't do that. That's Shaq last night on Inside the NBA. You can't do that.
I can't deal with Lions fans. Oh, it's great value. Okay, wonderful.
But hold on.
But I need them to get better. Nothing they've done this offseason is to get better. It's
David,
to just
what they're telling you is, look, I don't agree with it necessarily, but I'm just operating on what they're telling us. They believe what they have in that 53-man roster is going to win a Super Bowl. Okay? Look, last year I picked them to win the Super Bowl. I can't say they're crazy. I am simply about odds, percentages. I just believe when you limit the talent pool to your own people, you're not doing yourself a service.
You just can't stay the same and everyone else around you is getting better. Yes, the Bears may not win the division, but they are better and you are just there. And that's the problem that I have because it is based on your own guys.
Or, David, let me give you, maybe they see it as this. We won 15 games last year with these guys. And
want to run it back.
You know what? We can get this done again. We will learn from our mistakes, and we'll get the number one seed, and we won't come in as cocky against the Commanders if we have that number one seed.
You're
again.
right. And add to it this. Get healthy, and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
The problem I have is you're bringing back all the same guys, but you lost both coordinators. So it just, look, I'm not saying, I never wanted wholesale changes. That's never what I've advocated. But the idea that Aiden and a collection of subpar defensive ends or Aleem and a bunch of other D tackles, no, that's not what I'm comfortable with. But they are. And look, it's their money. So I'm not yelling about it. I'm not telling you, oh, my God, this is the worst move ever. I'm not doing that. But it's just another of their own guys in an offseason where we heard Dan Campbell talk about we got to be careful falling in love with our own people. So, yeah, here you go. And I'm telling you, if the Patriots didn't offer Carlton Davis silly money, he'd be back too.
Correct.
They have no intention of going out and signing people. That's what it tells you. Now, it could change in 6 minutes when all of a sudden Trey Hendrickson lands on a hot air balloon. But it just seems like, feels like, sounds like. That one was for you, birthday boy. It's WBBT.
Yeah.
They're going to bring the band back together. This is what you're going to get. You tell me if it's good enough. 248-539-9797. We'll get a football today in the mix. We can certainly carry this into the 5 o'clock hour. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel bad that I'm not upset or something. It's just I'm not going to yell about something that doesn't warrant it.
No,
it's fine.
It's the strategy that they have. I disagree with it, but you know what? Time will tell, and I'm quite sure if it works out, every Lions fan will say, see, you clowns were worried all off season.
Yeah.
They knew what they were doing. You didn't trust Brad.
Right. No, because I'm an adult. Sorry.
I'm with you.
Yeah, you're right.
I've seen this with other teams.
We talk football every day. I want better players. Oh, my God, what a crime. Send me to the gulag.
I've seen other teams not named Detroit try this strategy. Doesn't work.
Look, I think the biggest thing,
Philadelphia Eagles,
the biggest thing they're telling you is they believe Aiden doesn't need help. I think, to me, that's what it says.
Well, the help was there. The help was just injured. But now they're back and they're healthy.
Almondine Muhammad.
You know what?
That's TJ's guy.
I'm going to give you that.
That's TJ's guy. He loves Alquindine or whatever his name is. All right, Northville Lumber. We've talked about them for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. In fact, Northville, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time. and they got the lowest prices all the time. So whether you're a deck builder or do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northfield to have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Now's the time to build that deck, get the best price anywhere, and do it with Northfield. Stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples, call Northfield Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northfieldlumber.com.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Lions are re-signing defensive tackle Levi Onwuzurike to a one-year deal worth $5.5 million. Onwuzurike played 16 games for the Lions, logging 28 tackles and 1.5 sacks last year. Darius Slay has also agreed to terms with the Steelers on a one-year deal. According to Diana Rossini, the Vikings are still looking at their options at quarterback, including the possibility of Aaron Rodgers. The Tigers made a couple more cuts today to trim their Major League camp roster to 49. Top prospects Hao-Yu Lee and Tyrone Lorenzo been assigned to minor league camp. Yu Lee was a player that did impress this spring. Detroit beat the Rays 5-1. Casey Mize threw 3 1/3, allowing just 1 hit and 3 walks. Spencer Torkelson is hitting over 300 this spring, and he clubbed his 4th home run today. Michigan State hockey getting ready for their matchup with Notre Dame in the Big Ten semifinals Friday. Head coach Adam Nightingale has been named a finalist for Conference Coach of the Year. Red Wings prospect and Spartan netminder Trey Augustine is a finalist for Goaltender of the Year as well. The Red Wings host the Sabres tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Puck drop at 7:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And this is just a reminder, AI is not a finished product. David, that is one of the worst. How you created a Rico birthday song of AI, that is terrible.
There's like 3 minutes of it. It's not even halfway done. It's still going.
It's awful. But whatever, it's Rico's birthday, so who cares? So
I couldn't even get David to sing on it. Wow.
I know, right?
Budget cuts.
That's all right. He can DJ funerals for dead people, but he can't sing for the living.
Right.
What a disgrace.
But you know what? I remember when he did that Whisper song.
Yep.
Hey, little mama.
Yep, that's right. All right, let's get into it. Odyssey.com rewind, you missed anything. So the news last hour, WBBT, they're bringing the band back together. Another Lion stays a Lion. Levi Onwuzurike is back. Just like Derek Barnes is back. Just like Marcus Davenport is back. Just like Dan Skipper is back. Carlton Davis would have been back. He got overpaid by the Pats. And you got DJ Reed. But here's the question. Look, Brad Holmes has never hid from what his plan is. Whether you agree with it or not is a separate thing, but draft, develop, sign our own. With Onwuzurike coming back 1 year, $5.5 million, I'm not going to yell about it. You know, would I have cared if he left? No. But they're telling you, we believe we have a Super Bowl team. We like the guys in this locker room. And despite what Dan Campbell said publicly of we have to be careful about falling in love with our own players, they're in love with their own players. So what do you make of it? And it's on the same day. We had some fun with Amon-Ra St. Brown, who on his podcast, we can play that audio for you. You know, it seems like, and I can only go by what the man's reaction was, when you're, rubbing your head or putting your face in your hands, he was kind of shook by how much money the Bears are spending and the dudes they're getting. And it was a question about, no one's using words like fear and scared, so don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Do the Bears have your attention? And now, today, they're the betting favorite to draft Ashton Genty. I mean, Ben Johnson is bringing Detroit to Chicago. So, if you want to play that audio, David, we can bump back with it at 5:15. But I wanted to talk about this now. All right, Onwuzurike's back. Do you believe the offseason's done? I mean, do you believe that's it? They brought back their own people. They got DJ Reed to replace Carlton Davis, a 1v1 swap. But that's it. There's no Trey Hendrickson. There's no bold trade. And we'll see at the draft.
I don't think
you believe that's it.
I don't think they're done, but I think it'll be a minor signing. I don't think you're going to see anything major. I think you'll see somebody like on a 1-year deal type of thing. You know, whether it's a
Cooper Kupp,
special team, something like special teamer or just for depth purposes. Okay. But I don't think you're going to see something like, wow, they went and got this guy.
If it was a 1-year deal, would you bring Cooper Kupp in here? 1-year deal. He's a Ram. There's history there. He just got released. It's a prove-it deal. 1-year deal. Say $10 million. Would you bring him?
I would. I don't know what this new coordinator is going to do or if he's going to use him. Is he going to be run heavy? Is he going to be pass heavy? Because I think if you're Cooper Kupp, you don't want to go to a run heavy team. You want to show that, hey, I'm on a prove-it deal. I need you to throw me the ball.
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Cooper, got bad news for you. Nobody wants you. Couldn't find a trade partner. And you want to win games. Jared Goff's here.
Because I think right now, probably not, because realistically speaking, probably not, because you'll probably see teams kind of like the Patriots or
overpay.
Not even overpay, but just I'll give you market value where I know everybody else is going to try to lowball.
If somebody wants to pay market value, go ahead. I was just offering, look, I said from the beginning, this is a bad free agent class. I'm not screaming and yelling and wanting to sign mid-nonsense. It was going to have to be a trade. I just think, look, they brought all their own guys back. That's basically half of Hendrickson's deal. So I don't know what trade they could make if they're not going to. And again, the Bengals, from all it sounds like, are being totally unreasonable. So I'm not blaming Brad for that. I'm not blaming the Lions for that. But I'm just asking you, are you comfortable that they're standing firm? They're bringing the band back together. They love their own people, and they feel like the injuries are what derailed them. Okay. Are you comfortable marching forward that there is no offseason? This is it right here. 248-539-9797. Again, Onzarike, back. Davenport, back. Barnes, back. Skipper, back. Bringing everybody back. And then they tried to get Davis back. Yeah. Davis got overpaid. They got DJ Reed for the same money.
But I think we knew that. If you really look between the lines, this is Brad cooking. This is Brad saying, hey, I had all the ingredients. Some were just expired. But you know what? They're going to be ready for next season. We were good when everybody was healthy. Now, albeit you went up against 0 starting tackles for the first 4 games, but you looked great doing it.
I think the Cooper Kupp thing's interesting on a 1-year deal. That's all I'll say.
It is. But I think that like a team like the Patriots who really need a receiver will say, hey, we'll give you that whatever. We'll give you $10 million. We'll give you whatever. Whereas if I'm the Lions, you don't need him. And it's obvious, Mike, they're not trying to spend money because you know you got to re-sign Hutch, right? So,
that storyline is getting so old. Guy's got 2 years left of contractual agreement. You got a 3rd year in your back pocket with the franchise tag. You don't have to do a damn thing. The guy's leg is in 2 pieces. Come back, play, prove it. I'll sign you. Right. Done.
You're about 1,000 days away from having to re-sign Hutch.
You can sign him anytime you want. The Chiefs today just opened up $55 million in cap space, restructuring 2 deals. Yeah. You really think you're paying Jared Goff $70 million?
I was about to say you're gonna be doing Goff's. You're gonna restructure his deal very soon. So I'm with you,
David. What do you make of it?
It's what they want to do. It's what they want to do. Is they want to bring their own guys. All I'm asking for is a balance. I'm not saying there's a problem necessarily with getting your own guys and bringing them back. Yeah, because they could be good. They could be, they fit your scheme. They could do exactly what you want them to do, but it's balanced to me. I think you do have to still go out there and supplement and get other guys and make a splash. Make certain signings out there that is going to, elevate your team to that level because we're talking Super Bowl, people. I don't care if you're good for 5 straight years. If you don't go to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. And that's what I'm looking for when it comes to football. If you don't want it, fine. Be good for 5 years. That's what it feels like to me. Brad just wants to be good. Wants to be really good consistently.
Listen, David, here's the deal. The one thing I'll say in defense of it, and again, I'm with you more than I'm not. I think there's a very particular way in the NFL it gives you the best chance to win a Super Bowl, and it's when your window's open, you go all in. We've seen it from the Eagles. We've seen it from the Chiefs. We have seen the Niners try, come razor close. We've seen the Ravens try, get close. There's nothing guaranteed. But if I believe they had a Super Bowl caliber team last year, and I said I think they're going to win the Super Bowl, it's not impossible for this to work. I just don't know if it gives you your best odds because I don't think it's set up for you the way it was last year. I do think schedule is going to be brutal. I do think this is the hardest division in football now. And we didn't fall into the Bears' seduction last year, but I do think the Bears are going to be a problem. I think the Bears are going to be a 10-win football team.
See, and that's the thing. If this was week 5 and you had so many injuries, but all we got to do is wait till week 15 where we get most of these guys back.
Yeah.
I get that. But this is an entire offseason where everyone in the league, including everyone in your division, can get better and will get better.
Yeah.
That's the only problem.
Kenny, where are you at with it? WBBT, bringing the band back together. Onzarike's back now.
Do you remember that conversation we had? I forget if it was yesterday or the day before of, would you rather be really in the mix for 5 years and just get B+ level moves, or would you rather make an A+ level move and really enhance your Super Bowl to right now?
Yeah, I'm choice B.
Yeah, I'm choice B too. This feels like a choice A move, and I'm with you where it could work. It's not that it couldn't work. It's not that it's a bad move, but it's just not the A+ you're hoping for. And by the way, find you a girl who loves you as much as Brad Holmes loves his own guys, because man, I mean, it just keeps on going and going and going.
Yeah, and look, and
I'm not saying it's wrong, by the way, to be clear.
No, and the only thing we've always asked for, and I think it's our frustration with the Iser plan, is like, look, tell us what the plan is, and we can have debates about whether we agree with it or not. But you can't exist in a space where you don't know the plan. Well, the Lions can't be accused of that. Tigers can't be accused of that. Pistons can't be accused of that. The Wings can, but that's a conversation for another day. The Lions have been upfront about what they want to do. They are honest. And whether you agree with it or not, they're honest. We'll see. We got to let it play out, right? It's March 12th. Plenty of things can happen. Draft night things can happen. But it seems like, feels like, sounds like this is the offseason right here. Brought back all your own people.
Kevin Zeitler is going to Tennessee.
I also would like to congratulate you on old Darius Slay. Congratulations.
Yeah, $10 million. Yep.
You enjoy that.
Hopefully he doesn't get penalties like Porter.
David, early ticket, and then we'll get to the people next segment, but what are your early ticket text returns on this?
I don't like this feeling of being content. The Lions look like a team that are afraid of taking that big risk to be great. Someone says, doesn't matter if fans are comfortable or not. It is what it is. They're doing it. I don't like it, but they're doing it.
Yeah, and look, I agree with that perspective, but it doesn't mean you don't talk about it. Otherwise, why are you a fan? Like that's the part where I always laugh. Well, it doesn't matter if you like it. That's what they're doing. Then why root for a team? Like what the hell's the point of being a fan? You may as well just check the box score. See if Team A beat Team B.
Lions aren't done. There's 6 months until week 1. I am not going to panic. Go and add Calais Campbell, Von Miller, someone, please.
I'll just tell you this. I mean, here's what the Bills think of Von Miller. Von Miller played about 35% of their snaps. Okay? They decided to go get an equally unreliable human being and replace him. I don't know, man. Now, if you want to tell me, hey, we could bring him here, manage his snap count, I only need him 15, 20 snaps a week on known passing downs, fine. Rico brought up Dante Fowler Jr. Yeah. Like, there are players available, but I'm just saying, look, as we sit here today, I think they're telling you what they want to do. And they're going to run it back. And whether it's good enough or not will be on display for everybody. Look, guys, the conversation's in March. This is all dead come September. We're all going to lock in and root for the team and hope for the best. It's about, are they doing enough? And you have to make that determination as a fan. They're telling you they believe it's enough. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls coming up next. FanDuel bringing you Dog of the Day Profit Boost, one of the best parts about March underdogs. And right now, the upsets get better because if you bet an underdog and it wins, you land even more with a daily profit boost. So it's your chance to really savor the month of March. And if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, no better time than now. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download America's #1 sportsbook today. Back that Dog of the Day with a profit boost. It's 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get right to the people. Got a little college basketball blitz for you later in the hour. Let's go to Drew. He's in Roseville. He's going to lead it off. What's up, Drew? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Talk to me. What do you make of the
happy 35th, Rico?
35th? You'd have to multiply it by 2. He's walking back into the studio now. Go ahead.
Listen, I don't know if it's the dopamine I've been on because I've been sick since Saturday with this head cold. But I got to be honest with you, Mike. I'm not feeling too good about this Lions direction we're heading in. I understand you want to get your own guys and keep your guys and yada, yada, yada. But the one thing that kind of rubs me the wrong way is they let Melifanu go. I know he was off injured, but when he did play, he was productive. So why didn't we give him a prove-it deal? I get the Dolphins might have went above of what we wanted to do, but it's just little things like that kind of makes me worried. I'm starting to feel like the 17-point lead in the championship game 2 years ago was our window, and it's being closed, very shortly, very quickly, because this schedule that we're about to go against next year is a daunting one. And let me put this out to you guys. Mm-hmm. Let's say they bottom out and go 5-12 next year, and they get in the top 5 of the draft. Do they take a quarterback?
Drew, wow. I need you to lay off the cold medicine, and I'm not. Drew, I love you. I'm not even going there. You got to stop. Wow. I mean, come on. I'm not doing that.
Drew's planning ahead.
Drew needs to put down the NyQuil, mix in a water. We're not going into that type of scenario. But look, you're asking the question. 2 things that in my heart are true, okay? You'll never be up by 17 at the half in an NFC title game again, and you'll never go 15-2 again and have a rookie QB waiting for you. Now, if you want to say that those are the best 2 shots you'll ever have and they're in the rear view, it doesn't mean you don't have a shot, but I'm not mad at a caller like Drew who goes, look, those are 2 A-plus opportunities, and you didn't get it done. I still believe you're one of the better teams in the league. I don't think you're the best. I just think you're one of them, which means you got a shot. Of course you do. But you play in the toughest division. And right now, but again, here's the thing. I've been very specific about what I wanted to add. It could still happen, but it's always been a trade. I don't yell about the free agency thing. Like, what am I going to scream about? Oh, we didn't bring Joey Bosa. What? He's just a different flavor of Marcus Davenport. So, no, I'm not mad that they didn't do that. What I'm saying is the result is, okay, is the starter opposite Aiden really Josh Paschal? That's what we're doing?
Yeah.
Or is it really Marcus Davenport? So, I got to wait. But them bringing back all their own guys is telling me, seems like, feels like, they're not they're not looking for outward solutions.
Yeah, and the reason why, I can't speak for you or David or Kenny, but I'm looking at this as, guys, as I told you last year and even before, I see that you're in your window. Now, I know for Lions fans, you don't know what the window is, and that's not a shot. It's just you're in your window that right now you can do this, but you need to make a move or 2. The guys that you have, good, but you got to get that cherry on top. You need that one extra piece. Now, I thought maybe Zadarius Smith was going to be that.
Which they cut him, and it was weird because it's not like he made that much money.
And I think that he's going to get re-signed by the team. I think he'll be on a 1-year type of a deal.
Limit his reps.
Where they bring him back and say, okay, yeah. Because if you had to choose between him and Dante Fowler, well, Dante never played here. So you're going to go with the devil that you know. You're going to go with Zadarius.
I'd actually go Dante Fowler.
I would too.
Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, thank you for your patience. What's going on?
Love the show. I don't know if people have brought this up before, but we all know Holmes has a scouting background exclusively. And if you look at the bios and the resumes of like a Howie Roseman, he spent 6 or 8 years as like football administration, player personnel, pro player personnel, like different roles within the Eagles, and so did Les Snead with Atlanta. I think Holmes being like that super scout and only a scout prior to coming to Detroit, I think he's gun shy, and you can kind of back that theory up with his actions, or should I say inactions, with that sort of F them pick sort of thing, or like, hey, we're going to move some pieces along.
Yeah.
We're going to eat some dead cap here. Let's free up some money here. He's just not that aggressive. And I don't know. I came upon that theory yesterday when I was kind of like geeking out on different GM's resumes. But
Robert,
I don't know what you guys think.
No, Robert, I think it's really interesting. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think that's a really interesting point. I'm not going to fight it. I mean, I can't give you this ringing endorsement like, nope, Robert has it all figured out. But it's
but
very
interesting. It is interesting. I think, and the other part too is like you sort of like you guys say fall in love with those guys, but it's really just perpetuating that scout sort of thing. Hey, we scouted that guy for 4 months.
Yeah,
We
that's
talked to
my guy.
everybody. That's my guy. And I think, and you could hear him too in his press conferences when he talks about like, hey, you know what, you're kind of doing due diligence in 2 weeks, whereas we're used to doing it due diligence for 4 months when we scout a guy in the draft rather than trading for him at the deadline. And my last thing I would say is, if you look at when Les Snead did sort of the F them picks things, it was after all the homegrown talent. They got to the Super Bowl in LA, lost the Super Bowl, of course. That was in I think his 9th year as GM. He started in 2012. 9th year as GM, he finally said, F the picks, go get Stafford. Roseman's been GM since 2010, and I would say only been ultra aggressive within the last 4 years. So maybe we're expecting Brad Holmes to be aggressive too soon.
No, and look, Robert, listen, ultimately, if he continues drafting the way he's drafted, which the only thing I've seen like this would be what the Seahawks did back in the day when they built the Legion of Boom. I mean, they found their quarterback in the 3rd round. They found Cam Chancellor in like the 30th round. They found Richard Sherman late. They found the thing that they built. That was a drafting run. And look, yours is different, right? You had some high picks. Aiden was there because Jacksonville and Trent Baalke went a different direction with Trayvon Walker, who's turned out to be a very good player, but Aiden's really good. The point is, it's very hard to do that. You're talking about kind of pushing to the side a historical trend where even the best general managers in history bat about 50% with the premium picks. Well, Brad's doing a hell of a lot better than that. So if he can continue doing it, it won't matter stylistically what he does. Maybe he's just that guy, right? Maybe he is just that dude, and he's on that blackjack run, and we can get enough talent in the building, including, now again, last year's draft, we can't whistle by the graveyard. As it would pertain to the first year of the draft, it doesn't mean year 2, 3, and 4. Just make draft. What did we get? It was bad. It was bad. Terrion Arnold struggled. 2nd round pick didn't play. You drafted Manu, who doesn't know how to play American football, but might eventually be good. You drafted special teams guy who's a running back, who's a safety, who's a running back. Didn't play. It was a bad draft. Now, that doesn't mean it can't be a great draft if Terrion Arnold bumps back here and you go, oh, wow, Pro Bowler. But, that's the problem is you don't have time. The window, we've gotten accustomed to, Brad draft guy all pro, immediate.
Right.
So I'm going to be fascinated because this year they can't afford another draft like that. You need reinforcements.
Yep. Everybody you draft has to play, whether it's a starter or whether it's depth, because you can't draft and stash. You can't do that old cookies line.
No. David, couple ticket texts here.
Lions won't win by putting the band together. Their D wasn't good enough even when healthy. To think otherwise is a grave miscalculation.
Here's the problem. There's 2 problems. A, if you're grading out of 4 games, 3 of which you face Seattle, who came to town without either starting tackle. You face Tampa Bay, who had a 3rd-string right tackle. There were 2 sacks by Hutch against a tight end one-on-one. Okay? I don't think it's fair. Here's the other problem.
Yeah. And don't forget the Rams lost everybody as the game progressed.
Yep. So, and again, that's not the Lions' problem. I'm just making a point. I think it's a faulty premise to suggest that it was going to be that way all year. Here's the other problem. Aaron Glenn's not here. And I'm not going to minimize losing Aaron Glenn. He became a head coach, and he somehow managed, with all those injuries, to keep this as a defense that had a top 10 points against. And it wasn't always pretty. There were a couple of low moments. Obviously, the Bills came in. It was a bad week. Draw a line through it. It's like a bad horse race. Just draw a line. Now you have 4 or 5 of those in a row.
Burn the tape.
That's kind of who you are.
It's a burn the tape type of
But
game.
yeah, I think there's more to it because there's going to be an alteration in scheme. It's not wholesale, but it's not Aaron Glenn here. So, I wanted more in the way of reinforcements. They still have time, and I don't want them signing some bum-ass free agent.
No, I think you're looking at the draft. That's where we're going. And maybe they take a pick and they move up from 28th to 19th.
All right, it's the beer nobody can pronounce, the Technische, or whatever it is. It's Old Nation. Here's what it is. It's good. That's what that means in German. A light, crisp German-style Pilsner, 4 ingredients, and it's done in a remarkably well manner. That's what Old Nation is famous for. High quality, great ingredients, award-winning beer. Respectfully brewed in Williamston using the best ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local, support independent. Old Nation, the last large, truly local and independent brewery in the state of Michigan. 21 and up, and Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you, as always, to please drink responsibly.
Hey, or maybe he wants to go and get a hot new Chevy. Well, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, guys that want to be your sales staff, and whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has an inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. Selection is best right now. No more waiting for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in that Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the March Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for $279 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Find out why Hamilton Chevrolet is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. All right, Dave, before we get to the ticket text, I'm going to give Dan the last word on this. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, man.
What's going on?
What you got?
So I feel like I'm the only one giving Brad Holmes a pass on this offseason. I feel like he's looking at the injured players
as players coming back as basically as free agents. And I feel like he has the right to do that this year, kind of because it was a weird year last year. Compared to last year, you got an all-pro pass rusher coming back, a Pro Bowl type defensive tackle coming back, and 2 starting caliber linebackers coming back already on the team. Why is everybody freaking out about what he's not doing in free agency? I think he's being very smart, very calculated. I think Tim Patrick's going to come back on offense on a short deal. I just think it's brilliant. And I don't think anybody's giving him a pass on what we have returning from injury. It's not an excuse for last year.
No, but Dan,
it is a reality for next year.
Dan, how I look at it is this: you can always improve on anything. So
what are we trying to improve on, Rico? Are we trying to improve on the team that lost to Washington in the championship game? Because that was the last team that we had on the field.
Yes.
We didn't have Hutch. We didn't have McNeil. We didn't have Rodrigo. We didn't have Barnes. We didn't have CD. We didn't have Amik Robertson, which hurt 3 positions before Amik got hurt.
Hold on.
Dan, outside, Branch moved
Dan, let's have a conversation. What I'm saying is, by going out and getting extra pieces, you're adding to the depth. So that, guess what? If people get injured, you have backups who can step in there rather than just the guys who are coming off of an injury. So that's all. I ain't saying break the bank, but what I am saying is right now, never let this happen again, that you run out of bullets, because that's what happened to this team.
Last year was an oddity. It won't happen again. Our depth became.
So you're going to guarantee that no injuries happen?
No, well, not no injuries, but we had an odd amount of season-ending injuries. If Hutch sprained his MCL in week 4.5, like he did, and he was out for 8 weeks, he would have been back. If McNeil didn't tear his MCL and just whatever dinged up his knee,
so let's just change the injury time on everybody's injury when they get injured. The guy will be back in 2 weeks, not 4.
I appreciate your call. Here's the problem with that injury thing, because it goes the other way. I don't expect it to happen. I don't want it to happen. But you know what, David? You know what the Lions haven't had to deal with in a long time? A quarterback that got injured. A lot of teams have. The Lions haven't under Jared Goff. So he's played every game. So the injury thing goes both ways. You don't count on injuries to happen, but have the depth there so that if something does take place, you're prepared. You're not bringing in guys, because I look at the last couple of drafts and you had 3 guys in position where they could have been helping you, but you took a backup QB. You took a guy who really is learning football. Yeah, you took guys that and Vaki, who really didn't help you at all for special teams. You needed defensive linemen, and you could have drafted those. So right now,